Welcome to BL Storytender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The day the triplets stopped crying. The Reed mansion was too big for sound to feel this loud. But tonight it did. The crying did not echo. It pressed in, filling every hallway, every corner, until it felt like the air itself would not move. Three small voices, raw and desperate, refused to settle. Noah cried until his breath caught in his chest. Liam shook his head over and over as if pushing something away. Lucas clung to the edge of his blanket, his tiny fingers white from the grip. The nannies had tried everything. Warm milk, soft humming, slow rocking. One even sat on the floor, whispering gentle words that went unheard. Nothing worked. The cries only grew sharper, more urgent, like the children were calling out for something that was not there. Alexander Reed stood a few steps away, his shoulders tight, his hands still at his sides. He had not moved in a while. He was watching but not stepping in. Not yet. He knew what would happen. It happened every time. Still, after a long second, he tried. He stepped closer. He lowered himself, careful, controlled, like he was approaching something fragile. "Noah," he said, his voice steady, measured. "Liam. Lucas." The reaction was instant. The crying broke into something worse. Louder, sharper. Noah turned his face away. Liam let out a choking sound and pushed back. Lucas reached blindly, but not toward him. Alexander stopped. Just like that, he did not reach out again. He straightened slowly, his jaw tightening, his eyes dropping for a brief second before the expression disappeared. He stepped back. The distance returned. The room felt colder. No one said anything. No one needed to. This had become a pattern no one could fix. Hours had passed. Or maybe it only felt that way. Time had stopped meaning much inside that room. Earlier that day, a doctor had spoken in a calm voice, suggesting something that made no sense at the time. The children were not reacting to discomfort. They were reacting to absence. Someone missing. Someone expected. Alexander had dismissed it. Now, standing there, listening to the same endless crying, the words did not leave him so easily. Then something changed. Not the sound. Not at first. It was the door. It opened quietly, almost unnoticed. A young man stepped inside like he did not want to disturb anything, even though everything was already broken. Ethan Cole paused just inside the room. He looked at the children, then at the floor, then back again. He did not speak. He could not. His hands stayed close to his sides, fingers slightly curled, like he was unsure where to put them. No one stopped him. One of the staff had seen him earlier, waiting by the front hall, quiet, patient, as if he had been told to come. Maybe that was why no one questioned it now. Or maybe everyone was too tired to try. Ethan walked forward slowly. Not straight in. Not rushed. Just a few careful steps at a time. The crying went on, filling the space between each step. When he reached them, he did not kneel right away. He stopped just close enough. Close enough to feel the warmth, the movement, the panic in their small bodies. He took a breath. Then he lowered himself down. His movements were simple. No sudden motion. No attempt to take control. He just sat there, at their level, his eyes soft, his breathing even. For a second, nothing changed. Then he lifted his hand. Slowly, gently, he touched Noah's sleeve. That was all it took. The crying broke. Not faded. Not softened. It stopped. Liam blinked hard, his chest rising unevenly. Lucas made a small sound, confused, like he had lost track of why he was crying. Noah leaned forward first. Then the others followed. Three small bodies moved closer at the same time, like it was the only thing that made sense. They reached for him. They held on. Tight. Too tight for strangers. Ethan froze for a second, his breath catching, his hands hovering before he carefully placed them around them. Not pulling, just holding where they needed him to be. The room went still. No one moved. Not the nannies. Not the staff. Not Alexander. He was still standing there, but something in his posture had changed. He was not trying to step in anymore. He was watching. Really watching this time. The silence that followed did not feel empty. Felt full. And for the first time that night, the mansion finally breathed. The silence did not last long, but it changed everything. The triplets stayed close to Ethan, their small hands still gripping his shirt, as if they were afraid he might disappear the moment they let go. Noah pressed his face against Ethan's shoulder, his breathing uneven but no longer frantic. Liam kept one hand wrapped around Ethan's sleeve, his fingers tightening every few seconds, testing, making sure he was still there. Lucas leaned quietly against Ethan's side, his eyes half closed, the tension slowly leaving his body. Ethan did not move much. He adjusted slightly so they could settle more comfortably, one arm supporting Noah, the other resting lightly near Liam and Lucas, careful not to overwhelm them. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost instinctive. He watched their faces closely, reading their reactions, responding without words. Across the room, the staff exchanged uncertain glances. One nanny took a cautious step forward, then stopped when Liam's grip tightened again, his calm beginning to slip. She stepped back immediately. No one wanted to risk breaking whatever fragile piece had just formed. Alexander remained where he was, but his focus had narrowed completely. He was no longer aware of the room, the staff, or even the passing time. His attention was fixed on the scene in front of him. The same children who had pushed him away moments ago were now holding onto a stranger as if he belonged to them. It did not make sense. It should not have been possible. Yet there it was, undeniable. He took a step closer, careful this time, slower than before. The floor beneath his shoes made the faintest sound, but it was enough. Noah's fingers tightened instantly. Liam's head lifted, his eyes searching. Lucas shifted, pressing closer to Ethan. The calm wavered. Alexander stopped again. He did not step back, but he did not move forward either. Ethan noticed. His eyes lifted briefly, meeting Alexander's for just a second. There was no challenge in that look. No fear either. Just a quiet awareness. Then his attention returned to the children. He raised his hand slightly and placed it gently over Liam's, steadying the small, trembling grip. Liam's breathing slowed again. Noah relaxed, his shoulders lowering. Lucas let out a soft breath and settled fully against Ethan's side. The tension eased once more. Alexander watched that small interaction closely. The way Ethan anticipated their reactions. The way he adjusted without hesitation. It was not random. It was not luck. It was understanding. A kind of understanding that did not come from observation alone. "Who is he?" Alexander finally asked, his voice low, controlled, but carrying across the quiet room. No one answered right away. One of the senior staff stepped forward slightly, her voice careful. "He was listed as temporary help, sir. He arrived earlier this evening. He has not spoken." Alexander's gaze returned to Ethan. Temporary. Unknown. Silent. None of it explained what he was seeing. Minutes passed. The children did not let go. In fact, they seemed to settle deeper into Ethan's presence, their bodies growing heavier with sleep. Noah's grip loosened first, though his hand still rested against Ethan's shirt. Liam's head tilted slightly, his eyes closing slowly. Lucas was already still, his breathing even and soft. Ethan shifted again, carefully, adjusting his posture to support their weight without waking them. He moved with patience, as if he had done this before, as if this was not new to him at all. That thought stayed with Alexander. It did not sit well, because if it was not new, then it meant something else. Something he did not yet understand. He took another step forward, slower than before, testing the distance. This time, the children did not wake. They remained where they were, held in a calm that had not existed until this moment. Alexander stopped beside them, close enough now to see the small details. The way Noah's fingers still curled slightly, even in sleep. The faint crease between Liam's brows that had not fully disappeared. The softness in Lucas's expression, finally free of tension. And at the center of it all, Ethan, still, quiet, holding them without effort, without demand, as if they had chosen him, and as if, for reasons no one could explain, they were not willing to let him go. Alexander did not move for a long time. He stood there, close enough to see every small detail, but not close enough to disturb the fragile balance that had settled over the room. The triplets were asleep now, truly asleep, their breathing soft and steady in a way he had not seen in days. It should have brought relief. Instead, something heavier settled in his chest, something he could not name. Ethan remained where he was, his back straight despite the weight of 3 children leaning against him. His arms had adjusted naturally, supporting them without strain, as if his body understood exactly what to do. Every now and then, he shifted slightly, just enough to keep them comfortable, never enough to wake them. Alexander noticed everything. The way Ethan lowered his gaze whenever one of the children stirred. The way his fingers paused before moving, as if asking permission without words. It was careful, intentional, familiar. That last thought lingered longer than it should have. Familiar. It made no sense. Alexander's jaw tightened slightly. He stepped back at last, just one step, creating a small distance again. The air felt easier to breathe, but the tension did not leave him. "Prepare a room," he said quietly, his voice returning to its usual calm authority. Somewhere close. The staff moved quickly, relieved to have direction again. One of the nannies hesitated, glancing toward Ethan. "Sir, should we take the children?" The question hung in the air. Alexander's eyes shifted back to the scene. Noah's hand was still resting against Ethan's chest. Liam's fingers were wrapped loosely around his sleeve. Lucas had leaned completely into him, his small body trusting, unguarded. Alexander did not answer immediately. He watched them for another second, then another. Finally, he spoke. "No." The single word was firm. "Do not move them." The staff exchanged quick looks but nodded. No one argued. No one dared to break what had finally been achieved. Minutes later, a quiet path was cleared. Ethan looked up when one of the staff approached slowly, gesturing toward the hallway. He understood. Carefully, very carefully, he adjusted his hold. One arm supported Noah, the other steadied Liam, while Lucas remained pressed against his side. It was not easy. The children shifted slightly, small sounds escaping them, but they did not wake. They did not let go. Ethan rose slowly to his feet, his movements controlled, his balance steady despite the awkward weight. For a brief second, his eyes flickered toward Alexander again. Not questioning, not asking, just aware. Then he followed the staff. Alexander watched him walk away, each step measured, each movement quiet. The hallway lights cast long shadows, stretching across the polished floor, framing the image in a way that felt almost unreal. A stranger carrying his children as if they belonged to him, as if they trusted him more than anyone else in that house. The thought did not sit well. It should have angered him. It should have raised immediate suspicion, sharp and decisive. Instead, what he felt was something slower, more complicated. When they reached the room, the door was already open. Soft lighting, prepared bed, everything in place. Ethan stepped inside and lowered himself carefully, easing the children down one by one. Noah shifted first but settled quickly when Ethan's hand remained near. Liam's fingers tightened once, then relaxed. Lucas did not move at all. Even as they lay on the bed, they stayed close, their bodies angled toward him, their small hands still searching, still finding him. Ethan did not pull away. He remained seated at the edge, his hand resting lightly where they could reach. Only when their breathing deepened fully did he allow himself to still. Alexander stood at the doorway watching. He had not entered. He did not announce himself. He simply observed. The room was quiet, peaceful in a way that felt unfamiliar. And yet, beneath that calm, something had begun to shift, something that could not be undone. Because for the first time, Alexander realized this was not just about the children calming down. It was about who they had chosen, and what that choice might mean. Chapter 2. They only wanted him. Morning came slowly to the Reed mansion, not with noise, but with a quiet that felt unfamiliar. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows, stretching across the floor in long, pale lines. For once, there were no cries breaking the stillness, no hurried footsteps, no tension pressing into every corner. Inside the room, the triplets were still asleep, their small bodies curled toward the same place they had settled the night before. Ethan had not moved far. He remained seated at the edge of the bed, his back resting lightly against the frame, one hand still within reach. At some point during the night, Noah had shifted closer, his fingers loosely holding onto Ethan's sleeve. Liam slept with his head turned toward him, his breathing slow and even. Lucas lay closest, one small hand resting against Ethan's wrist, as if anchoring himself there. Ethan blinked slowly, adjusting to the light. His body was stiff from staying in the same position for so long, but he did not pull away. He only shifted slightly, careful, controlled, making sure the movement would not disturb them. The moment his sleeve slipped even a fraction from Noah's grip, Noah stirred. Not fully awake, but enough. His fingers tightened immediately, holding on again. Ethan stilled. The room returned to calm. At the doorway, Alexander had already been standing there for several minutes. He had arrived before sunrise, drawn back without fully understanding why. He had expected the quiet to be temporary, something fragile that would break the moment the children woke. But they had not. They remained calm, resting, holding onto the same person they had refused to release. Alexander stepped inside this time. Slowly. The floor did not creak. The air did not shift much. Still, the reaction came. Liam's brows pulled together slightly. Lucas shifted closer to Ethan. Noah's grip tightened again. Alexander stopped. Not out of hesitation, but out of observation. He was learning. He watched Ethan instead. Ethan noticed him. Their eyes met briefly, and in that short moment, something passed between them. Not recognition, not yet, but awareness. Ethan lowered his gaze again, focusing on the children, his hand gently adjusting where Lucas's fingers rested. The movement was small, but it steadied them. Their breathing evened out again. Alexander exhaled quietly. "They react to you," he said, his voice low, controlled, but no longer as distant as before. Ethan did not respond with words. Instead, he gave a slight nod. It was subtle, almost uncertain, as if he was acknowledging something he did not fully understand himself. Alexander stepped a little closer this time. The distance was shorter now, but the reaction was less severe. Liam stirred, but did not wake. Noah shifted, but did not pull away. Lucas remained still. It was a change, a small one but real. Alexander noticed. Everything in him focused on that difference. "Stay," he said after a moment. The word was simple, but it carried weight. Not a request. Not exactly an order. Something in between. Ethan looked up again. His expression did not change much, but there was a pause, a quiet moment where he considered the word. Then he nodded once more. Across the bed, Noah relaxed slightly, as if the tension had eased without knowing why. Liam's breathing remained steady. Lucas's hand stayed where it was, secure and trusting. Alexander watched them, then looked back at Ethan. For the first time, he did not question the situation immediately. He did not demand answers or push for control. Because right now there was only one truth that mattered. The children were calm, and they only wanted him. The rest of the morning unfolded in a way the Reed mansion had never experienced before. There was no rush, no urgency in the air. The usual tension that clung to every corner seemed to loosen, replaced by something quieter, something unfamiliar. Ethan remained in the room with the triplets, moving only when necessary, always within their reach. When Noah woke first, his eyes opened slowly, unfocused at the beginning, until they settled on Ethan. There was no confusion, no hesitation, just a soft, immediate recognition that eased the last traces of sleep from his expression. His fingers tightened slightly around Ethan's sleeve, as if confirming he was still there. Liam followed not long after, blinking against the light, his gaze drifting before landing in the same place. Lucas stirred last, shifting closer before his eyes even fully opened, instinctively seeking contact. Ethan responded to each of them without words. A small nod, a gentle adjustment of his hand, a calm presence that seemed to answer every unspoken need. Downstairs, the staff moved carefully, their voices low, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. News had already spread. The children were calm, not just quiet, but settled in a way no one had seen before. When breakfast was prepared, one of the nannies approached the doorway, hesitating before stepping inside. She carried a small tray, her movements cautious. "Sir asked for them to eat," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ethan looked at her, then at the children. Noah was already watching the tray. Liam shifted slightly, curious but still close. Lucas stayed where he was, his hand resting against Ethan's arm. Ethan reached out slowly, taking the tray and placing it within reach. He did not rush them. He simply guided the moment. Noah leaned forward first, accepting the spoon without resistance. Liam followed, watching closely before taking his turn. Lucas needed a little more time, but he did not pull away. Every movement was small, careful, steady. There were no sudden reactions, no tears. It was simple, natural, as if this routine had always existed. From the doorway, Alexander watched again. He had not interrupted, not once. Instead, he observed every detail, every small shift in behavior. The way the children responded, the way Ethan anticipated without hesitation. It was not something that could be taught overnight. It was something built over time. That thought returned heavier now, because time was exactly what Ethan should not have had. And yet, everything about this moment suggested otherwise. Alexander stepped inside once more, slower than before. The children noticed, but their reactions were different now. Noah glanced at him briefly, then returned his attention to Ethan. Liam watched a little longer, his expression thoughtful, before relaxing again. Lucas remained still, his focus unchanged. The difference was subtle, but it was there. They were not pushing him away anymore. They were choosing not to leave Ethan. Alexander stopped near the edge of the bed, his gaze shifting between them. "They are eating," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. It was a simple observation, but it carried something deeper, a realization he had not expected to face. For the first time, he was not the center of their world. He was not even the solution to their distress. That role had been taken by someone else, someone who had appeared without explanation. Ethan finished feeding them, setting the tray aside once they were done. The children remained close, their small bodies naturally leaning toward him again. There was no sign they intended to move away. Alexander watched in silence, the weight of the situation settling further into place. This was no longer just a temporary solution. It was becoming something else, something that would not be easy to control. And for reasons he could not yet explain, that realization did not push him to act immediately. It made him stay. The shift in the house became more noticeable as the day continued. It was not just the absence of crying anymore. It was the way everything seemed to move around Ethan without being asked. The staff adjusted their routines quietly, bringing what was needed before it was spoken, stepping back when the children settled, learning the rhythm that had formed around him. Inside the room, the triplets remained close, their attention always returning to the same place. Ethan. When Noah began to grow restless, it was not loud or sudden. He shifted slightly, his small hands moving as if searching. Ethan noticed immediately. He reached out, gently guiding Noah's fingers to a soft fabric toy nearby, placing it into his hands. Noah stilled, his grip forming naturally around it, his attention settling. Liam watched the interaction carefully, his eyes following every movement. When he shifted next, Ethan responded the same way, adjusting the blanket around him, smoothing it once, twice, until Liam's breathing steadied again. Lucas remained closest, rarely moving far, his hand still resting against Ethan's wrist as if it belonged there. The connection was constant. It did not fade. It did not weaken. Across the room, Alexander stood by the window, his posture straight, his expression controlled, but his attention never left them. He had tried to return to his work earlier. Documents had been brought in. Calls had been scheduled. None of it held his focus. Every few minutes, his gaze had shifted back to the same place. It was not distraction. It was observation, the kind that did not allow distance. He turned slightly now, watching as Ethan adjusted Lucas's position again, lifting him just enough to settle him more comfortably against the pillows. The movement was careful, practiced, as if it came from memory rather than thought. That detail stayed with Alexander. Memory. It was the one thing that did not fit, because there was no reason for Ethan to move like this. No explanation for the ease, the precision, the quiet understanding of what each child needed before they even reacted. "You have done this before?" Alexander said suddenly, his voice breaking the quiet, not harsh, but direct. Ethan paused. His hand rested lightly on Lucas's shoulder as he looked up. There was no immediate response, only a brief stillness, as if the question had reached somewhere deeper than expected. Then, slowly, Ethan shook his head. A small movement. Simple. Clear. No. Alexander studied him for a moment longer. The answer did not satisfy him. It did not match what he was seeing. But he did not push further. Not yet. Instead, he stepped closer again, closing the distance more than before. This time, the children noticed, but their reactions remained calm. Noah glanced up briefly, then returned to his toy. Liam watched for a second longer, his eyes thoughtful before settling again. Lucas did not move at all. The difference was undeniable now. They were not rejecting him. They were choosing their place. And that place was with Ethan. Alexander stopped beside the bed, his gaze lowering to take in the full scene. 3 children, calm, grounded, safe. And at the center of it, someone who should not have had that role. "You will stay," he said after a moment, his tone firm, leaving little room for interpretation. It was not a question. It was a decision. Ethan looked at him again. There was a pause longer this time. Not resistance. Not fear. Something quieter. Then he nodded. Across the bed, Noah leaned slightly closer. Liam's hand brushed against Ethan's sleeve again. Lucas's fingers tightened faintly around his wrist. The response was immediate, instinctive. They had heard enough, and without words they had already made their choice clear. Chapter 3. Past no one remembers. The afternoon light shifted slowly across the room, stretching shadows along the walls as time moved forward, quiet and steady. The triplets had not strayed far from Ethan all day. Even when they played, even when they rested, there was always some part of them that remained connected to him. A hand brushing his sleeve, a small body leaning against his side, a quiet glance to make sure he was still there. It was constant, unbroken, and it was beginning to show in ways no one expected. Noah was the first to change. He had been the most restless before, the one who cried the hardest, the longest. Now he sat near Ethan's knee, turning a small wooden block over in his hands, his focus steady. Every so often he would look up, not in fear but simply to check. And each time, when he found Ethan still there, he returned to what he was doing without hesitation. Liam had grown quieter, more observant. He watched everything, especially Ethan. The way he moved, the way he reacted. There was something thoughtful in his gaze, something deeper than a child his age should have carried. When Ethan reached for a cup of water and placed it nearby, Liam noticed before anyone else. He took it without being told, his movements calm, as if he already knew what was expected. Lucas stayed the closest. He rarely moved more than a few inches away, his presence constant and steady. At one point, as Ethan adjusted the blanket behind him, Lucas shifted and pressed closer, his hand sliding along Ethan's wrist before settling there again. It was not random. It was deliberate, familiar. That word returned once more. Familiar. Across the room, Alexander remained still, his gaze fixed on the small details others might have missed. He had seen patterns before. In business. In people. This was no different. The way the children responded. The way Ethan anticipated. Followed a rhythm. A connection that had not formed overnight. That should not have formed at all. He stepped closer again, not stopping this time until he stood just behind Ethan. The distance was gone now. The children noticed, but their reactions stayed controlled. Noah glanced up briefly. Liam watched him for a second longer. Lucas shifted slightly but did not pull away. It was acceptance. Partial but real. Alexander's eyes moved to Ethan's hands. There was something there. Something small. Almost hidden. A thin bracelet, worn and simple, resting loosely against his wrist. It did not match the rest of him. It looked older. Used. Not something recently given. As Ethan adjusted his position, Lucas's fingers brushed against it. The reaction was immediate. Lucas stilled completely. Then, slowly, he tightened his grip around Ethan's wrist, his fingers curling over the bracelet. His small body leaned closer, his expression shifting into something deeper than calm. Recognition. He did not speak. None of them did. But the change was clear. Noah noticed next. His eyes moved from the toy in his hands to Ethan's wrist, then back to Ethan's face. There was a pause, a brief moment where his expression seemed to search for something he could not fully understand. Liam followed, his gaze narrowing slightly, studying the same detail with quiet intensity. Ethan froze for just a second. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but Alexander saw it. The smallest hesitation, the smallest break in that steady control. It was enough. "Where did you get that?" Alexander asked, his voice low, but sharper than before. Ethan did not answer immediately. His eyes lowered to the bracelet, then lifted again. There was something there now. Not fear. Not exactly. Something heavier. He did not remove his hand. He did not pull away from the children. Instead, he remained still, allowing Lucas's grip to tighten, allowing the connection to remain exactly as it was. The room felt different again. Not tense. Not chaotic. But charged. Like something unseen had just shifted into place. Alexander did not move. His gaze stayed fixed on that single detail. Because for the first time, this was not just about the children choosing Ethan. It was about why. And the answer, whatever it was, had already begun to surface, whether anyone was ready for it or not. The room remained still long after the question had been asked, but everything had already changed. Ethan did not pull his hand away from Lucas, even as the small fingers tightened around the bracelet, holding onto it as if it mattered more than anything else in that moment. Noah had moved closer without realizing it, his eyes fixed on the same place, his breathing slower but heavier, like something deep inside him was trying to surface. Liam was watching both of them, his expression unusually focused, as if he was trying to understand something that had no clear explanation. Alexander stood there, unmoving, but no longer distant. The question he had asked did not need to be repeated. It hung in the air, waiting. Ethan lowered his gaze again, not in avoidance, but in quiet acceptance of what could no longer stay hidden. Slowly, carefully, he shifted his wrist just enough for the bracelet to slide into clearer view. It was simple, worn thin with time, the small metal plate scratched but still intact. 3 faint engravings remained visible. Not full names, just initials, N.L. and L. Noah was the first to react. His small hand reached forward, touching the bracelet with hesitation at first, then with certainty. His fingers traced over the first letter, his lips parting slightly as if a word almost formed but never fully came. Liam leaned in next, his brows pulling together, his eyes moving from the bracelet to Ethan's face, searching, questioning without sound. Lucas did not move his hand at all. He simply held on tighter, pressing closer, as if he already knew the answer without needing to understand it. Alexander's breath slowed. The pieces did not fit the way they should have, but they were there. The connection, the reaction, the impossible familiarity that had no place in the present, yet refused to be ignored. "You knew them," he said quietly, not as a question this time, but as a realization forming in real time. Ethan did not nod right away. For a moment he remained still, his hand resting gently over Lucas's, grounding him. Then, slowly, he gave the smallest confirmation. Yes. The room felt different again, but not tense, not uncertain, clear. The kind of clarity that came after something long hidden finally reached the surface. Alexander looked at the children again. The way they leaned into Ethan, the way they trusted him without hesitation. It was not new to them. It had never been new. He exhaled slowly, the last resistance leaving him without force, without struggle. "Then you stay," he said, his voice steady, but no longer distant, no longer cold. It was not an order this time. It was a decision made with full awareness of what it meant. Ethan looked up, meeting his gaze directly. There was no hesitation now, no uncertainty, just a quiet understanding that matched the moment. He nodded once. Across the bed, Noah relaxed completely, his hand resting lightly over the bracelet. Liam leaned closer, his expression softening for the first time since morning. Lucas shifted, settling fully against Ethan's side, his grip loosening just enough to become comfortable instead of desperate. The connection remained, but it was no longer fragile. It was steady, chosen. The mansion felt different as the evening light began to fade. Not empty, not silent, but calm in a way it had not been before. Alexander remained where he was for a moment longer, watching the scene in front of him. 3 children who had found what they were missing, and the one person they had chosen to hold on to. This time he did not step back. He stepped closer, stopping just beside them, not forcing the distance, not breaking the space. And for the first time, the children did not pull away. The past had not been explained. It had not been spoken, but it no longer needed to be, because what mattered was already clear. They had found their way back to him. And this time, no one was going to make them let go. Welcome to BL Storytender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The day everything quietly ended. The courthouse smelled like polished wood and distant rain, a place where lives were reduced to signatures and silence, and Ethan Cole stood perfectly still as if any movement might shatter what little control he had left. His fingers resting lightly on the edge of the table while the papers in front of him carried the weight of a future he had never imagined, and across from him Adrian Blackwood did not look up, his posture composed, his presence as calm and impenetrable as ever, like a man who had already stepped into another life, And when the clerk spoke the final instructions, the words felt distant, almost unreal, because Ethan was not hearing them so much as feeling them press against his chest, heavy and final. And when the pen was placed in his hand, he hesitated for the briefest moment, not because he did not understand what he was about to do, but because some quiet part of him still believed there might be something left unsaid, something that could change this ending. But Adrian did not speak, did not reach out, did not even look at him, and so Ethan signed, his name written in careful, steady strokes that betrayed nothing of the storm beneath. And when it was done, the clerk gathered the documents with practiced efficiency, sealing their marriage into a closed chapter without ceremony, without emotion, without anything at all. And Ethan stood, his chair making the faintest sound against the floor, and for a moment he thought Adrian might finally say something, might offer even a single word that could make sense of the emptiness now settling between them. But there was only silence, and then Adrian turned away first, already walking toward the door as if the past could be left behind simply by refusing to acknowledge it. And Ethan remained where he was for a heartbeat longer, watching the man he had once called home disappear into a future that no longer included him. And when he finally stepped outside, the air felt colder than it should have. The sky a dull gray that seemed to press down on the city, and he told himself to keep moving, to not look back, to not allow himself to unravel in a place where strangers passed by without noticing anything at all. And yet as he walked, the world felt slightly off, like something inside him had shifted in a way he could not yet understand. A quiet unease settling deep beneath his ribs, and he pressed a hand against his stomach without thinking, as if trying to steady himself, dismissing it as nothing more than exhaustion, because there were too many things to process, too many pieces of his life suddenly gone, and far across the city. In a place filled with light and polished glass, Adrian Blackwood stood before a window overlooking the skyline, his reflection sharp and controlled, already surrounded by plans, by expectations, by a future that demanded forward motion. And when his assistant mentioned the upcoming engagement arrangements, he gave a simple nod, his voice steady, his expression unreadable, because whatever had existed before was no longer something he intended to carry with him. And neither of them knew that the story they believed had ended that day had only just begun. Ethan told himself it was just exhaustion, that the hollow ache in his chest had simply spread through the rest of his body. But the next morning proved that something was not right, because the moment he stepped into the small kitchen of his apartment, the smell of coffee, something he had loved for years, turned sharp and unbearable, forcing him to turn away with a sudden wave of nausea that caught him off guard. And he stood there gripping the edge of the counter, breathing slowly, trying to steady himself as the world seemed to tilt for a brief second. And he let out a quiet breath, blaming it on stress, on the sleepless nights that followed the divorce, on the silence that now filled every corner of his life where Adrian's presence used to be. And yet the feeling did not fade. It lingered, subtle but persistent, following him through the day as he tried to focus on work, as he tried to pretend everything was normal. But normal had already slipped out of reach, and by the time the second morning came with the same dizziness, the same strange sensitivity, he could no longer ignore it. And that was how he found himself sitting in a quiet clinic on the edge of the city, the sterile scent of antiseptic filling the air as he stared down at his hands, waiting for answers he was not sure he wanted. And when the doctor finally returned, the expression on her face was calm, professional, but there was something in her eyes that made Ethan's pulse quicken, something that told him his life was about to shift again in a way he could not control. And when she spoke, the words were clear, gentle, undeniable. She told him he was pregnant, and for a moment everything went silent, as if the world itself had paused to let that truth settle. And Ethan blinked, certain he had misunderstood, certain there had been a mistake. But the doctor continued, explaining with quiet certainty, offering reassurance, offering details that only made it more real. And Ethan felt his fingers tighten against his knees as the reality pressed in from all sides, because this was not something that could be undone, not something that could be ignored. And the timing, the cruel, impossible timing, made his chest ache in a way he could not explain, because the one person who should have been there, the one person who should have known, was already gone, already stepping into a future that had no place for this truth. And as Ethan walked out of the clinic later that afternoon, the sunlight felt too bright, too sharp against his eyes, and he moved slowly down the sidewalk, one hand resting unconsciously over his stomach as if trying to understand what it meant, as if trying to connect to something that still felt distant and unreal. And across the city, In a sleek office high above the streets, Adrian Blackwood stood surrounded by quiet conversations about venues, about arrangements, about a future that was being built with careful precision. And when his assistant mentioned the final date for the engagement announcement, he gave a brief nod, his attention fixed on the window in front of him, unaware that at that exact moment the past he had sealed away was beginning to take shape again in a way that would soon become impossible to ignore. Ethan did not remember how long he stood outside the clinic, only that the world kept moving around him while he felt completely still, as if time had split into two separate paths and he was caught between them, one leading back to the life he had lost and the other stretching forward into something unknown and overwhelming. And he lowered himself onto a nearby bench, his hand resting more firmly over his stomach now, not out of habit but out of a growing awareness that something real existed. There, something fragile and undeniable, and the doctor's words echoed again in his mind with quiet certainty, leaving no space for doubt. And for the first time since the divorce, his thoughts were no longer centered on Adrian alone but on the life that was now quietly depending on him. And that shift brought a different kind of fear, one that was deeper and far more complicated, because this was not just about heartbreak anymore. It was about responsibility, about choices that would shape more than just his own future. And he closed his eyes briefly, trying to steady the rush of emotions. But the questions came anyway, one after another, each heavier than the last, and the most pressing of them all was whether Adrian should know, whether the man who had already walked away had the right to this truth. And the thought alone tightened something in Ethan's chest, because the image of Adrian standing beside someone else, building a new life, was no longer just painful, it was final. And the idea of stepping back into that world, of interrupting it with something that could not be undone, felt impossible. And yet as the afternoon faded into evening, Ethan found himself walking without direction, his mind replaying every moment he could remember, searching for something that might guide him, some answer hidden in the past that could tell him what to do now. But there was nothing clear, only fragments, only silence where there should have been words. And eventually he stopped in front of his apartment building, looking up at the familiar structure that suddenly felt smaller, quieter, like a place that could no longer hold the weight of everything that was changing. And when he stepped inside, the stillness greeted him again, wrapping around him in a way that felt both comforting and suffocating. And he moved through the space slowly, setting his keys down, taking a breath that did not quite reach his lungs, and then he spoke out loud for the first time, his voice soft but steady as he admitted the truth to himself, that he could not go back, that whatever decision he made had to come from who he was now and not from the person he had been when Adrian was still part of his life. And as the night settled and he sat by the window, the city lights stretching out before him like a distant promise, and he began to think not about what he had lost but about what he might protect. And across the city, Adrian stood in a room filled with quiet celebration, a small gathering marking the final steps before his engagement announcement. His expression composed as always, his attention moving between conversations and expectations, and when someone mentioned the future he gave a brief response, calm and certain, unaware that at that very moment the future he believed in was already shifting in ways he could not yet see. And back in the quiet apartment, Ethan placed a hand over his stomach once more, this time with intention, and made a decision that would change everything. He would not tell Adrian, not now, not when the man had already chosen a different path. And with that choice a new silence settled in, not empty this time but filled with something fragile and resolute, the beginning of a life that would remain hidden, at least for now. Chapter 2. The Life He Chose to Hide. Ethan woke before sunrise, not because he wanted to but because his body no longer followed the rhythm he had known for years, and the quiet nausea that greeted him each morning had become a constant reminder that his life was no longer his alone. And he moved slowly through his small apartment, careful with every step, as if the world had suddenly become something fragile that needed to be handled with care, and the decision he had made the night before still lingered in his mind. Heavy but clear, he would not tell Adrian, not now, not when everything between them had already been closed with finality. And yet that decision did not bring peace, it only brought responsibility, because now every choice rested entirely on him. And as the days passed, Ethan began to adjust, not because it was easy but because he had no other option. And he learned to navigate the quiet changes in his body, the sudden exhaustion, the moments when the simplest tasks felt overwhelming, and he found himself restructuring his life in small ways, choosing simpler meals, leaving work earlier when he could, avoiding crowded places that made him feel unsteady. And through it all there was a growing awareness that time was moving forward whether he was ready or not. And across the city Adrian's life moved in the opposite direction, gaining speed, gaining structure, every detail of his future carefully arranged, and when the official announcement of his engagement was released it spread quickly, appearing on screens, in conversations, in the quiet spaces Ethan tried to avoid, and the first time Ethan saw it he froze, his eyes fixed on the image of Adrian standing beside Olivia Hart, both of them composed, both of them exactly where the world expected them to be, and Ethan felt something shift inside him. Not a sharp pain this time, but something deeper, quieter, like the final acceptance of a truth he could no longer deny. And he turned the screen off without a word, choosing silence. Overreaction, because there was nothing left to say, and that night he sat alone again, the city lights reflecting faintly against the window as he placed his hand over his stomach, a habit that had become more intentional with each passing day, and he spoke softly, not to anyone who could answer but to the life he could now feel as something real, something present, promising that no matter what happened he would protect it, that he would build something stable even if he had to do it alone. And that promise became the anchor that carried him through the following weeks, through the uncertainty, through the quiet loneliness that still lingered in the corners of his life. And though he did not realize it yet, the path he had chosen, the silence he was holding on to, was already setting in motion a future that would not stay hidden forever. Ethan began to measure his days differently, not by deadlines or quiet evenings alone, but by the subtle changes that continued to unfold within him, each one reminding him that time was moving forward in ways he could not pause. And as the weeks turned into months his small apartment slowly transformed, not all at once but through careful, deliberate choices. A folded blanket placed on the corner of the couch, a small set of clothes tucked neatly into a drawer, items he purchased quietly and, without drawing attention, as if keeping everything contained could somehow make the reality easier to manage. And his routine shifted with equal precision. Mornings became slower, more intentional, meals chosen not for convenience but for nourishment. And though the exhaustion never fully left him, he learned how to move through it, to work around it, building a rhythm that allowed him to continue without drawing questions from those around him. And yet, isolation became a constant companion, because every decision he made reinforced the path he had chosen. A life kept separate from the one Adrian was now building, and that separation grew more defined the day Ethan made the choice to leave the city entirely, not out of fear but out of necessity, because staying meant constant reminders, constant risks of crossing paths, and so he arranged everything quietly, transferring his work remotely, finding a small town several hours away where life moved slower and where his absence would not be noticed. And when he finally packed his belongings there was no ceremony, no moment of hesitation, only a steady determination to move forward, and the drive itself felt longer than it was, the city skyline fading behind him as open roads stretched ahead, carrying him toward a future he was creating one decision at a time. And when he arrived the quiet was immediate, a different kind of silence than before, one that felt less like emptiness and more like space, and Ethan allowed himself to breathe a little easier, settling into the new apartment with the same careful routine, building stability where he could, and as the months continued the changes within him became more visible, more undeniable. And though there were moments of uncertainty, moments when the weight of everything pressed down harder than he expected, there was also a growing sense of purpose that anchored him, and far away Adrian's life continued to unfold with precision. His engagement officially announced. His future mapped out in ways that left little room for anything unexpected. And yet there were brief moments when something felt slightly out of place, a fleeting sense of distraction that he dismissed as nothing more than the pressure of expectations, because everything was moving exactly as planned, and plans were something he trusted, something he relied on, while Ethan's life followed a different kind of structure, one built on quiet resilience and choices made in solitude. And as the first signs of a new season approached, bringing with it cooler air and longer nights, Ethan stood by the window of his new home, his hand resting gently over his stomach, no longer uncertain, no longer questioning, but preparing, because whether he was ready or not, the life he had chosen to protect was steadily moving closer to the moment it would enter the world. Ethan learned that time did not slow down for uncertainty, it moved forward with quiet certainty, carrying him with it whether he felt ready or not, and the day everything changed arrived without warning, beginning like any other morning in the small town that had slowly become his refuge, the air cool, the streets quiet, and the rhythm of his life steady in a way he had worked hard to build. But by midday something felt different, a subtle shift that quickly grew impossible to ignore. And, within hours he found himself at the local hospital, the bright lights and calm voices guiding him through a moment he had both anticipated and feared. And though the experience was overwhelming, though every second felt stretched between fear and determination, Ethan held onto one single thought, that he would see this through, that he would not face this moment with hesitation. And when the cries finally broke through the tension in the room, they were soft at first, then stronger, unmistakably alive, and Ethan felt something inside him change in a way he could not fully describe. A quiet, powerful realization that everything he had endured had led to this. And when he was finally allowed to hold the child, wrapped carefully and placed gently in his arms, the world seemed to narrow to that single moment, the small, steady presence against him grounding everything that had once felt uncertain, and he looked down with a mixture of disbelief and quiet awe, noticing the delicate features, the tiny movements, and the unmistakable sense that this life was now undeniably his responsibility, his purpose. And as the hours passed he remained there, watching, learning, adjusting to a reality that felt both fragile and incredibly strong. And though exhaustion settled into his bones, it did not carry the same weight as before, because it was no longer tied to loss, it was tied to something new, something he had chosen to protect. And in the days that followed, Ethan began to build a different kind of routine, one shaped by careful attention and quiet dedication, learning every small detail, every sound, every shift in expression. And though there were moments of uncertainty, moments when he questioned whether he was doing enough, whether he was strong enough to handle everything on his own, those doubts were balanced by something steady, something that kept him moving forward without hesitation. And far away, Adrian's life continued along its carefully constructed path, his engagement moving closer to its final stage, his world filled with expectations and commitments that demanded his full attention. And yet there were brief moments when his focus wavered, moments when something felt slightly out of place without any clear reason. A subtle distraction that he dismissed quickly, because there was no logical explanation for it, and logic had always been the foundation he relied on. While in the quiet town miles away, Ethan stood by the window of his home one evening, the child resting peacefully in his arms as the fading light stretched across the room. And for the first time since everything had changed, he allowed himself to feel something beyond survival, something beyond quiet determination. A sense of calm that settled deep within him, because the life he had once believed was broken had reshaped itself into something new, something he would protect without question. And though the future remained uncertain, though the path ahead was still unknown, one truth had become clear: he was no longer alone, and that truth would change everything that came next. Chapter 3. The day their worlds collided. The morning air carried a quiet chill as Ethan stepped out of the small cafe, balancing a paper bag in one hand while the other held gently onto his child's tiny fingers, guiding each careful step along the sidewalk. And life had settled into something steady, something manageable, a rhythm built from routine and quiet determination, far removed from the world he had left behind. And yet, on that particular day, something felt different. Not enough to alarm him, but enough to linger at the edge of his awareness, like a subtle shift in the air before a storm. And he adjusted his grip slightly, glancing down with a soft expression as the child looked up at him with curious eyes, unaware of anything beyond the simple comfort of being close. And together they moved through the town that had become their safe place, a place where no one asked questions and no one looked too closely. And miles away, a black car moved smoothly along the highway, cutting through the quiet landscape with purpose. Adrian Blackwood, seated in the back with his attention fixed on a series of documents that outlined a new expansion project. His schedule precise as always, every movement planned, every decision calculated. And yet even as he worked there was a faint distraction he could not quite explain. Something subtle that pulled at his focus without reason. And when the car finally entered the town he barely noticed at first, his gaze still on the pages in front of him until the driver slowed near the center, mentioning a brief stop due to a scheduling delay, and Adrian gave a short acknowledgement, stepping out moments later into an environment completely different from the polished world he was used to, the air cleaner, the pace slower, and for reasons he did not question he began to walk, his presence immediately noticeable despite the simplicity of the surroundings. And across the street Ethan paused near a small storefront, adjusting the bag in his hand as he prepared to head back unaware that only a short distance away the past he had carefully avoided was moving directly toward him. And it happened without warning. A simple moment shaped by coincidence as the child beside him suddenly stopped, their attention caught by something unseen, and before Ethan could react, the small hand slipped free and took a few quick steps forward, moving straight into the path of a man who had just turned the corner, and time seemed to slow in that instant as Adrian felt the light impact. His attention snapping downward, instinct overriding thought as he reached out to steady the child before any harm could come, and for a brief second there was nothing but stillness, his hand resting lightly against the small shoulder. His gaze fixed on the unfamiliar face looking up at him, and something inside him shifted, not recognition, not yet, but something deeper, something instinctive that made no sense, and Ethan's breath caught as he looked up, the world narrowing sharply as his eyes met a face he knew too well, a face he had not seen in years yet recognized instantly, and the distance he had created, the life he had built, everything seemed to collapse into that single moment, and neither of them spoke, neither of them moved, because something far more powerful than words had already begun to surface, something neither of them was prepared to face. Adrian did not move his hand right away, his fingers still resting lightly on the child's shoulder as if some instinct deep within him refused to let go, and his eyes remained fixed on the small face in front of him, studying every detail with a focus that felt unusually intense, because something about this moment was wrong in a way he could not logically explain, the child's features soft yet familiar, the quiet steadiness in those eyes unsettling in a way that went beyond coincidence. And the air between them seemed to tighten as if the world itself was holding its breath, and Ethan stepped forward quickly, his voice controlled but edged with urgency as he called the child back to his side, his hand reaching out to pull them close, creating a clear distance between them and Adrian. But the movement only made things worse, because now Adrian's attention shifted fully to him, and recognition struck without hesitation, sharp and immediate, cutting through the calm exterior he had maintained for years, and for the first time since their separation his composure faltered, not outwardly, not in a way others could easily see, but internally something shifted, something broke from its carefully constructed place, and his gaze moved between Ethan and the child again, slower this time, more deliberate, as if piecing together something that had been hidden just beneath the surface, and the silence stretched, heavy and undeniable, until the child, unaware of the tension, spoke, softly, their voice carrying a simple curiosity that shattered whatever fragile control remained, asking why the stranger felt familiar, asking why being near him felt different, and those words landed with a weight far beyond their innocence, because Adrian felt it too, that same inexplicable pull, that same instinctive recognition that bypassed logic entirely, and his chest tightened slightly as a realization began to form, not fully clear but impossible to ignore, and Ethan saw it in that moment, saw the exact second when doubt turned into suspicion, when instinct began to align with truth, and a quiet fear settled in his chest, because the one thing he had spent years protecting, the one truth he had buried in silence, was no longer safe, and Adrian straightened slightly, his voice calm but lower now, more controlled, as he asked a question that seemed simple on the surface yet carried a meaning that could not be mistaken. Asking how long Ethan had been living here, asking how long he had been gone, but the real question remained unspoken, hanging heavily between them, and Ethan did not answer right away, because any answer he gave would only lead to the truth he had tried so hard to keep hidden. And in that moment both of them understood something without needing to say it, that this meeting was not chance, not coincidence, but the beginning of something that would not stop until every secret had been uncovered. Adrian did not wait for an answer, because by then he no longer needed one. The pieces had already begun to fall into place with a clarity that left no room for denial, and his gaze returned to the child once more, softer this time yet far more certain, as if something instinctive within him had fully awakened, and the quiet tension in the air shifted into something heavier, something final, and when he spoke again his voice was steady but carried a weight that could not be ignored as he asked a single question, simple and direct, about the child's age, and Ethan felt his chest tighten because that question alone was enough to confirm everything Adrian had already begun to understand, and for a brief moment he considered denying it, considered holding on to the silence he had protected for so long, but the truth had already moved beyond his control. It was no longer something he could contain, and so instead of answering with words, he simply looked down at the child, his hand resting gently on their shoulder, a quiet acknowledgement that said more than anything else could, and Adrian saw it, understood it instantly, and the realization settled fully, undeniable and irreversible, and the world he had carefully constructed over the past years shifted in a way he had not anticipated. Because this was not a possibility, it was certainty, and the future he had been preparing, the engagement, the life he had planned, all of it suddenly felt distant, irrelevant compared to the truth standing in front of him, and he exhaled slowly, the controlled composure he was known for returning not as a shield but as a decision. And when he straightened his posture, there was no hesitation left, no uncertainty, only clarity, and he spoke with quiet authority as he said that the engagement would be cancelled, that everything would be handled immediately, not as an emotional reaction but as a necessary correction to a reality that had been incomplete. And Ethan looked up at him in surprise, not expecting such a direct resolution, not expecting the past to return with such force and certainty. And for the first time since their separation, Adrian stepped closer, not invading the distance but closing it enough to make his intent clear. His gaze no longer distant but focused entirely on Ethan and the child, and he stated plainly that he would not walk away again, that what had been hidden would now be acknowledged, and that whatever came next would not be built on silence. And the weight of those words settled between them, not as pressure but as something steady, something real, and though the future remained uncertain in its details, one truth had become undeniable. The story they believed had ended years ago had never truly been over. It had only been waiting for the moment when it could finally begin again, this time without distance, without silence, and without anything left unspoken. Chapter 1. The Mark. In the small mountain town of Grey Hollow, people, every strange thing needed a reason. A late snowfall in spring meant bad luck. A broken church bell meant trouble was coming. And the dark mark on Selim Hart's neck meant he was cursed. Selim had heard the whispers for as long as he could remember. He heard them in the grocery store, on quiet sidewalks, and even from visitors who had never spoken to him before. The mark rested just below his jawline, shaped like a twisting circle of black silver. Some days it looked harmless. Other days it seemed to glow beneath his skin. No one knew what it was. Because no one understood it, they feared it. At 23 years old, Selim lived alone in a weathered cabin beyond the town limits. He repaired fences, delivered supplies, and kept to himself. Most residents preferred it that way. They greeted him with cautious smiles and quickly looked away. Children were often warned not to wander near his property. The stories changed depending on who was telling them. Some claimed the mark brought illness. Others believed it predicted disasters. A few insisted it had appeared the same year his parents vanished. Selim stopped trying to correct them long ago. On a cold autumn afternoon, he was returning from a delivery when he noticed a young boy chasing a loose dog near the old highway crossing. The child laughed as he ran, unaware that a delivery truck was approaching around a blind curve. Selim felt a sudden burning sensation spread across his neck. Instantly he froze. The mark beneath his skin pulsed with heat. It had happened before. Not often, but enough to terrify him. His heartbeat quickened. Images flashed through his mind. A frightened dog. A child stumbling. A truck stopping too late. Without thinking, Selim sprinted forward. He reached the boy seconds before he stepped into the road. Grabbing his shoulder, Selim guided him safely back onto the grass. The truck passed by moments later. The driver never even noticed how close the situation had been. Several townspeople standing nearby saw everything. Unfortunately, they also saw the mark glowing beneath Selim's skin. Fear spread through the crowd faster than gratitude. Mothers pulled children closer. Conversations stopped. A man quietly crossed himself. Selim released the boy and stepped back. He wanted to explain that he had only helped. He wanted to ask why saving someone always seemed to make people fear him more. Instead, he lowered his eyes and walked away. By sunset, rumors were already moving through Grey Hollow. Some claimed the mark had caused the incident. Others said Selim had somehow known it would happen. As darkness settled across the town, Selim sat alone on the porch of his cabin, staring at the distant lights below. Then a police siren echoed through the valley. One of the town council members had unexpectedly collapsed during an evening gathering. The entire town was stunned. But when witnesses remembered seeing Selim's glowing mark earlier that day, the whispers began again. And for the first time, someone new was listening. The next morning, Gray Hollow felt different. The usual sounds of delivery trucks and opening storefronts were still there, but conversations stopped whenever Selim Hart walked past. News of the council member's collapse had spread through town overnight, and somehow the story had already become connected to him. By breakfast, people were saying the mark on his neck had glowed only hours before it happened. By noon, some claimed he had known it was coming. Selim kept his head down and focused on work. Arguing never changed anything. The stories always grew larger than the truth. Near the center of town, however, someone was paying attention for a very different reason. Ronan Voss stood beside the front window of a quiet coffee shop overlooking Main Street. He had arrived in Gray Hollow the previous evening on business that had nothing to do with local rumors. Officially, he was investigating a string of unexplained disappearances that had occurred across several neighboring counties during the past year. Unofficially, he trusted his instincts more than official reports. Something about Gray Hollow had felt wrong from the moment he arrived. Across the room, the owner lowered his voice. "That is him," he said. "The one everyone talks about." Ronan glanced through the glass and saw a young man carrying lumber toward an old pickup truck. Nothing about him looked dangerous. If anything, he looked tired. "The one with the mark?" Ronan asked. The owner nodded. "Trouble follows him." Ronan continued watching. Over the years, he had learned that people often confused fear with facts. The young man outside did not move like someone hiding a secret crime. He moved like someone carrying the weight of everyone else's assumptions. Later that afternoon, Ronan visited the town archives located inside the municipal building. He requested records connected to unusual incidents over the past 20 years. The elderly clerk seemed surprised by the request but handed over several boxes. Most visitors never asked about local history. Ronan spent hours reviewing reports, newspaper clippings, and emergency records. Gradually, a pattern began to emerge. A barn fire, a bridge failure, a severe winter storm, a missing hiker. Each event occurred shortly after witnesses reported seeing Selim's mark glowing. The town had interpreted that as evidence against him. Ronan saw something else. Every report mentioned the glow before the event happened, not after. He leaned back in his chair and studied the dates again. The timing repeated too consistently to ignore. Late in the evening, he discovered a file with several pages missing. The removal was deliberate. Someone had carefully cut entire sections from the record. Only one sentence remained on the final page. The ink had faded with age, but it was still readable. Subject displayed pre-incident response pattern. Ronan stared at the line for several seconds. Pre-incident, not post-incident. Whoever wrote the report had noticed the same thing. The mark was appearing before disasters occurred. As he copied the note into his notebook, movement outside the archive window caught his attention. A figure stood across the street beneath a flickering street lamp. The person was watching the building. The moment Ronan looked up, the figure turned and disappeared into the darkness. For the first time since arriving in Gray Hollow, Ronan was certain of one thing. Someone did not want the truth uncovered. The following morning, Ronan Voss drove beyond the edge of Gray Hollow and followed a narrow gravel road that wound through dense pine forests and rolling hills. According to the town records, Selim Hart lived alone nearly 3 miles outside town limits. The isolation itself told a story. Most people chose neighbors. Selim had been left with distance. A cold wind swept across the valley as Ronan parked near a weathered cabin surrounded by stacked firewood and a small vegetable garden. Nothing about the property suggested danger. It looked like the home of someone who worked hard and expected little in return. Before Ronan could approach, movement near the tree line caught his attention. A deer burst from the woods and crossed the clearing at full speed. Moments later, a large branch crashed onto the exact spot where the animal had been standing. The sound echoed through the forest. Ronan turned instinctively toward the cabin. Selim was standing near the porch. His hand rested against the dark mark on his neck. Even from a distance, Ronan could see the faint glow beneath the skin slowly fading. Neither man spoke for several seconds. Finally, Ronan stepped forward. "You knew that branch was going to fall." Selim's expression immediately hardened. "You should leave." "That was not an answer. And that was not a question I owe you." Ronan almost smiled. For someone the entire town considered weak, Selim carried himself with surprising resolve. "I have spent 2 days reviewing records," Ronan said. "Every unusual event connected to your mark happened after it glowed." Selim looked away toward the forest. "That is what everyone says." "No." Ronan took another step forward. "They think the mark causes disasters. I think it warns you about them." Silence followed. The wind rustled through the trees overhead. For the first time, uncertainty appeared in Selim's eyes. "You are wrong," he said quietly. "Am I?" Selim lowered his gaze. "If it is a warning, then why does nobody ever listen?" The answer struck Ronan harder than he expected. Those were not the words of someone hiding a curse. They were the words of someone exhausted from carrying knowledge alone. Hours later, after Ronan returned to town, he continued searching through archived records. This time he focused on reports connected to Selim's parents. Official documents claimed they had died in an accident many years earlier. Yet the details were strangely incomplete. Witness statements were missing. Investigation reports had disappeared. Several pages had been removed entirely. Near closing time, the elderly clerk approached his desk carrying a dusty storage box. "Found this in the basement," she said. It was filed under a different category. Inside was a collection of forgotten documents. Most contained water damage and faded ink. One photograph immediately caught Ronan's attention. It showed a young couple standing beside scientific equipment. On the back, someone had written a single sentence. "The last recorded Sentinel family." Ronan stared at the words. Sentinel. He had never encountered the term before. Then he turned over another page and found a name. Selim Hart. The document had been created years before his birth. And someone had tried very hard to make sure it was never found. Chapter 2. The Hidden Bloodline. Ronan Voss left the archive carrying the weathered box beneath his arm. But the single word he had discovered remained fixed in his mind. Sentinel. The name appeared nowhere else in the public records of Grey Hollow. It was as if an entire history had been erased and replaced with silence. Back at his hotel, he spread the recovered documents across the desk and studied every page again. Most were incomplete. Dates were missing. Names had been blacked out. Entire paragraphs had been removed. Yet fragments remained. The photograph of Selim's parents stood out the most. They looked younger than Ronan expected, smiling beside equipment that appeared far too advanced for a small mountain town. On the back of another photograph, a faded note caught his attention. Observation Site for Sentinel Monitoring Program. Ronan frowned. Monitoring program implied organization. Organization implied records. Somewhere more information still existed. The next afternoon, he returned to the municipal building and requested access to old property maps. The clerk reluctantly pointed him toward a storage room that had not been used in years. Dust covered nearly every surface. Shelves leaned under the weight of forgotten files. Hours passed before Ronan found what he was looking for. Hidden beneath decades of survey records was a map of Grey Hollow dating back more than 20 years. One location had been marked by hand in red ink. The coordinates pointed toward a wooded ridge several miles north of town. The site no longer appeared on modern maps. That alone made it worth investigating. As evening approached, Ronan drove along an abandoned service road until the pavement ended. The remainder of the journey required a hike through dense forest. The air grew colder as he climbed higher into the hills. Eventually he reached a chain-link fence nearly swallowed by vines and undergrowth. Beyond it stood the remains of a facility. Time and weather had reduced most of the structures to crumbling foundations, but one building still remained partially intact. A metal door hung crooked on rusted hinges. Inside, the darkness smelled of dust and age. Ronan switched on a flashlight and moved carefully through the abandoned corridors. Most rooms were empty. Equipment had long since disappeared. Then he found a basement stairwell. The lower level had escaped much of the damage above. Filing cabinets lined the walls. Several had been forced open years ago. Others remained locked. One cabinet near the back contained dozens of folders stamped with the same symbol that appeared on Selim's photograph. Sentinel. Ronan opened the first file. The contents immediately changed everything. Sentinel was not a family name. It was the designation for a rare hereditary trait. Individuals carrying the trait displayed heightened awareness of approaching danger. Reports described unusual predictive responses occurring before accidents, natural disasters, and other emergencies. Scientists had spent years studying the phenomenon. None of the documents described it as a curse. Quite the opposite. Every report classified the ability as protective. Ronan continued reading until another page stopped him cold. Population status. Critically endangered. Remaining confirmed bloodlines. 1. The final entry listed a familiar name. Hart. Selim was not simply connected to the Sentinel records. He was the last known descendant. As Ronan stared at the file, a faint sound echoed somewhere above him. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Someone else had entered the building. A sharp creak echoed from the floor above. Ronan immediately closed the file and switched off his flashlight. The basement fell into darkness. For several seconds, he remained perfectly still, listening. Another footstep followed. Then another. Whoever had entered the abandoned facility was moving carefully, as though they already knew the building's layout. Ronan slipped the Sentinel file into his jacket and quietly moved toward the stairwell. Moonlight filtered through broken windows upstairs, casting pale shadows across the corridor. From his position near the stairs, he finally saw movement. A figure dressed in a dark coat crossed the far end of the hallway. The stranger stopped outside a room, glanced around, then disappeared through a doorway. Ronan waited a moment before following. By the time he reached the room, it was empty. The only sign anyone had been there was a recently opened cabinet. Several folders lay scattered across the floor. Someone had been searching for records. More importantly, someone knew those records existed. Ronan collected the nearest folder and examined its contents. Unlike the Sentinel files, these documents focused on population tracking. Certain individuals had been monitored for years. Birth records, family histories, geographic movements. The final page contained a phrase that immediately drew his attention. Acquisition priority candidates. Beneath it appeared several names. Most had been crossed out. One remained active. Selim Hart. A cold feeling settled in Ronan's chest. Until now, he had assumed the town feared Selim because of old superstition and misunderstanding. The file suggested something entirely different. Someone had been tracking him, watching him, waiting. The following morning, Ronan drove straight to Selim's cabin. He found the younger man repairing a section of fencing damaged by recent weather. Selim glanced up as the vehicle approached and immediately looked annoyed. "You again. We have a problem," Ronan said. "That assumes we have a we." Selim returned to his work. Ronan stepped closer. "Someone has been collecting information about you for years." The hammer stopped moving. "What are you talking about?" "Your family. Your mark. The Sentinel records. None of it was forgotten. It was hidden." Selim stared at him for several seconds before looking away. Why would anyone care? Ronan removed a copy of the document and handed it over. Selim scanned the page. The color drained from his face. He read his own name twice before lowering the paper. "This is not possible. I found it last night." "Then someone wanted you to find it." That response caught Ronan off guard. For the first time, Selim sounded less surprised than worried. As if he already understood something Ronan did not. Before either could speak again, a sudden burning sensation flashed across Selim's neck. He winced and grabbed the mark beneath his jaw. The dark symbol glowed brighter than Ronan had ever seen before. Not a faint pulse. Not a flicker. A warning. Selim's eyes widened as he looked toward the distant tree line beyond the property. "Someone is coming," he whispered. And this time, fear was written plainly across his face. For several seconds, neither man moved. Selim stood frozen near the fence, one hand pressed against the glowing mark on his neck. The light beneath his skin pulsed steadily, brighter than ever before. Ronan followed his gaze toward the distant tree line, but at first he saw nothing. Only endless rows of pines swaying in the wind. Then a vehicle emerged from the forest road. A dark sport utility vehicle rolled slowly toward the property and stopped near the entrance gate. A second vehicle appeared behind it. Selim's expression tightened. "They found me." "Who are they?" Ronan asked. "I do not know their names." His voice was quiet. "But I have seen them before." The doors opened. 3 men stepped out. None wore uniforms. None displayed identification. Yet there was something deliberate about the way they moved. They were not visitors. They were there with a purpose. One of them approached the gate carrying a folder. "Selim Hart?" the man called. "We would like to speak with you." Ronan immediately stepped forward. "About what?" The stranger glanced briefly toward him. "Private business." "Then you can explain it here." The man's expression remained polite, but his eyes hardened. "Our organization has monitored unusual hereditary traits for many years. We believe Mr. Hart may qualify for a special research program." Selim let out a bitter laugh. Research. The word sounded familiar to him in all the wrong ways. The man opened the folder. "We can offer protection, financial support, medical resources." "And if he says no?" Ronan asked. A brief silence followed. "We hope he will cooperate voluntarily." The answer revealed everything. Ronan had spent enough years dealing with powerful organizations to recognize a carefully disguised threat. Eventually the visitors left, but not before handing over a business card containing only a phone number and an emblem shaped like a silver circle. The moment the vehicles disappeared down the road, Selim dropped into a nearby chair. The glow beneath his skin finally began to fade. "You knew them," Ronan said. "Not personally." Selim stared at the card. "But when I was younger, people used to ask questions. Teachers, doctors, strangers who appeared for a few weeks and then disappeared. They always seemed interested in the mark." That evening, Ronan returned to his hotel carrying everything he had gathered so far. The Sentinel files, the monitoring records, the photograph of Selim's parents. Hours passed as he compared dates and names. Then one detail finally connected. A signature appearing repeatedly throughout the older reports. The same surname appeared in several modern organizational records connected to the visitors. Ronan felt his stomach tighten. He opened another folder and searched for a second name. This time he found it immediately. The truth hit him harder than expected. His own father had signed multiple Sentinel documents more than 20 years earlier. The man Ronan had respected throughout his childhood had not simply known about the Sentinel bloodlines. He had helped oversee the program that tracked them. And according to the final report, the program had ended shortly before Selim's parents disappeared. Chapter 3. The Last Prophecy. Ronan barely slept that night. The files remained spread across the desk while rain tapped softly against the hotel window. Every document seemed to point toward the same conclusion. The Sentinel program had not ended because the research failed. It had ended because someone wanted the truth buried. More disturbing was his father's connection to it. The signatures were undeniable. For years, Ronan had believed his father worked in public policy and historical preservation projects. Now those records painted a very different picture. Shortly after sunrise, he drove back to Selim's cabin. The younger man was already awake, sitting on the porch with a mug of coffee untouched beside him. He looked exhausted. "You found something," Selim said before Ronan even stepped out of the vehicle. Ronan nodded. "I did." For several moments he considered hiding the truth. Then he remembered how many secrets had already damaged Selim's life. "My father was involved in the Sentinel program." The words hung heavily between them. Surprisingly, Selim did not look angry. He looked tired. That does not surprise me anymore. Ronan frowned. It should. Maybe. Selim stared toward the distant hills. But after years of learning that everyone knew something except me, very little surprises me. The honesty in his voice left no room for argument. Later that afternoon, they drove into town to visit the old church records office. Ronan hoped to find information connecting the Sentinel files to Grey Hollow's early history. Instead, they discovered something unexpected. Hidden among property transfers and historical census records was a sealed envelope addressed to the Hart family. The letter had never been delivered. The date was more than 20 years old. Carefully, Selim opened it. The message inside had been written by his mother. His hands trembled as he read. If you are reading this, it means we failed to protect the truth. Remember this above all else. The mark is not a burden. It exists to save lives. Never let anyone convince you otherwise. Selim read the final sentence twice. Then he quietly folded the letter and slipped it back into the envelope. For the first time since Ronan met him, some of the fear seemed to leave his expression. Not all of it, but enough. That evening, as they returned to the cabin, the mark suddenly flared again. Far brighter than before. Selim froze beside the truck. The glow spread beneath his skin like dark silver light. Images rushed through his mind. Not fragmented impressions. Not vague feelings. Clear scenes. Streets crowded with people. Buildings. Smoke rising in the distance. Then panic. Hundreds of frightened faces moving through downtown Grey Hollow. The vision vanished as quickly as it appeared. Selim staggered backward. Ronan caught his arm before he lost balance. "What did you see?" Ronan asked. Selim looked toward the town below. His face had gone pale. "Something is coming." His voice barely rose above a whisper. "And if I am right, it will affect everyone in Grey Hollow." The vision stayed with Selim long after the glow faded from his neck. Throughout the night he could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the same images. Crowded streets. Fear. Confusion. A disaster unfolding somewhere in Grey Hollow. By dawn, he had reached a decision. Whether the town hated him or not, he could not ignore what he had seen. Ronan listened carefully as Selim described every detail he could remember. Unlike previous warnings, this one felt different. Larger. More urgent. "Can you tell where it happens?" Ronan asked. Selim shook his head. "Only that it is close to the center of town." They spent the morning reviewing maps and local infrastructure reports. Eventually a pattern emerged. Several aging utility systems ran beneath Grey Hollow's historic district. If one major failure triggered another, large sections of downtown could be affected. The possibility was concerning enough that Ronan contacted several people he trusted outside the area. By afternoon, additional information began arriving. Inspection reports, maintenance records, engineering assessments. None of them predicted immediate danger, yet several identified long-term weaknesses that had never been fully repaired. The problem was convincing anyone to act. When Ronan approached town officials, most dismissed the concerns. Some still viewed Selim as the source of problems rather than the warning sign. Others simply refused to believe that an undocumented vision deserved attention. As the day continued, frustration mounted. Then something unexpected happened. The council member who had collapsed days earlier requested a private meeting. He had recovered and wanted to speak directly with Selim. Inside a small office overlooking the town square, the older man listened without interruption. When the explanation ended, he remained silent for several moments. Finally, he opened a drawer and removed a faded photograph. It showed several community leaders standing together decades earlier. One face immediately caught Ronan's attention. It was his father. "There are things this town never talked about," the council member admitted. "Years ago, people were told that the Sentinel bloodlines represented a threat. Many believed it, others questioned it, but nobody challenged the official story." He looked directly at Selim. "I think we were wrong." Those words carried more weight than any apology. For the first time, Someone from Gray Hollow's leadership openly acknowledged the possibility that the town had misunderstood him for years. Yet even as that realization settled over the room, Selim's mark suddenly pulsed again. A sharp flash of silver-black light crossed his skin. The vision returned immediately. This time it revealed one additional detail. A clock tower. The historic clock tower standing above Gray Hollow's town square. Selim inhaled sharply. I know where it starts now. And judging by the fear in his voice, there was very little time left. Selim did not waste another second. The moment the vision faded, he and Ronan left the office and headed straight for the town square. The historic clock tower stood above Gray Hollow exactly as it had appeared in the warning. At first glance, everything seemed normal. Families walked along the sidewalks. Store owners prepared to close for the evening. Children laughed near the fountain. Yet the mark on Selim's neck continued to glow. The closer he moved toward the tower, the brighter it became. Ronan immediately contacted local authorities and shared the engineering reports he had gathered. This time, the council members supported him. Emergency crews arrived and began inspecting the area around the tower and the utility systems beneath it. Minutes later, one of the inspectors discovered a serious structural failure hidden inside an aging underground support chamber. Years of neglect had weakened critical infrastructure beneath the square. If left unnoticed, the damage could have triggered a chain reaction affecting nearby buildings and utility lines. The area was quickly cleared while repair teams moved into position. As residents were guided safely away, many looked toward Selim with confusion. Others stared with disbelief. For years they had blamed him whenever something went wrong. Now they were watching the same mark they feared help prevent a disaster. By nightfall, the danger had been contained. The clock tower remained standing. The surrounding businesses remained safe. Most importantly, no one was harmed. The following week, Gray Hollow felt like a different town. Rumors did not disappear overnight, but something had changed. People no longer crossed the street to avoid Selim. Some even stopped to thank him. The council formally released historical records connected to the Sentinel bloodline, revealing decades of misinformation and secrecy. The truth spread quickly. The mark had never been a curse. It had always been a warning. Several months later, a memorial gathering was held in the town square. Among the guests were community leaders, local families, and residents who once feared the Hart name. A plaque was unveiled honoring the Sentinel bloodline and its role in protecting others. As the crowd dispersed, Selim stood quietly beside the fountain. Ronan joined him, hands in his coat pockets. You know, Ronan said, looking around the square, for someone who spent years being treated like an outcast, you have become surprisingly popular. Selim laughed softly. I am still getting used to that. The mark on his neck remained visible, but it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like part of who he was. As evening settled over Gray Hollow, the town clock rang across the valley. For the first time in his life, Selim did not feel alone. The secret everyone feared had become the truth that finally set him free. Welcome to BL Story Tender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The Child Who Called Him Mama. The first time Noah Carter saw the child, he did not expect anything to change, because by then, his life had already been reduced to a quiet, controlled routine inside a glass tower that did not feel like a home but a carefully designed cage. He had signed the contract 3 days earlier, his name written in steady ink despite the storm in his chest, and ever since that moment, everything around him had become polished, silent, and cold. Ethan Blackwood, the powerful chief executive officer who now owned every hour of his day, had made his intentions clear without ever raising his voice. This was not kindness. This was not opportunity. This was revenge. Noah understood that much. He just did not understand why. The penthouse stretched high above the city, overlooking miles of skyline and distant highways that shimmered like silver threads under the late afternoon sun. Everything inside was precise. The furniture was arranged with perfect symmetry. The air carried a faint scent of cedar and steel, and even the silence felt intentional. Noah stood near the wide windows, arms folded lightly across his chest, trying to make sense of the weight pressing down on him. He had told himself he could endure this. He had told himself this was only temporary. But something about the stillness made it harder to breathe. A quiet sound broke through his thoughts. Soft footsteps, uneven and hesitant, echoed from the hallway behind him. Noah turned slowly, expecting a staff member or perhaps one of the assistants who moved through the apartment like shadows. Instead, he saw a small boy standing at the edge of the room. The child could not have been older than 6 years. His dark hair fell gently across his forehead, and his eyes, a striking shade of gray, were fixed on Noah with an intensity that felt far too heavy for someone so young. There was no greeting, no hesitation, just silence thick and watchful. Noah lowered his arms, instinctively softening his posture. He had not been told much about Ethan's personal life, only fragments passed in passing conversations, but it did not take long to understand who the child must be. Lucas Blackwood. The boy who rarely spoke. The boy who avoided everyone. The boy who, according to the staff, had not formed any real attachment since his mother had disappeared from his life years ago. Noah took a slow step forward, careful not to startle him. "Hey," he said gently, his voice quiet enough to match the calm of the room. Lucas did not answer. He did not move, but his eyes followed Noah with an almost searching curiosity, as if trying to recognize something he could not quite name. The distance between them felt charged, like a moment balanced on the edge of something unseen. Then, without warning, the child walked forward. His small steps were steady, deliberate, until he stopped just inches away from Noah. For a brief second, neither of them moved. Noah could feel his own heartbeat, slow but heavy, echoing in his chest. Lucas lifted his hand. It was a simple motion, almost uncertain, as his fingers brushed lightly against Noah's sleeve. The contact was barely there, but it sent a strange, unfamiliar warmth through Noah's body, something that felt both distant and deeply personal at the same time. And then it happened. Lucas looked up at him, his gray eyes clear and unguarded, and in a soft, almost fragile voice, he spoke a single word. "Mama." The world seemed to stop. Noah froze, his breath caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. For a moment, he thought he had misheard it, that his mind was trying to fill in a silence that did not belong to him. But Lucas did not take it back. He did not look confused. Instead, he stepped closer, his small hand tightening gently around Noah's sleeve, as if afraid that if he let go, something important would disappear. From the doorway, unseen by Noah, Ethan Blackwood stood perfectly still. His expression, usually unreadable, had shifted into something sharper, something far more dangerous than anger. Because in that single word, everything he thought he understood had just begun to unravel. Noah could not move. The word still echoed in his ears, soft but unmistakable, as if it had been placed there with intention rather than spoken by a child who barely talked. Lucas did not repeat it, but he did not pull away either. His small hand remained wrapped around Noah's sleeve, his grip gentle yet firm in a way that felt almost instinctive. Noah slowly lowered himself to one knee, bringing himself to the child's level, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just happened. "Hey, I think you've got the wrong person," he said carefully, keeping his tone calm, not wanting to frighten him. Lucas tilted his head slightly, studying Noah's face as if searching for something deeper than words. There was no confusion in his expression, only quiet certainty. That was what made Noah uneasy. He glanced toward the doorway, sensing a shift in the air before he even saw him. Ethan Blackwood stepped into the room, his presence immediate and commanding without the need for a single word. His dark gaze moved from Lucas to Noah, sharp and unreadable. But there was something beneath it now, something colder than before. "Lucas," Ethan said, his voice low and controlled. "Come here." The child did not move. It was a small act, almost invisible, but it carried weight. Noah felt it immediately. The hesitation. The choice. Lucas's fingers tightened slightly around Noah's sleeve, as if the simple command had created distance instead of obedience. Ethan's expression did not change, but the silence that followed grew heavier. "He doesn't usually respond like this," Noah said quietly, unsure why he felt the need to explain something that was not his responsibility. Ethan's gaze shifted fully onto him now, steady and intense. "He doesn't," Ethan replied. The words were simple, but the meaning behind them was not. Noah looked back at Lucas, unsure what to do. There was something fragile in the moment, something that felt like it could break if handled the wrong way. "Lucas," Noah said softly, "it's okay. You should go with your dad." The words slipped out naturally, and for a second, Lucas's expression flickered. Not confusion, not rejection, something else. Something that made Noah's chest tighten unexpectedly. Slowly, the child loosened his grip, but instead of stepping away immediately, he hesitated, his fingers brushing against Noah's hand one last time before he turned and walked toward Ethan. Ethan placed a hand lightly on Lucas's shoulder, guiding him out of the room, but his eyes never left Noah. There was a question there now, not spoken but impossible to ignore. When the door closed, the silence returned, but it no longer felt empty. Noah exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair as he tried to steady himself. That was strange. Too strange. He stood and walked back toward the window, staring out at the city lights beginning to flicker on as evening settled in. He told himself it was nothing. Children made mistakes. They said things without meaning. But the way Lucas had looked at him, that had not felt like a mistake. Behind him, the door opened again. Noah turned, expecting one of the staff, but it was Ethan. Alone this time, the atmosphere shifted immediately, sharper, more focused. Ethan walked into the room with measured steps, stopping a few feet away. "What did you say to him?" Ethan asked. There was no accusation in his tone, but there was no warmth either. Noah frowned slightly. "Nothing. I didn't even know he was there until he walked in." Ethan studied him as if weighing every word. "Lucas doesn't approach people," he said. "He doesn't speak to them. Not like that." Noah crossed his arms lightly, more out of instinct than defense. "Then maybe he just decided to," he replied. "Kids change." Ethan's gaze sharpened. "Not him." The certainty in his voice left no room for argument. Noah held his ground, even as something uneasy settled in his chest. "Then I don't know what you want me to say," he said. "I didn't do anything." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The space between them felt charged, filled with something neither of them could fully explain. Ethan took one step closer, his voice lowering slightly. "That word he used," he said. "Has anyone ever called you that before?" Noah's breath caught, just for a second. A flicker of something passed through his mind, too fast to grasp, like a memory trying to surface but slipping away before it could take shape. He shook his head. "No," he answered, more quickly than he intended. Ethan watched him for another moment, then nodded once, as if filing the answer away for later. "Stay here tonight," he said. "I don't want Lucas unsettled again." It sounded like a command, but there was something else beneath it now, something that had shifted. As Ethan turned to leave, Noah felt it clearly for the first time. This was no longer just about revenge. Something had changed, and whatever it was, it had started the moment a child looked at him and said a word that should not have meant anything at all. The night stretched longer than Noah expected. He had been given a room on the same floor as Lucas, a quiet space with soft lighting and large windows that overlooked the city, but sleep did not come easily. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard it again. "Mama." The word echoed in a way that felt too deliberate to ignore, too personal to dismiss as a simple mistake. He turned onto his side, staring at the faint glow of the skyline beyond the glass, trying to steady his thoughts. This was supposed to be simple. Stay for the duration of the contract. Endure whatever Ethan Blackwood had planned. Leave when it was over. But nothing about this felt simple anymore. A soft knock interrupted the silence. Before Noah could respond, the door opened slightly, and one of the house staff stepped inside. "Mr. Carter," she said gently, "Lucas is asking for you." Noah sat up immediately, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Asking?" he repeated. The woman nodded. "He won't go to sleep." Noah hesitated. He was not sure what role he was supposed to play here, or why the child had chosen him of all people, but something in her tone made it clear this was not a usual situation. He pushed the covers aside and stood, pulling on a light sweater before following her down the quiet hallway. The lights were dimmed, casting long shadows across the polished floors. When they reached Lucas's room, the door was already slightly open. Noah stepped inside slowly. The room was different from the rest of the penthouse. Softer, warmer. There were books neatly stacked along one wall, a few scattered toys near the bed, and a small lamp casting a gentle glow across the space. Lucas sat upright against the headboard, wide awake, his gray eyes fixed on the doorway as if he had been waiting. When he saw Noah, something shifted in his expression. Not a smile, but something close to relief. Noah moved closer, careful with each step. "Hey," he said quietly, keeping his voice low. "You're not asleep yet?" Lucas shook his head. He did not speak, but his gaze followed Noah as he approached the bed. There was no fear, no hesitation, just that same quiet certainty. Noah sat on the edge of the bed, unsure of what he was supposed to do. He had never been particularly good with children, never spent enough time around them to understand the small signals they gave, but this felt different. It did not feel like he was being tested. Felt like he was being recognized. "Do you want me to stay for a bit?" Noah asked. Lucas did not answer with words. Instead, he shifted slightly, making space beside him. It was a simple gesture, but it carried meaning. Noah hesitated for only a moment before leaning back against the headboard, keeping a respectful distance. The silence settled again, but it was no longer uncomfortable. Lucas slowly lay down, his small frame relaxing in a way that had not been there before. After a few seconds, he reached out, his fingers brushing lightly against Noah's hand, as if confirming that he was still there. Noah felt it again, that strange warmth, that quiet pull he could not explain. He stayed still, letting the moment pass without questioning it. Minutes slipped by. Lucas's breathing softened, becoming slow and even. He had fallen asleep. Noah let out a quiet breath, careful not to disturb him. He should leave. That would be the normal thing to do. But something held him there, something unfamiliar and steady. The door opened quietly behind him. Noah turned his head slightly and saw Ethan standing in the doorway, watching the scene in silence. His expression was different now. Not just controlled, but focused in a way that suggested he was seeing something he had not expected. "He hasn't done that in a long time," Ethan said softly. Noah looked back at Lucas, then at Ethan. "He just needed someone," Noah replied. Ethan stepped into the room, his gaze lingering on the child before shifting back to Noah. "No," he said quietly. "He needed you." The words settled heavily in the air. Noah frowned slightly. "You don't know that," he said. Ethan did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked closer, stopping at the foot of the bed. His eyes moved between Noah and Lucas, calculating, searching for something beneath the surface. "I know my son," Ethan said finally, "and I know when something doesn't make sense." Noah felt a flicker of unease, but he held his ground. "Then maybe this is something new," he said. Ethan studied him for a long moment, then nodded once, though it did not feel like agreement. Felt like a decision. "You'll stay," Ethan said. "At least for now." Noah's chest tightened slightly. The words sounded simple, but the tone behind them was not. This was no longer just about a contract. It was becoming something else. Something neither of them fully understood yet. And as Noah looked down at the sleeping child beside him, he realized something that unsettled him even more. A part of him did not want to leave. Chapter 2. The Word That Should Not Exist. Morning came too quietly. Noah woke before the sun had fully risen, his body stiff from staying in the same position for too long. For a moment, he did not remember where he was. Then he felt it, a small hand still loosely holding onto his sleeve. He looked down. Lucas was still asleep beside him, his breathing soft and steady, his expression calm in a way Noah had not seen the night before. Something about it felt right. That was what unsettled him the most. Noah carefully shifted, trying not to wake the child, but the movement was enough. Lucas stirred, his fingers tightening instinctively before his eyes slowly opened. For a brief second, there was confusion. Then recognition settled in, clear and immediate. He did not pull away. He did not question it. He simply stayed where he was. "Morning," Noah said quietly, unsure why his voice softened so naturally. Lucas blinked once, then pushed himself up slightly, still close, still watching. There was something different about him now, not just calmer, anchored. Noah stood slowly, giving him space. "You should get ready," he said gently. "Breakfast is probably waiting." Lucas did not answer, but he followed. That alone was enough to draw attention. By the time they entered the dining area, the staff had already noticed. Subtle glances were exchanged. Quiet whispers passed between them. Noah could feel it even if no one said anything directly. This was not normal. Ethan was already seated at the table, his posture composed, his expression unreadable. But the moment his gaze landed on Lucas walking in beside Noah, something shifted. Not visibly, but enough. Lucas did not hesitate. He moved toward Noah instead of taking his usual seat. It was a small choice, but it carried weight. Noah paused, uncertain, before sitting down. Lucas took the seat next to him without being told. Silence settled over the table. Not empty, watching. Ethan's fingers rested lightly against the edge of his coffee cup, his gaze steady as he observed the interaction. "Sit," he said, his tone calm but firm. Lucas did not move. Noah glanced at Ethan, then back at the child. "It's okay," Noah said softly. "You can sit." Lucas's eyes shifted between them, as if measuring something unseen, before he slowly followed the instruction. But he stayed close, closer than expected. Breakfast was served, but Lucas barely touched his food. Instead, he kept glancing at Noah, as if confirming he was still there. Each time Noah moved, even slightly, Lucas's attention followed. It was subtle, but impossible to ignore. Ethan noticed everything. "He's never done that before," Ethan said after a moment, his voice quiet but deliberate. Noah looked up. "Done what?" Ethan's gaze flickered briefly toward Lucas before returning to Noah. "Chosen someone." The words hung in the air, heavier than they should have been. Noah frowned slightly. "He's just a kid," he said. "Maybe he just feels comfortable." Ethan studied him carefully. "No," he said again, the certainty in his voice sharper now. "It's not that simple." Noah felt a small shift in his chest. Not fear, not yet, but something close. "Then what is it?" he asked. Ethan did not answer immediately. Instead, he leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving Noah's face. "That's what I intend to find out," he said. Lucas moved then, quietly, his small hand reaching for Noah's sleeve again, holding onto it with the same quiet insistence as before. Noah glanced down, then back up at Ethan. And in that moment, something passed between them. Not agreement, not trust, but recognition. This was no longer just coincidence. Something was connecting them, something neither of them had planned. And whatever it was, it had already begun to change everything. The rest of the morning unfolded in a way Noah could not quite explain, as if the world around him had quietly shifted into a pattern he did not understand but could no longer ignore. Lucas stayed close. Not in a way that demanded attention, not in a way that caused disruption, but with a quiet persistence that followed Noah from one room to another like a shadow that had chosen its place. Even when the staff attempted to guide the child back to his usual routine, Lucas resisted in small, subtle ways. A pause, a glance, a refusal to move unless Noah moved first. It was not defiance. It was something else, something deeper. Noah tried to keep things normal. He walked through the penthouse with measured steps, responding politely to the staff, pretending that nothing unusual was happening. But every time he turned, Lucas was there, watching, waiting, staying within reach. By midday, the tension in the air had become impossible to ignore. Ethan had not left. He had canceled meetings, postponed calls, and remained inside the penthouse with a focus that felt deliberate, observant, calculating. Noah noticed it in the way Ethan stood near doorways without entering, in the way his gaze lingered just a second too long whenever Lucas reached for Noah again. It was not suspicion. It was something sharper than that. They gathered in the living area later, a quiet space filled with natural light and minimal decoration. Noah sat on the edge of one of the sofas, trying to create distance, trying to reestablish some sense of normalcy. But Lucas closed that distance almost immediately, climbing up beside him without hesitation. Noah exhaled softly. "Lucas," he said, keeping his tone gentle. "You don't have to stay right next to me all the time." Lucas looked at him, his gray eyes steady and unreadable, as if the suggestion itself did not make sense. He did not argue. He simply stayed. Noah rubbed his hand lightly against his arm, trying to ease the strange tension building in his chest. This was getting harder to explain. "Do you want to play something?" Noah asked after a moment, glancing toward the small stack of toys nearby. Lucas followed his gaze, then looked back at him. There was a pause, a decision. Then slowly he shook his head. No interest, only Noah. That was when it happened again. Lucas shifted slightly closer, his small fingers curling gently into Noah's sleeve as if anchoring himself, and without hesitation, without doubt, he spoke. "Mama." The word was clearer this time, stronger, not a mistake, not an accident. Noah felt his entire body go still. The room seemed to tighten around him, the air growing heavier as the sound settled into something real and undeniable. He looked down at Lucas, searching for confusion, for uncertainty, for any sign that this was still something that could be explained away. But there was none. Lucas's expression remained calm, certain, as if he had simply said something that had always been true. Across the room, Ethan did not move, but his presence changed. It sharpened. His gaze locked onto Noah with an intensity that made it impossible to look away for long. "Say that again," Ethan said quietly. Lucas turned his head slightly, his attention shifting toward his father for only a moment before returning to Noah. There was no hesitation. "Mama." This time the word landed harder. There was no mistaking it, no room for doubt. Silence followed, heavy and absolute. Noah swallowed, his thoughts racing in every direction at once. "I think he's just confused," Noah said, though the words felt weak even as he spoke them. Ethan did not respond immediately. He walked forward slowly, stopping just a few feet away, his eyes moving between Noah and Lucas, as if trying to piece together something that refused to stay hidden. "Lucas doesn't confuse people," Ethan said finally. His voice was calm, but there was something beneath it now, something dangerous. Noah shook his head slightly. "He's a kid. It happens. But even as he said it, that same flicker returned. That brief, ungraspable memory pressing at the edges of his mind. A room. A voice. A moment he could not fully see. He pushed it away. He had to. Ethan watched him closely, as if he had noticed that hesitation. As if he had seen something Noah himself could not yet understand. "We're going to run some tests," Ethan said, his tone shifting into something final. "I want answers." Noah's chest tightened. "Tests?" he repeated. Ethan did not look away. "I don't deal with coincidences," he said. Lucas's grip on Noah's sleeve tightened slightly, as if reacting to something unseen. And for the first time, Noah felt it clearly. This was no longer just strange. This was becoming something he might not be able to walk away from at all. Noah did not sleep that night. The words still echoed in his mind. Louder now, clearer, impossible to dismiss. He stood by the window long after the city lights had dimmed, his reflection faint against the glass, trying to steady the unease building inside him. Tests. Ethan's voice had not sounded like a suggestion. It had sounded like a decision already made. Behind him, the room remained quiet, but the silence no longer felt empty. Felt like something waiting. The next morning came with a strange sense of inevitability. Noah found himself seated in a private office inside the penthouse, a space more clinical than the rest of the home, as if it had been designed for control rather than comfort. A medical professional stood nearby, calm and efficient, preparing simple equipment. Nothing invasive, nothing alarming, but the meaning behind it made Noah's chest tighten anyway. Ethan stood across the room, arms crossed, his posture still, his attention fixed entirely on Noah. "It's just routine," Ethan said, his tone measured. "A simple comparison. Nothing more." Noah let out a slow breath. "You don't run tests on people for no reason," he replied. Ethan's expression did not change. "I run tests when something doesn't add up." Noah looked away for a moment, his mind racing. This was supposed to be impossible. There was no reason for this. No explanation that made sense. And yet, a small part of him, buried beneath logic and resistance, felt something else. Something unsettled. "Fine," Noah said quietly. "Do what you need to do." The process itself was quick. A simple sample. A quiet exchange of instructions. No tension in the room except the kind that came from waiting for something that could not be undone. When it was finished, the medical professional nodded politely and stepped away, leaving the two of them alone again. "Results will take some time," Ethan said. Noah gave a small nod, though his thoughts were already elsewhere. He needed air. He stepped out of the office and moved down the hallway, his pace steady but unfocused, until he reached the open space near Lucas's room. He paused there, his hand resting lightly against the wall. Something felt off. Not just today. Not just yesterday. Something deeper. A flicker of memory brushed against his mind. Faint. Incomplete. A dimly lit room. The scent of something familiar, warm but overwhelming. A voice, low and distant, saying something he could not quite hear. Noah closed his eyes briefly, trying to hold on to it, but it slipped away before it could take shape. He opened his eyes again, breathing a little faster than before. "What was that?" he murmured under his breath. The door behind him opened softly. Noah turned. Lucas stood there watching him. No hesitation, no confusion, just that same quiet certainty. The child walked forward slowly, stopping just in front of him, his small hand reaching out once more. This time, Noah did not pull back. Lucas's fingers wrapped gently around his hand, and for a brief moment, everything else faded. The tension, the questions, the uncertainty, all of it quieted. "Mama," Lucas said again, softer this time, but no less certain. Noah felt something shift inside him. Not fear, not confusion, something deeper, something that felt like recognition trying to surface through layers he could not yet break through. He looked down at the child, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why do you keep calling me that?" Lucas did not answer. He simply held on. And for the first time, Noah did not try to correct him. Somewhere behind them, Ethan watched in silence. And this time, there was no doubt left in his eyes. Whatever this was, it was real. And he was getting closer to the truth. Chapter 3. The Truth That Cannot Be Denied. The wait did not last as long as Noah expected. By the following afternoon, the atmosphere inside the penthouse had shifted again. Quieter but heavier, as if something unseen had already arrived before anyone spoke it out loud. Noah stood near the window, arms crossed loosely, trying to focus on the city below, but his thoughts refused to settle. Every sound felt sharper. Every second stretched longer. He did not hear Ethan approach, but he felt it. That same controlled presence, now carrying something different. Final. "The results are back," Ethan said. Noah turned slowly. There was no hesitation in Ethan's voice this time. No room for uncertainty. Just fact. Noah's chest tightened, though he did not fully understand why. "And?" he asked, keeping his tone steady. Ethan held his gaze for a moment, as if measuring how much to say, or how much Noah could handle. Then he spoke. "There is a direct match," he said. The words landed quietly, but they carried weight that could not be ignored. Noah blinked once, his expression still, almost too still. "A match for what?" he asked, though something deep inside him already knew. Ethan did not look away. "Lucas is your child." Silence followed. Complete. Heavy. Unavoidable. Noah felt the world tilt slightly, not enough to lose balance, but enough to make everything feel unreal. "That's not possible," he said immediately, the words coming faster than his thoughts could catch them. "There's no way." Ethan stepped closer, closing the distance just enough to make it impossible to dismiss him. "I don't deal in possibilities," he said. "I deal in facts." Noah shook his head, his mind racing, trying to find something, anything that made sense. "I would remember something like that," he said. "I would know." But even as he said it, that same flicker returned. Stronger this time, a blurred memory pushing forward. A night he could not fully see, a feeling he could not place. He pressed his fingers lightly against his temple, as if that would help him hold onto it. "You don't remember," Ethan said quietly. It was not a question. It was an observation. Noah looked up sharply. "Remember what?" Ethan's gaze darkened slightly, not with anger, but with something far more controlled. 5 years ago," he said, his voice low. "A private event. My company hosted it. You were there." Noah's breath caught. A fragment of something shifted into place. Not clear, not complete, but closer. "I worked events back then," Noah admitted slowly. "I don't remember every face." Ethan's eyes did not leave his. "You don't need to remember every face," he said. "Just one night." The room felt smaller, the air heavier. Noah's thoughts moved faster now, trying to connect pieces that refused to stay still. "Even if that's true," Noah said, his voice quieter now, less certain, "that doesn't explain this." Ethan stepped even closer, his voice dropping just enough to make every word feel deliberate. "It explains everything." Before Noah could respond, a small voice broke through the tension. "Mama!" They both turned. Lucas stood in the doorway, watching them, his gray eyes calm, certain, as if nothing had changed at all. As if this truth had always been there, waiting for the rest of them to catch up. Noah felt something inside him shift again, deeper this time, more undeniable. He looked at the child, then back at Ethan. And for the first time, he could not say it was impossible anymore, because now it was real. The truth did not settle gently. It pressed in from every direction, filling the space between them with something heavier than either of them had prepared for. Noah stood where he was, unable to move, his thoughts caught between denial and something far more dangerous: acceptance. Across from him, Ethan did not look surprised anymore. Whatever uncertainty had existed before was gone, replaced by a calm that felt absolute, controlled, certain. "You should sit down," Ethan said, his voice steady, but Noah did not move. His eyes drifted back to Lucas, who was still standing in the doorway, small and quiet, as if none of this tension belonged to him. As if he had simply been waiting for everyone else to understand what he already knew. Noah swallowed slowly, forcing his thoughts into something coherent. "This doesn't change anything," he said, though the words felt thin even to him. Ethan's gaze sharpened slightly. "It changes everything," he replied. Noah shook his head. "No, I didn't know. I wasn't there. I didn't choose this." His voice remained calm, but there was strain beneath it now, a line he was trying to hold. Ethan stepped closer, closing the space between them with deliberate precision. "You don't need to have chosen it," he said quietly. "It still belongs to you." The words landed deeper than Noah expected. He looked away for a moment, his chest tightening as the weight of it pressed down on him. This was not just about a child. This was about everything that came with it. Responsibility, connection, a past he could not fully remember but could no longer deny. "I can't just stay here," Noah said after a moment, his voice lower now. "I have a life outside of this. I have things I need to go back to." Ethan did not respond immediately. Instead, he watched him, his expression unreadable, but his presence unmistakably firm. "No," Ethan said finally. The single word was quiet, but it carried more weight than anything else he had said so far. Noah looked back at him, a flicker of frustration breaking through. "You don't get to decide that," he said. Ethan's gaze did not waver. "I already have." The room fell silent again, but this time it felt different. Not uncertain, defined. Noah felt it clearly now. The shift that had been building since the moment Lucas first spoke. This was no longer about revenge. Whatever had started this situation had already changed. Completely. "Lucas needs stability," Ethan continued, his voice measured, controlled. "He needs consistency. And right now, that means you." Noah let out a quiet breath, shaking his head slightly. "You're making this into something it doesn't have to be." Ethan stepped even closer, his voice lowering just enough to make every word feel intentional. "I'm making it into exactly what it is." Before Noah could respond, Lucas moved again, walking toward them with the same quiet certainty, his small hand reaching for Noah's sleeve without hesitation. Noah looked down at him, then back at Ethan. And in that moment, he understood something he had been trying to avoid. This was not something he could step away from easily, because now it was not just Ethan holding him here. It was Lucas, and that made everything more complicated than it had ever been before. Noah did not leave that day, or the next. At first, he told himself it was temporary, that he just needed time to think, to understand what had been forced into his life without warning. But each time he tried to imagine walking out of the penthouse, something stopped him. It was not Ethan. Not entirely. It was Lucas. The child stayed close, not with urgency or fear, but with a quiet certainty that never wavered. Each morning he waited for Noah. Each night he fell asleep only when Noah was nearby. It became a pattern that no one questioned anymore. The staff adjusted. The silence of the penthouse softened, and something inside Noah began to shift, slowly but undeniably. Days turned into weeks, and the distance Noah had tried to keep began to fade. He found himself noticing small things. The way Lucas would look for him in a crowded room. The way his small hand would reach out without thinking. The way his voice, quiet and rare, would only speak one word when it mattered most. "Mama." It no longer felt like a mistake. Felt like something earned. Ethan watched all of it. At first with calculation, then with something else. Something that no longer resembled revenge. The cold edge that had defined him began to wear down, replaced by a focus that was no longer about control, but about holding onto something that had unexpectedly become his. One evening, as the city lights stretched endlessly beyond the glass walls, Noah stood by the window again, much like he had on his first night there. But this time he was not alone. Lucas stood beside him, small and steady, his presence no longer unfamiliar. Behind them, Ethan approached, his steps quiet but deliberate. "You're still here," Ethan said, his voice calm. It was not a question. Noah exhaled softly, his gaze still fixed on the skyline. "I am," he answered. Ethan stopped beside him, close enough that the space between them no longer felt like distance. "You could leave," Ethan said. Noah turned slightly, meeting his eyes. "Could I?" he asked. Ethan held his gaze for a moment, then shook his head once. "No," he said honestly. There was no force in it, no threat, just truth. Noah let out a quiet breath, something almost like acceptance settling in his chest. "I thought this was about revenge," he said. Ethan's expression shifted, not defensive, not dismissive, just different. "It was," he admitted. "At the beginning." Noah glanced down at Lucas, who had reached for his hand again, holding onto it with that same quiet certainty. "And now?" Noah asked. Ethan's gaze followed his, resting on the child before returning to Noah. "Now it's about keeping what matters," he said. The words were simple, but they carried weight that could not be ignored. Noah looked at him for a long moment, searching for something he could not quite name. Then slowly he nodded. Not agreement, not surrender, something deeper, understanding. Lucas shifted slightly, his small voice breaking the quiet once more. "Mama." Noah did not correct him this time. He tightened his grip gently around the child's hand, his voice soft but steady. "I'm here." And this time he meant it. The city moved on below them, lights flickering, lives continuing. But inside the penthouse, something had finally settled into place. Not perfect, not simple, but real. And for the first time since everything had begun, Noah did not feel like he was trapped. He felt like he had chosen to stay. Welcome to BL Storytender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The Contract. Ethan Cole did not run because he was afraid. He ran because he finally understood that staying meant losing everything. His fingers reached the cold metal handle of the penthouse door. For one brief second, he believed he could leave. Then a quiet voice behind him broke that illusion. "You are not leaving," Sebastian Hale said. His tone was calm and certain, as if the choice had never belonged to Ethan. Ethan froze. His breath caught in his throat. The small weight in his arms shifted. One child stirred, then another. Within seconds, all four began to whimper. Their soft cries filled the massive, silent room. It sounded like a signal, and somehow Sebastian heard it instantly. He was already moving, already close, too fast, too precise. He closed the distance without hesitation. His presence filled the space before he even reached them. But he did not look at Ethan. His eyes went straight to the children. Sharp, focused, intense. Ethan's chest tightened. He pulled them closer to his body. Instinct rose stronger than logic. Something about this was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. The luxury, the silence, the way every door locked without a key, the way every hallway seemed to lead nowhere. This place was not a home. It was a system, controlled space, a cage that did not need bars. "They are reacting," Sebastian said quietly. His voice was low, controlled, but something underneath it felt tight, almost expectant. Ethan shook his head. He stepped back, even though he knew it would not help. "They are just babies," he said. He forced the words out. He needed them to be true. Sebastian's eyes flickered. Just for a moment. That was enough. The truth broke through. Sebastian did not see them as just children. He saw them as something else. Something important. Something planned. Ethan's mind rushed back to the beginning. The contract. The agreement. A simple deal. One child. That was all it was supposed to be. One clean arrangement. No complications. No attachments. No future. But now he stood here holding 4 lives. 4 impossible lives that should not exist. For answers to a question he never asked. You said 1, Ethan whispered. His voice trembled despite his effort to stay calm. Sebastian finally looked at him. Fully this time. His expression revealed nothing. His silence carried weight. Heavy and deliberate. That silence was the answer. Ethan felt it immediately. This had never been simple. It had never been accidental. And it was never something he could walk away from. I said what you needed to hear, Sebastian replied. His tone remained even. But the meaning behind it was final. Like a door closing. Ethan felt something inside him crack. Not fear. Not yet. Something colder. The realization that he had never been in control. Not then. Not now. And not even in this moment. Behind him, the door made a soft clicking sound. It locked automatically. Ethan did not touch it. No one did. The system responded on its own. In his arms, the children suddenly went quiet. All of them, at the same time. The silence felt heavier than their cries. It was unnatural. Felt like they were listening. Like they understood something he did not. Sebastian's gaze darkened slightly. He stepped closer. His voice dropped to a near whisper. You see it now, he said. It was not a question. You are not the one who decides when this ends. Ethan did not answer. He could not. The silence pressed in around him, thick and suffocating, as if the walls themselves were listening. Sebastian stepped past him without asking, his attention already shifting back to the children. Bring them, he said, not as a request, but as a simple expectation. Ethan hesitated for half a second. That was all it took. The lights along the hallway brightened automatically, one after another, guiding a path deeper into the penthouse. Ethan's stomach tightened. He had never seen that before. Not like this. Not triggered so precisely. Slowly, with no real choice, he followed. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. Smooth white walls. No windows. No decoration. Just clean, controlled space that felt more like a facility than a home. Sebastian walked ahead with steady steps. He did not look back. He did not need to. He knew Ethan would follow. At the end of the hall, a door slid open before they reached it. No handle. No sound except a soft mechanical shift. Inside was a room Ethan had never entered. He knew that instantly. The air felt different. Cooler. Sterile. Rows of screens lined one wall, each one glowing with soft data streams. Numbers. Graphs. Moving lines that meant nothing to Ethan but clearly meant everything to someone else. In the center of the room stood a low platform, surrounded by equipment he could not name. Sit, Sebastian said. Ethan did not move. What is this place? He asked, his voice low but firm. Sebastian turned slowly. For a moment, something unreadable passed through his eyes. Then it was gone. This is where I make sure they stay stable, he replied. The word stable sent a chill through Ethan's body. He tightened his hold on the children. One of them stirred again, a soft sound escaping his lips. Sebastian stepped closer, his gaze locking onto that child. Not with warmth, not with distance either. Something in between. Something calculated. They respond to changes, Sebastian continued. Environment, presence, stress. Ethan's heart began to pound. They are babies, he repeated, more forcefully this time. They are not some kind of system. Sebastian did not argue. He simply reached toward one of the screens. With a single motion, it came to life, displaying 4 separate panels. Each panel showed a small moving line. Each line matched the rhythm of a heartbeat. Ethan stared. That is them, Sebastian said quietly. All four. Ethan's breath caught again. The lines did not move the same way. One was steady. One spiked sharply, then dropped. One moved slower than the others. And the last line pulsed in a pattern Ethan could not understand. Not regular. Not random. Something else. This is not possible, Ethan whispered. Sebastian's gaze shifted to him again. That is what makes them valuable. The word hit harder than anything else. Valuable. Not loved. Not protected. Measured. Ethan took a step back. His mind raced. This was never about a child. Not even about 4 children. This was something else entirely. Something planned long before he signed anything. You knew, Ethan said slowly. You knew this would happen. For the first time, Sebastian did not answer immediately. That silence said everything. Ethan felt it settle deep in his chest. Cold. Heavy. Real. The children shifted again in his arms. This time, all 4 at once. The screens reacted instantly. Every line spiked. Every signal changed. A sharp tone filled the room. Low but urgent. Sebastian moved fast. Faster than before. Not calm anymore. Focused. Intense. Stay still, he ordered. Ethan froze on instinct. The tone continued for a few seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The lines on the screens returned to their previous patterns. The room fell silent again. Sebastian exhaled slowly. It was controlled but not completely steady. Ethan noticed that, and in that moment, something shifted inside him. For the first time, he saw it clearly. Sebastian was not just controlling this situation. He was depending on it. Depending on them. Depending on Ethan. Sebastian turned back toward him. His voice was lower now. More measured. You cannot leave, he said. Not a threat this time. A fact. Ethan looked down at the children. Then back at the screens. Then at the man standing in front of him. The realization settled in fully. This was not a home. This was not a contract. This was something designed. And he was at the center of it. Whether he wanted to be or not. Ethan did not move for a long time after Sebastian's words settled into the silence. The screens continued their quiet rhythm behind him. Each pulse a reminder that nothing in this place was normal. He adjusted the children carefully in his arms, feeling their warmth, their small breaths against his chest, grounding himself in something real. Then explain it, Ethan said finally. His voice was steady now, sharper than before. If I cannot leave, then tell me why. Sebastian studied him for a moment. Not dismissive, not impatient, measuring, as if deciding how much truth Ethan was allowed to carry. You were selected, Sebastian said. The words were simple. Too simple. Ethan frowned. Selected for what? Sebastian turned back to the screens. Another panel appeared with a soft movement. Lines of data scrolled across it. Names were not listed. Only codes. Repeated patterns. Ethan stepped closer despite himself. His eyes caught one label that stood out from the rest. Subject E17. His breath hitched slightly. That is not my name, Ethan said quietly. No, Sebastian replied. It is not. The calm in his voice made it worse. Ethan felt a slow, creeping chill move through him. You said this was a contract, he continued. You said it was one child. One agreement. That was it. Sebastian did not deny it. That is what you agreed to, he said. That is not the same as what this is. Ethan's grip tightened around the children. One of them shifted again, a soft sound escaping as if reacting to the tension in the room. Ethan lowered his voice instinctively. Then what is this? He asked. Sebastian finally faced him fully again. There was no hesitation now. A controlled development program, he said. Ethan stared at him, trying to process the words. They felt clinical, detached, like something that did not belong to real life. You mean an experiment, Ethan said. Sebastian did not correct him. That was enough. Ethan let out a slow breath, but it did nothing to steady him. His thoughts began to connect in ways he did not want them to. The contract, the single child, The sudden change. The way the doctors never gave clear answers. The way everything had moved too smoothly, too quickly. You knew from the beginning, Ethan said. Not everything, Sebastian answered. But enough. Ethan shook his head. No, that is not possible. No one could plan something like this. His voice rose slightly before he forced it back down, careful not to disturb the children further. Sebastian's expression remained calm, but his eyes held something deeper now. You are focusing on the wrong part, he said. This was never about controlling the outcome completely. It was about creating the conditions for something new to happen. Ethan felt that statement settle heavily in his mind. Conditions, not guarantees. That meant risk. That meant failure. That meant he had never been safe. And if something went wrong, Ethan asked slowly, what would you have done? Sebastian did not answer right away. That silence stretched just long enough to say everything Ethan needed to hear. Ethan looked down at the children again. For small lives, for unknown futures. You would have replaced me, he said quietly. Sebastian's gaze shifted, not confirming, not denying. That was answer enough. Ethan swallowed hard. The room suddenly felt colder. Why me? He asked. This time, Sebastian did not look away. Because you were the only one who met every condition, he said. Ethan frowned. What conditions? Sebastian stepped closer, stopping just short of him. Genetic compatibility, stability under pressure, response to pheromone exposure, and something else. Ethan's heart beat faster. What else? Sebastian's voice lowered slightly. Resilience. Ethan let out a quiet, disbelieving breath. You are talking about me like I am not even a person. Sebastian held his gaze. You are more than that, he said. The words sounded almost sincere. That made them worse. Ethan's chest tightened. And them? He asked, nodding toward the children. What are they? Sebastian's eyes moved to them again. For the first time, something shifted in his expression. Not warmth. Not exactly. But something less controlled. They are the result, he said. Ethan felt the weight of that answer settle in completely. Not a family. Not an accident. A result. The children stirred again, softer this time. One of them opened his eyes briefly, just for a second. Ethan caught it. A small detail, but enough to send a strange feeling through him. Something about that gaze felt aware. Ethan quickly looked away, telling himself it meant nothing. They were infants. That was all. But as he lifted his head again, he noticed Sebastian watching the same child. Not with curiosity, with focus, as if he had seen it too. Neither of them spoke. The silence returned. But it was different now. Heavier. Because the truth was no longer hidden. And Ethan finally understood one thing clearly. This had never been about giving life. It had always been about creating something that should not exist. Chapter 2. The 4 heirs. Ethan did not realize when he started shaking. It was subtle at first, just a slight tension in his arms as he held the children closer. But the longer he stood in that room, surrounded by screens and silent data, the harder it became to ignore. This was never about one child, he said slowly. His voice sounded distant, even to himself. Sebastian did not respond immediately. He simply watched. That was enough. Ethan let out a quiet breath, but it did nothing to steady him. His eyes moved back to the screens. For separate panels. For separate signals. For lives that should not exist. They told me it was a normal process, Ethan continued. They said everything was stable. His mind replayed the memory in fragments. White walls, soft voices, reassuring smiles that now felt rehearsed. Every checkup, every report. They said there was only one. Sebastian stepped closer to the console. Another set of data appeared with a smooth motion. Because that is what the system showed, he said. Ethan turned sharply. System, he repeated. You mean you were monitoring everything? Of course, Sebastian replied. There was no hesitation, no apology. From the beginning, the words landed hard. Ethan felt them settle deep in his chest. Then you knew, he said. You knew something was wrong. Sebastian's gaze shifted briefly. Not avoidance. Calculation. We knew there was a deviation, he said. We did not know the full extent. Ethan let out a short, hollow laugh. A deviation, he repeated. You call 4 children a deviation. One of the infants stirred in his arms, reacting to the tension in his voice. Ethan immediately softened, adjusting his hold, his instinct overriding everything else. Sebastian watched that small moment carefully. Then his attention returned to the screens. The initial scans showed a single development pattern, he explained. One stable signal. Consistent growth. Ethan listened, but every word made it worse. Then what changed? He asked. Sebastian tapped the screen. The display shifted again. Now it showed a timeline, a gradual split. 1 line becoming 2, then 3, then 4. Ethan stared at it, unable to look away. This began earlier than expected, Sebastian said, before any external signs. Ethan shook his head. That is not possible, he said. They would have seen it. Not with the parameters they were using, Sebastian replied. They were not looking for this. Ethan's grip tightened again. The children shifted slightly, their movements small but synchronized in a way that made his chest tighten. So they missed it, Ethan said. Or you let them miss it. Sebastian did not answer right away. That silence said more than anything else. Ethan felt anger rise, sharp and sudden. You let it happen, he said. You watched it happen. We observed, Sebastian corrected calmly. There is a difference. Ethan stared at him. Not to me. The room fell quiet again. Only the faint hum of the equipment filled the space. Ethan looked down at the children. For small faces, peaceful, unaware of any of this. They were never supposed to exist, he said softly. Sebastian's expression shifted slightly. Not denial, not agreement, something more complex. They were not predicted, he said. That is not the same thing. Ethan closed his eyes for a brief moment. That distinction meant nothing to him. When he opened them again, his gaze hardened. And now, he said, you are treating them like results. Sebastian did not look away. They are more than that, he said. But they are also the most important outcome this program has ever produced. The words settled heavily between them. Ethan felt something inside him shift again. Not fear this time. Not confusion. Something clearer. They are not yours, he said quietly. Sebastian's eyes darkened slightly. Not anger. Something deeper. They are connected to me, he replied. Ethan shook his head. That does not give you the right. Sebastian took a step closer. Not aggressive. Not forceful. But deliberate. This is not about rights, he said. This is about necessity. Ethan met his gaze without backing down. Then explain this, he said. Why did none of them show up on the scans the way they should have? Sebastian paused for a fraction of a second. Then he reached toward the screen again. One of the panels expanded, showing a detailed pattern Ethan could not fully understand. But one thing stood out immediately. The signals were not separate. They overlapped, intertwined in ways that made them impossible to isolate completely. Because they were never fully separate, Sebastian said quietly. Ethan felt a chill run through him. What does that mean? Sebastian's voice dropped slightly. It means they developed as a system, not as individuals. Ethan looked down at the children again. This time something felt different, subtle, but undeniable, as if they were more connected than he had ever realized. One of them stirred, then another, not randomly, not independently, together. Ethan's breath slowed, his thoughts raced, and for the first time a new fear began to take shape. Not about Sebastian, not about the contract, but about what these 4 lives truly were. Ethan could not stop looking at them. The idea would not leave his mind. Not separate. A system. The words echoed again and again, refusing to settle into anything that made sense. He adjusted his hold carefully, trying to ground himself in something real. They were warm. They were breathing. They were alive. That should have been enough. But it was not. "That is not how children work," Ethan said quietly. His voice was steady, but there was tension beneath it. Sebastian did not argue. He simply watched, his attention moving between Ethan and the screens as if both mattered equally. "They are not behaving like typical development patterns," Sebastian said. "You have already seen that." Ethan swallowed. He had seen it. The synchronized movement. The way they reacted at the same time. The way the signals on the screen shifted together. It was subtle, but it was there. "That does not mean they are not individuals," Ethan said. "It means you do not understand them." Sebastian's expression did not change, but something in his gaze sharpened. "Understanding is exactly what this is about," he replied. Ethan shook his head, frustration rising again. "No," he said. "This is about control." Before Sebastian could respond, one of the children made a soft sound. Then another. Ethan looked down immediately. All four were awake now. Their eyes were open. That alone was not unusual. But the way they looked around the room was. Their gazes moved slowly, deliberately, as if tracking something unseen. Ethan felt his breath catch. "Do you see that?" he whispered. Sebastian stepped closer, his attention fully locked onto them. "Yes," he said. No hesitation. No surprise. That made it worse. Ethan shifted slightly, trying to comfort them, but the moment he moved, all four reacted at once. Not crying, not reaching, just adjusting, as if they were aware of the change in position before it fully happened. The screens behind them responded instantly. The lines spiked again, sharper this time. A low tone filled the room. Not loud, but urgent. Ethan's heart began to race. "What is that?" he asked. Sebastian moved quickly to the console, his movements precise. "Their signals are aligning," he said. "It is happening again." "What is happening?" Ethan demanded. Sebastian did not answer right away. His focus remained on the data. The tone grew slightly stronger, then steadied. The lines on the screen began to match more closely than before, four separate signals moving in near-perfect rhythm. Ethan felt a chill run through him. "That is not normal," he said. "No," Sebastian agreed quietly. "It is not." Ethan looked down again. One of the children blinked slowly, then turned his head. The movement was small, but the others followed. Not immediately, not mechanically, but with a delay that felt intentional. As if they were responding to something shared between them. Ethan tightened his hold instinctively. "Stop watching them like that," he said. Sebastian glanced at him briefly. "Like what?" "Like they are something you built," Ethan replied. His voice was sharper now. "They are not your project." Sebastian held his gaze for a moment. Then he looked back at the children. "They are beyond anything we expected," he said. "That makes them more important, not less." Ethan shook his head. "Important to who?" Sebastian did not answer directly. "If they continue to develop this way," he said instead, "they will change everything we understand about alpha and omega compatibility." The words settled heavily. Ethan felt them sink in piece by piece. This was bigger than he thought. Bigger than just him. Bigger than just the contract. "I do not care about that," Ethan said. "I care about them." The tone in the room finally faded. The screens returned to a more stable pattern. The children relaxed slightly in his arms. The tension eased, but it did not disappear. It lingered, quiet, waiting. Sebastian stepped away from the console. This time, when he looked at Ethan, there was something different in his expression. Not just calculation, not just control, something closer to realization. "They respond to you more than anything else," he said. Ethan frowned. "Of course they do," he replied. "I am their parent." Sebastian shook his head slightly. "It is more than that," he said. "When you are calm, they stabilize. When you are not, they change." Ethan went still. He had not noticed that. Not consciously. But now that Sebastian said it, it felt true. Too true. So what? Ethan said slowly. You are saying I am the reason they are like this. Sebastian's gaze did not waver. I am saying you are the only reason they remain stable. The words landed heavily. Ethan felt them settle deep inside him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The children rested quietly again. The room returned to silence. But everything had changed. Because now, for the first time, Ethan understood something clearly. This was not just about keeping them safe. It was about keeping them under control. And he was the center of that control whether he wanted to be or not. Ethan did not speak right away. The weight of Sebastian's words settled deep, pressing against every instinct he had. The children rested quietly in his arms, their breathing soft and even. But now that he knew they were reacting to him, every small movement felt heavier, more important, more dangerous. Then this was never about them, Ethan said slowly. His voice was calm, but there was a new edge to it. It was about me. Sebastian did not deny it. He stepped closer, his gaze steady, measuring Ethan in a way that felt far too deliberate. You were always a critical variable, he said. We did not know how critical until now. Ethan let out a quiet breath. We, he repeated. So this is bigger than you. Sebastian's expression did not change, but the pause before his answer was enough. Yes, he said. That single word shifted everything. Ethan felt it immediately. This was not just one man controlling a situation. This was something structured, planned, supported. Who else knows about this? Ethan asked. Sebastian turned slightly, his attention returning to the screens, but his answer came without hesitation. No one outside this level of clearance has full access, he said. They know the project exists. They do not know the outcome. Ethan frowned. Outcome, he repeated. You keep talking like this is finished. It is not finished, Sebastian replied. But it has reached a stage that cannot be hidden much longer. Ethan felt a cold tension settle in his chest. Then what happens when they find out? He asked. Sebastian finally looked at him again. This time, there was no distance in his gaze. Only clarity. They will want control, he said. Complete control. Ethan tightened his hold on the children instantly. No, he said. The word came out without hesitation. That is not going to happen. Sebastian studied him carefully. You may not have a choice, he said. Ethan shook his head. No, he repeated, stronger this time. You said it yourself. They depend on me. That means I decide what happens to them. The room went quiet. Even the faint hum of the system seemed to fade for a moment. Sebastian did not respond right away. He was watching Ethan differently now. Not just evaluating, reconsidering. You are beginning to understand your position, he said at last. Ethan met his gaze directly. I understand enough, he replied. You need me. The statement hung between them. Clear. Undeniable. For the first time, the balance shifted, even if only slightly. Sebastian did not correct him. That silence confirmed it. Ethan felt something steady inside him for the first time since this began. Not fear. Not confusion. Control. Small but real. Then listen carefully, Ethan continued. If anyone tries to take them away from me, I walk out. And if I walk out, you lose whatever this is. Sebastian's eyes narrowed slightly. Not in anger. In calculation. He was weighing the risk. Measuring the truth in Ethan's words. The children stirred again, softly this time, as if sensing the shift in tension. The screens responded with small changes. Nothing dramatic, but enough to reinforce what Ethan had said. Sebastian noticed it too. You are not wrong, he admitted quietly. Ethan held his ground. Then stop treating them like something you own, he said. And stop acting like I am replaceable. Sebastian stepped closer again, but this time the movement felt different. Less dominant. More deliberate. You are not replaceable, he said. The words were clear. Direct. Ethan searched his expression for any sign of deception, but found none. That made it more complicated. Then prove it, Ethan said. Sebastian's gaze shifted briefly to the children, then back to Ethan. I can limit access, he said. Delay external involvement. Keep this contained. Ethan did not respond immediately. He considered the words carefully. It was not a promise, but it was something. And if they push? Ethan asked. Sebastian's voice lowered slightly. Then I will handle it. Ethan studied him for a moment longer. There was confidence there, control, but also something new, pressure, real pressure. You are not the only one in control anymore, Ethan said. Sebastian did not argue. That was answer enough. The room settled into silence again. The children rested quietly, their presence steady, their connection undeniable. Ethan adjusted his hold slightly, more aware than ever of what they represented. Not just lives, not just results, leverage. And for the first time, he understood the truth completely. This situation was no longer one-sided, because as much as Sebastian controlled the system, Ethan controlled the one thing the system could not function without. And that changed everything. Chapter 3. The one who cannot leave the silence after Ethan's words did not feel empty. Felt like a shift. Something invisible had moved, and both of them knew it. Ethan adjusted the children in his arms again. Slower this time, more aware of every small reaction. They remained calm, stable. That alone told him everything he needed to know. He was not just part of this system. He was the center of it. Then we do this my way, Ethan said quietly. His voice was controlled but firm. Sebastian did not interrupt. He waited. That, more than anything, confirmed the change. No more hidden rooms, Ethan continued. No more watching them like they are data points. If they stay here, it is as a family, not as an experiment. Sebastian's gaze remained steady. He did not agree immediately. He did not refuse either. He was thinking, calculating. You are asking for a structural change, he said at last. Ethan held his ground. I am telling you what happens next. The children stirred slightly, their movements small but synchronized in a way that still felt unnatural. The screens behind them responded with subtle shifts. The signals remained stable. That was all the confirmation Ethan needed. Sebastian noticed it too. His expression tightened just enough to reveal the pressure beneath his control. You are leveraging their stability, he said. Ethan met his gaze. No, he replied. I am protecting them. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Sebastian exhaled slowly. It was controlled but not completely steady. Very well, he said. The words were quiet, but they carried weight. We will adjust the environment. Ethan did not relax. Not yet. That is not enough, he said. Sebastian's eyes narrowed slightly. What else? Ethan hesitated for a brief second. Then he spoke. No one else comes near them without me present. Sebastian's expression shifted again. This time, the calculation was sharper. That will not be easy, he said. There are protocols. Ethan did not look away. Then change them. The tension in the room rose again. Not explosive, controlled, but undeniable. The children shifted once more. This time, the reaction was stronger. One of them let out a soft sound. Then another. The signals on the screen began to spike again, faster than before. Sebastian moved instantly, his focus snapping back to the data. They are responding to the stress level, he said. Ethan tightened his hold, forcing himself to stay calm. His breathing slowed deliberately. 1 second, 2 seconds. The children's movements eased. The signals followed. The spikes softened, then stabilized. The room fell quiet again. Sebastian watched the screens for a moment longer, then turned back to Ethan. There was no doubt in his eyes now. Only confirmation. You are the stabilizing factor, he said. Ethan nodded slightly. Then act like it matters, he replied. Sebastian stepped closer, stopping just within reach. His voice lowered. You need to understand something, he said. If this expands beyond this room, beyond this level, it will not be something either of us can control. Ethan did not hesitate. Then we do not let it expand, he said. Sebastian held his gaze for a long moment. Then he gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. I will contain it for as long as possible, he said. Ethan studied him carefully. That was not a promise. But it was a commitment. For now it was enough. He looked down at the children again. They were quiet, peaceful. But now he saw them differently. Not just as something he had to protect. As something that could change everything if the wrong people saw them. One of the children opened his eyes again. This time Ethan noticed it immediately. The gaze was steady, focused, not random. It lingered for a second longer than it should have. Then the child's lips moved slightly. No sound came out, but the motion was clear. Ethan's breath slowed. Something about that moment felt different. He looked up at Sebastian. Did you see that? He asked quietly. Sebastian did not answer right away. His attention was locked onto the child. Not with curiosity, with intensity. Yes, he said at last. The room remained silent, but the tension had changed again. Not fear, not control. Something else. Something waiting. Ethan looked back down. The child's eyes were still open, watching, aware in a way that should not be possible. And for the first time, Ethan understood something that went beyond contracts and control. This was no longer just about keeping them safe. It was about understanding what they were becoming, and whether anyone would be able to stop it. The room did not stay calm for long. Ethan felt it before he saw it. A subtle shift in the air. A tension that did not belong to him this time. The child in his arms who had opened his eyes remained still, but his gaze did not waver. It was fixed, focused on something beyond Ethan. Then the others followed. One by one, all 4 children became alert at the same time. Not crying, not restless, just aware. The screens behind them reacted instantly. The signals surged without warning. Sharper than before. Faster. The comm patterns shattered into chaotic spikes. A low alert tone filled the room. Louder now. Impossible to ignore. Sebastian moved immediately. This is not a normal fluctuation, he said, his voice tight for the first time. His hands moved across the console with precision, but the system did not respond the way it had before. The signals did not stabilize. They escalated. Ethan's heart began to pound. What is happening? He asked, struggling to keep his voice steady. Sebastian did not look at him. They are reacting to something external, he said. But there is no external input. That contradiction hung in the air for a split second before the lights in the room flickered. Once, then again. Ethan's breath caught. That is not possible, he said. This place is sealed. Sebastian's expression hardened. It is supposed to be. The children shifted in Ethan's arms. Not randomly, not gently. Their movements were stronger now, coordinated in a way that made his chest tighten. One of them let out a soft sound. Then another. The tones overlapped, almost forming a pattern. The screens reflected it. The signals began to sync again, but faster than before. Too fast. The alert tone rose in pitch. They are linking again, Sebastian said. But this level is beyond previous data. Ethan tightened his hold, forcing himself to stay calm. He slowed his breathing deliberately, focusing on the children. It is okay, he said quietly. I am here. For a brief moment it worked. The signals dipped slightly, but then something changed. One of the children turned his head sharply. His gaze locked onto the far wall. The others followed, all 4 at once. Ethan felt a cold wave move through him. There was nothing there. No movement. No sound. Just a blank surface. And yet they were all looking at it. The lights flickered again. This time longer. The system glitched. Screens flashed. Data scrambled for a second before snapping back. Sebastian stopped moving. Completely still. That is not a system error, he said quietly. Ethan's voice dropped. Then what is it? No one answered. Because at that exact moment, one of the children moved his lips again. This time, a faint sound escaped. Not a cry, not a random noise, a shape of a word, too soft to fully hear, but clear enough to feel. Ethan's breath slowed. His eyes locked onto the child. And for the first time, real fear settled in. Because whatever was happening now was not something Sebastian controlled. And it was not something Ethan understood. The sound that left the child's lips did not repeat, but it did not need to. The room had already changed. Ethan felt it in the way the air settled, in the way the tension stopped climbing and instead became something steady and controlled. The children in his arms relaxed at the same time, their bodies softening as if a signal had passed between them. The screens behind him responded just as quickly. The chaotic spikes slowed. The lines began to align again, not perfectly, but enough to silence the alert tone. Sebastian did not move for several seconds. He stood still, watching the data stabilize, his expression unreadable but no longer fully controlled. "They corrected it," he said quietly. Ethan looked down at the children. "They did not correct anything," he replied. "They chose to stop." Sebastian's gaze shifted to him. That distinction mattered, more than either of them wanted to admit. The system was no longer driving the outcome. The children were. Ethan adjusted his hold slightly, his movements calm and deliberate. He focused on his breathing, steady and even, and the children responded immediately. Their signals smoothed. Their small movements became natural again. That connection was no longer a theory. It was real, and it was stronger than anything in this room. Sebastian finally stepped away from the console. This time, there was no urgency in his movements, only thought. "If they can initiate and stop a synchronized response on their own," he said, "then they are not just reacting to stimuli. They are communicating." Ethan did not look up. "I already knew that," he said quietly. "You just refused to see it." Sebastian did not argue. For the first time since this began, he accepted the statement without resistance. The silence that followed was different from before. Not tense, not uncertain, clear. The truth was no longer hidden behind data or control systems. It was right here, in Ethan's arms, for lives that were aware, connected, and capable of something no one had planned. "Then this ends here," Ethan said. His voice was calm but final. Sebastian looked at him. "Explain." Ethan finally met his gaze. "No more experiments," he said. "No more systems watching them. You said they cannot function without me. That means you cannot separate us. And if you cannot separate us, then this is no longer your project." The words settled heavily. Sebastian did not respond right away. He considered them, measuring every implication. The children remained calm. The screens reflected it. Stable, controlled, but not by the system, by Ethan. That was the difference. That was the limit. Sebastian exhaled slowly. This time there was no tension left in it. Only acceptance. "Then it becomes something else," he said. Ethan nodded once. "A family," he replied. Sebastian held his gaze for a long moment. Then, for the first time, he stepped back. Not retreating, not surrendering, but allowing space. "Very well," he said. "We end the program." The words were simple, but they carried weight far beyond this room. Ethan felt it settle. The constant pressure, the unseen control. It was gone. Not erased, but no longer dominant. He looked down at the children again. They were quiet, peaceful, normal in a way that finally felt real. One of them opened his eyes once more. This time, there was no tension in the room. No system reacting. Just a child looking up at him. Ethan let out a slow breath. For the first time since this began, he felt something steady and certain. Not fear. Not confusion. Choice. He turned toward the door. It remained closed for a brief second. Then, with a soft sound, it unlocked. Not triggered by a system. Not controlled by a command. Just open. Ethan stepped forward. The children remained calm in his arms. Behind him, Sebastian did not stop him. He did not speak. He simply watched. And this time, there was no need to follow. Because for the first time, Ethan was not trying to escape. He was choosing where to go. And nothing in that room had the power to take that choice away again. Welcome to BL Storytender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The Sentence That Destroyed Everything. The ballroom of the Vale Grand Hotel glowed beneath crystal chandeliers worth more than most people earned in a lifetime. But Elias Carter felt cold standing near the marble balcony doors with one trembling hand resting protectively over his swollen stomach. 8 months pregnant, exhausted, and hidden beneath layers of elegant black fabric tailored carefully to disguise the curve of his body, he looked like every other graceful Omega invited to the annual Vale Foundation Gala. That was the point. Damien Vale hated weakness being displayed in public, especially weakness connected to him. Around him, the wealthiest families in Manhattan laughed over champagne and whispered beneath clouds of expensive perfume and dominant alpha pheromones. But Elias barely heard any of it anymore. His back ached terribly. The baby had been restless all evening, tiny kicks pressing against his ribs, as if sensing the tension suffocating his chest. He should have gone home hours ago. Dr. Harrison had warned him repeatedly that stress was dangerous this late into the pregnancy. But Damien had insisted he attend tonight beside him. Smile. Stay beautiful. Stay quiet. Elias had learned those rules long ago. He adjusted the silver ring on his finger and searched the crowded ballroom for Damien. The alpha stood across the room near a group of investors, devastatingly handsome in a charcoal suit that fit his tall frame like armor. Damien always looked untouchable under soft golden lights. Cold silver eyes, dark hair brushed perfectly back. The kind of face magazines called ruthless elegance. Elias once thought those eyes looked gentler when they landed on him. He knew better now. A sudden sharp kick made Elias inhale softly. "Easy, little one," he whispered under his breath, pressing his palm lower against his stomach. "Just a little longer." He turned slightly toward the balcony for air when Damien's voice drifted through the crowd. Calm, smooth, detached. "You should settle down eventually," one investor joked with a laugh. "You have people wondering when Mr. Damien Vale will finally choose a real partner." Several men chuckled politely. Elias froze without meaning to. He should walk away. He knew he should. Then Damien answered. "Please." A low, amused laugh escaped him. "Elias is just a plaything. Nothing more." The world stopped. Not dramatically. Not loudly. It simply stopped existing around him. Elias stood perfectly still while laughter rose around Damien like smoke. His fingers tightened instinctively over his stomach as something inside him cracked with terrifying silence. Plaything. The father of his child had called him a plaything. After 2 years together. After every lonely night waiting in an empty penthouse. After every appointment Damien missed. After every promise spoken against his skin in quiet darkness when nobody else could hear them. The baby shifted suddenly, almost painfully, and Elias swallowed hard against the sickness climbing his throat. Damien continued speaking casually. He understands the arrangement. He enjoys the lifestyle. Nothing complicated about it. Arrangement. Elias stared at the man he loved and realized he had never truly known him at all. Not once. Not really. He did not cry. That was the frightening part. No tears came. Only a strange numbness spreading slowly through his body until even the music sounded distant. His Omega instincts, usually soft and warm around Damien, curled inward painfully like something wounded. Nobody noticed Elias backing away from the ballroom. Nobody noticed the way his hands shook as he slipped the silver ring from his finger. He walked past waiters carrying trays of champagne and stopped beside one long enough to drop the ring silently into a sparkling glass. The tiny sound disappeared beneath laughter and music. Elias looked toward Damien one final time. The alpha never turned around, never searched for him, never felt the moment everything shattered. Outside, rain poured heavily across the streets of Manhattan, soaking Elias almost instantly as he stepped into the cold night alone. His breathing became uneven from the strain of carrying the baby, but he kept walking anyway. One hand protected his stomach while the other clutched the small envelope hidden inside his coat pocket. The ultrasound photograph Damien had never bothered to look at. Thunder rolled above the city as Elias disappeared into the rain without a single word goodbye. Elias did not stop walking until the lights of the Vale Grand Hotel disappeared behind sheets of rain and traffic. His shoes were soaked through. Water clung heavily to the dark curls stuck against his forehead while cold wind cut through his coat. But none of it compared to the hollow ache spreading inside his chest. The city looked different now. Sharper. Crueler. Manhattan had once felt magical beside Damien Vale. Tonight it felt enormous enough to swallow him whole. Another painful cramp tightened low in his stomach, forcing Elias to pause beneath the flickering awning of a closed pharmacy. He inhaled slowly through trembling lips and rested both hands over the baby. "Not yet," he whispered weakly. "Please, little one, not yet." The baby shifted again beneath his palm, smaller movements this time, and Elias forced himself to breathe carefully the way Dr. Harrison had taught him. Stress contractions. Too much stress could trigger labor early. He could not let that happen here. Not alone. A yellow taxi slowed beside the curb, splashing rainwater across the sidewalk. The driver rolled down the window halfway. "You okay, buddy?" Elias nodded automatically even though he clearly was not. "Bus station," he said quietly. The driver frowned at the sight of his pale face but unlocked the doors anyway. Elias climbed inside carefully, suppressing another wave of pain as the warmth of the car wrapped around him. He kept one hand over his stomach the entire ride. His phone buzzed twice in his coat pocket before going silent. "Damien." Elias stared at the screen without opening the messages. A strange laugh almost escaped him. Damien finally noticed he was gone. He turned the phone completely off. 20 minutes later, the Port Authority bus terminal glowed ahead through rain and steam rising from the streets. Elias stepped out slowly and paid the driver with shaking fingers. Inside the station, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, while travelers hurried through crowded halls carrying luggage and coffee cups. Nobody looked twice at him. That should have comforted him. Instead, it made him feel invisible. He lowered himself carefully onto a bench near the departure gates and opened the envelope hidden inside his coat. The ultrasound photograph stared back at him beneath harsh white light. Tiny hands. Tiny heartbeat. Their son. Damien had never even seen this picture. Elias remembered standing outside Damien's office 3 weeks ago with hopeful excitement tightening inside his chest while assistants rushed around preparing for another business meeting. He had waited nearly 2 hours just for 5 minutes alone with the man he loved. Damien never came out. Later that night, he sent a short text apologizing because he had forgotten. Forgotten. Elias swallowed hard and slid the photograph back into the envelope before tears could finally form. Above him, a departure board flashed routes leaving New York throughout the night. Boston, Philadelphia, Portland, Savannah. His eyes stopped on a small coastal town in Maine. Blackwater Bay. Departure in 40 minutes. Far enough away that Damien would never think to search there immediately. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere his child could breathe without growing up hidden inside luxury and loneliness. Elias stood slowly and purchased a one-way ticket using the small savings account Damien never knew existed. By the time he boarded the overnight bus, exhaustion dragged heavily at every part of him. The vehicle smelled faintly of coffee and wet jackets. He settled carefully into the back corner seat and leaned his head against the cold window while rain streaked across the glass outside. For the first time in months, Damien Vale could not reach him. Somewhere in Manhattan, the Alpha was probably furious already. Confused. Offended. Elias closed his eyes tightly as another contraction twisted painfully through his body. His wedding ring was gone. His home was gone. The future he imagined was gone too. Only the baby remained. His son shifted softly beneath his ribs, as if reminding him he was still there. Elias rested a trembling hand over the movement and whispered into the darkness. "I will protect you, even if I have to disappear forever." Meanwhile, 40 floors above Manhattan, Damien Vale stepped into his silent penthouse and immediately knew something was wrong. Damien Vale stood motionless inside the dark penthouse while rain struck the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. Silence wrapped around the enormous apartment so completely that it felt unnatural. Elias always left small traces of life behind him. Music playing softly from another room. The scent of vanilla tea drifting through the kitchen. Half-finished sketches forgotten on the dining table. Tonight there was nothing. Damien loosened his tie slowly, irritation tightening his jaw as he scanned the empty living room. "Elias," he called flatly. No answer came. He checked the bedroom next. Empty. The bathroom lights were off. Closet doors stood partially open, and that was when Damien noticed it. Elias's winter coats were gone. So were the sketchbooks stacked beside the fireplace. Damien frowned harder. This was dramatic even for an Omega. He pulled his phone from his pocket and checked the unanswered messages. "Where are you? Come home. We need to talk." Still nothing. His irritation sharpened. Elias had never ignored him before. Not once in 2 years. Damien tossed his keys onto the marble counter and moved deeper into the apartment. The farther he walked, the stranger the silence became. Then he saw the phone resting neatly on the kitchen island beside a glass of untouched water. Elias had left without his phone. Damien stared at it for several long seconds before picking it up. Dead battery. Careless. Unlike Elias. Something cold settled uneasily beneath Damien's ribs. He moved toward the bedroom again, slower this time. One side of the closet had been emptied carefully. Not in anger. Not rushed. Elias had planned this. Damien suddenly remembered the look on Elias's face at the gala. Pale. Quiet. Distant. Had he been upset about something? Damien exhaled sharply in annoyance with himself. Of course Elias was upset. Omegas were emotional by nature, especially lately. Damien rubbed a hand across his tired face. He should not have spoken so casually in front of investors. But Elias understood how business worked. People expected Damien Vale to appear unattached, uncontrolled. Relationships complicated negotiations. Elias knew that better than anyone. So why did this feel wrong? A faint sound interrupted his thoughts. Wind rattling the slightly open balcony door. Damien crossed the room and noticed something white trapped beneath the edge of a chair near the curtains. Paper. He bent down and picked it up carefully. Torn edges. Medical print. His eyes narrowed. It was half of an ultrasound image. Damien stared at the grainy black and white photograph without understanding at first. Then his heartbeat stopped completely. Ultrasound. The word echoed violently through his mind. His fingers tightened around the paper. No, impossible. Damien looked around the bedroom again, as if the walls themselves might explain what he was seeing. He opened drawers rapidly now. Closet shelves. Bathroom cabinets. And suddenly everything he ignored for months became visible all at once. Prescription vitamins hidden behind skincare bottles. Medical receipts folded inside books. Stretch mark cream beneath the sink. Damien's breathing grew uneven. "What the hell?" he whispered. His mind replayed memories with brutal clarity now. Elias refusing wine at dinner. Oversized sweaters. Exhaustion. The way he sometimes pressed a protective hand over his stomach when he thought nobody was looking. Damien felt physically ill. He grabbed the edge of the dresser as realization crashed into him with terrifying force. Elias had been pregnant. Pregnant this entire time. And he had left tonight. Alone. 8 months along at least, judging from the size of the image and the medications. Damien's pulse roared violently in his ears. He reached for his phone immediately and called Elias again, even though the abandoned device sat uselessly beside him. Voicemail. Again. 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 Nothing. For the first time in years, genuine panic clawed its way into Damien Vale's chest. Outside, thunder rolled across Manhattan, while rain poured endlessly through the city streets. Somewhere out there, Elias was alone carrying Damien's child, and Damien suddenly realized he had absolutely no idea where the Omega would go. Chapter 2. The Alpha who arrived too late. Elias woke to the violent sound of thunder and a crushing pain tearing through his lower stomach. For one disoriented moment, he forgot where he was. The dim interior lights of the overnight bus flickered softly, while exhausted passengers slept around him beneath jackets and travel blankets. Rain streaked endlessly across the dark windows outside. Another contraction hit harder this time, forcing a broken breath from his lips. Elias gripped the edge of the seat tightly and curled forward instinctively, panic flooding his chest. "No," he whispered shakily. "Please no." He checked the glowing clock near the front of the bus. 4:37 in the morning. Blackwater Bay was still almost 2 hours away. The baby shifted painfully beneath his ribs as another wave of pressure spread through his abdomen. Too soon. Dr. Harrison had warned him the stress could trigger premature labor, but Elias kept praying his body would hold on just a little longer. Across the aisle, an older beta woman opened her eyes slowly and immediately noticed the terror on his face. Her expression changed at once. "Honey," she said gently, sitting upright, "how far along are you?" Elias struggled to answer through another contraction. 8 months. The woman inhaled sharply. "Oh, sweetheart." She moved beside him carefully. "My name is Martha. Listen to me. Are you traveling alone?" Elias nodded weakly. The concern in her eyes deepened immediately, but she did not ask questions. "Okay, breathe slowly for me." Elias tried. He truly tried. But fear was beginning to consume him now. He had planned everything carefully. A quiet town. A small apartment near the ocean. Enough savings to survive until the baby arrived. None of this was supposed to happen on a bus in the middle of a storm. His body trembled violently as another contraction hit. Martha cursed softly under her breath and hurried toward the front of the bus to speak with the driver. 20 minutes later, the bus pulled into a small emergency clinic outside a coastal town Elias had never heard of. Rain hammered the roof while paramedics rushed him through automatic doors beneath harsh fluorescent lights. The world blurred after that. Nurses speaking quickly. Questions about allergies. A blood pressure cuff tightening painfully around his arm. "The baby's heart rate is unstable," someone said nearby. Elias's pulse spiked in terror instantly. "No," he gasped. "Please, please help him." A young doctor with exhausted eyes squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. "We are trying. But you need to stay calm for your son." Son. Even hearing the word made Elias want to cry. Hours passed in fragments of pain and fear. Morning sunlight slowly replaced darkness beyond the clinic windows, while waves crashed faintly somewhere beyond the storm outside. Elias clung desperately to consciousness through every contraction, every frightening monitor sound, every whispered medical conversation he was never supposed to overhear. At one point, he genuinely thought he might die there alone. And strangely enough, his last thought was not about himself. It was Damien. Not because Elias wanted him anymore, but because Damien would never know their son existed. The realization hurt more than labor itself. Then finally, just after noon, a sharp cry pierced the room. Tiny, fragile, alive. Elias broke instantly. Tears spilled freely down his face for the first time since leaving Manhattan as a nurse carefully placed a small bundled infant against his chest. The baby's silver-gray eyes blinked open briefly beneath soft dark curls damp from birth. Damien's eyes. Elias stared at his son in stunned silence while his entire world shifted forever. "Hello," he whispered brokenly. The baby curled instinctively against him, impossibly warm and small. "Hello, my sweet boy." Martha appeared quietly near the doorway sometime later carrying coffee and dry clothes. She smiled softly at the sight before asking, "Does he have a name yet?" Elias looked down at the sleeping infant against his chest and answered without hesitation. "Noah." He swallowed painfully afterward. "Noah Carter. Not Vale. Never Vale." Damien Vale had not slept in 3 days. The entire top floor of Vale Corporation felt frozen beneath the pressure of his deteriorating mood. Assistants avoided eye contact. Meetings ended early. Even senior executives spoke cautiously around him now. The cold, controlled alpha who once dominated every room effortlessly was beginning to crack in ways nobody understood. Damien sat alone inside his office overlooking Manhattan while untouched coffee cooled beside stacks of abandoned paperwork. His tie hung loose around his neck. Dark circles shadowed his silver eyes. Across from him, Nathan Reed, his oldest friend and legal advisor, watched silently for several moments before speaking carefully. You have canceled 12 meetings this week. Damien barely looked up from the ultrasound photograph resting in his hand. The paper was wrinkled now from being unfolded too many times. Reschedule them. Nathan exhaled quietly. Damien, I said reschedule them. The dangerous edge in Damien's voice would have terrified most people. Nathan only leaned back in his chair instead. You are searching hospitals personally now. That is not normal behavior for you. Damien's jaw tightened instantly, because Nathan was right. It was not normal. Damien had spent the last 72 hours tearing apart every possibility like a man losing oxygen. Private investigators, security footage, bank activity, bus terminals, airports, nothing. Elias had vanished completely. He was pregnant, Damien said finally, the words sounding unfamiliar even to himself. Nathan's expression softened slightly. I know. Damien laughed once under his breath, but there was no humor in it. No, you do not understand. He looked down at the sonogram again. I did not know. The admission tasted poisonous. Damien remembered every moment differently now. Every exhausted smile Elias forced at dinner. Every time he disappeared into the bathroom feeling sick. Every cancelled event. Every oversized sweater Damien never questioned because he was too distracted by business deals and investor calls. God, Elias had carried their child beside him for months while Damien remained blind enough to miss all of it. A sharp knock interrupted the silence before one of Damien's assistants stepped nervously inside. Sir, she said cautiously. We received another call from St. Catherine Medical Center. Damien stood instantly. And no records under Mr. Carter's name. Hope vanished just as quickly as it appeared. Damien sat down again slowly while frustration rolled violently beneath his skin. His alpha instincts had become increasingly unstable since Elias disappeared. Short temper, sleeplessness, restlessness that never eased. Felt wrong not knowing where his Omega was. Worse, knowing Elias might be frightened somewhere carrying his child alone. Nathan studied him carefully before asking the question nobody else dared to ask. What exactly happened that night? Damien's silence lasted too long. Then quietly, almost reluctantly, he answered. He heard me talking to investors. Nathan frowned slightly. Talking about what? Damien stared blankly toward the rain-covered windows. I said he was just a plaything. Even speaking the sentence aloud now felt monstrous somehow. Nathan closed his eyes briefly like he physically regretted hearing it. Jesus Christ, Damien. Damien's chest tightened painfully. I did not mean it. That does not matter. The words landed harder than expected. Damien rubbed both hands across his face slowly while exhaustion clawed deeper into him. No, it did not matter what he meant. Elias had believed him. That was the problem. Somewhere far away from Manhattan, Elias was probably convinced Damien never loved him at all. The thought unsettled Damien more than he wanted to admit. His phone vibrated suddenly against the desk. One of the investigators. Damien answered immediately. Tell me you found something. Static crackled briefly before the man replied. We traced a bus ticket purchased under the name Elias Carter. It departed New York the night he disappeared. Damien's heartbeat accelerated instantly. Destination. Pause followed. Coastal Maine. For the first time in days, something dangerous and desperate ignited behind Damien Vale's silver eyes. Elias was alive. 2 years later, Blackwater Bay smelled like salt air, fresh bread, and rain-soaked cedarwood after a storm. The tiny coastal town sat quietly against the rocky shoreline of Maine, hidden far away from Manhattan skyscrapers and the ruthless world Damien Vale once controlled effortlessly. Elias preferred it that way. Peace had become precious to him. Noah, slow down, Elias called gently while carrying a tray of warm cinnamon rolls toward the bakery counter. Morning sunlight spilled through the windows of Seabreeze Bakery, painting golden patterns across polished wooden floors while customers chatted softly over coffee. Near the front display case, A small boy with dark curls laughed brightly as he chased a paper airplane between tables. "I am fast like the seagulls," Noah announced proudly. An elderly customer chuckled warmly. "You definitely got energy, kid." Elias smiled despite his exhaustion. Noah was the center of his entire world now. At nearly 2 years old, the little boy possessed endless curiosity, stubborn determination, and silver-gray eyes that looked painfully familiar every single day. Damien's eyes. Some mornings it still hurt. Other mornings Elias convinced himself he no longer cared. He had become skilled at surviving somewhere between those two feelings. Life in Blackwater Bay was not easy. Elias worked 6 days a week at the bakery while painting custom seaside portraits late at night after Noah fell asleep. Money remained tight constantly, sleep even tighter, but Noah laughed often. He was healthy, safe, loved. That mattered more than anything else. The bell above the bakery door rang softly. Elias glanced up automatically before freezing completely. A tall man stepped inside wearing a charcoal overcoat dusted lightly with rain. The entire room seemed smaller the moment he entered. Cold silver eyes scanned the bakery absently while he removed dark leather gloves with controlled movements Elias remembered too well. Damien Vale. The tray nearly slipped from Elias's hands. For one horrifying second, he genuinely forgot how to breathe. Damien looked exactly the same, maybe sharper somehow, older around the eyes, more exhausted than Elias remembered, but unmistakably Damien. Panic exploded through Elias instantly. No, 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 no. He was not supposed to be here. Blackwater Bay was too small, too hidden. Damien should never have found this place. Elias turned away quickly before those silver eyes could land on him, but fate moved faster. Noah's paper airplane slid directly across the floor toward Damien's polished shoes. The little boy hurried after it immediately. "Mr. Wait," Noah said breathlessly. Damien bent automatically and picked up the paper airplane before the child collided with him. "Careful," Damien murmured distractedly. Then Noah looked up. Everything stopped. The paper airplane slipped slowly from Damien's fingers. Silver eyes met identical silver eyes. Damien stared at the child before him with visible confusion at first. Then shock. Real, unmistakable shock. Noah blinked curiously beneath dark curls identical to Elias's while clutching the edge of Damien's coat sleeve. "Thank you," he said politely. Damien looked physically unable to speak. The bakery sounds faded beneath the roaring in Elias's ears as terror climbed rapidly into his chest. Noah tilted his head slightly. "You look sad." Damien swallowed hard, his expression unreadable now. "What is your name?" Noah smiled brightly without hesitation. "Noah Carter." Damien's face changed instantly at the surname. Color drained subtly from his features while his eyes lifted slowly toward the counter. Toward Elias. Their gazes locked across the bakery after 2 years apart. Elias felt frozen in place. Damien looked at him like a man seeing a ghost standing in sunlight. No anger appeared in his eyes. No coldness either. Only devastating realization. Noah looked between them curiously before tugging Damien's sleeve again. "Mama cries at night sometimes," he said innocently. "Did you make him sad?" The entire bakery fell silent around them. Damien stared at the little boy with a shattered expression Elias had never seen before in his life. Then Noah smiled softly and added the sentence that completely destroyed whatever remained of Damien Vale's composure. "Mister, you have my eyes." Chapter 3. The family he has not earned yet. Elias stood frozen behind the bakery counter while every buried emotion he had spent 2 years trying to survive came crashing violently back into him. Damien Vale was here, in Blackwater Bay, looking at Noah like the world beneath his feet had shattered completely. Customers sensed the tension immediately. Quiet conversations faded. Coffee cups paused halfway to lips. Even little Noah looked confused now, glancing between the two adults with wide silver eyes. Damien finally spoke first, though his voice sounded rougher than Elias remembered. "Elias." Hearing his name after so long hurt far more than Elias expected. He forced himself to move before panic could fully consume him. "Noah," he said gently, stepping around the counter. "Go help Miss Evelyn in the kitchen for a minute." Noah hesitated. "But Mama, please." Something in Elias's expression must have convinced him because the child nodded obediently before hurrying toward the back of the bakery. The moment he disappeared, silence fell heavily between them. Damien stared at Elias like he could not look away, like he was trying desperately to memorize every detail all over again. Elias hated that his own heart still reacted to those silver eyes. "You found us," Elias said quietly. Damien swallowed once before answering. "I have been looking for 2 years." Elias almost laughed at the absurdity of it. 2 years. 2 years too late. "You should leave." Damien's expression tightened instantly. "Elias?" "No." Elias folded his arms protectively across his chest even though Noah was no longer there. "You do not get to walk in here and act like this suddenly matters to you." Pain flickered visibly across Damien's face. "He is my son." Elias's eyes burned immediately. "Now he is." The words landed sharply enough to silence Damien completely. Elias looked away first because he could not survive staring at him much longer. Damien still smelled the same. Cedar wood, winter air, power. It brought back memories Elias had spent nights trying to bury while rocking Noah to sleep in their tiny apartment above the bakery. "I did not know," Damien said quietly behind him. "If I had known." Elias turned instantly, anger finally breaking through years of exhaustion. "You called me a plaything." The bakery fell silent again. Damien's jaw tightened painfully. "Elias. No. You do not get to rewrite that night." Elias's voice trembled despite his efforts to stay calm. "I heard every word." Damien looked genuinely wrecked now, but Elias forced himself not to care. He remembered too clearly what came after Manhattan. The premature labor. The hospital bills he could barely afford. Working through fevers because Noah needed formula and winter clothes. Crying silently at 3 in the morning while holding a newborn who had Damien's eyes and Damien's scent. Damien stepped closer carefully. "I searched everywhere for you." Elias laughed softly this time, but it sounded hollow. "That does not erase what happened." Before Damien could answer, the bakery kitchen door opened again, and Noah ran back out carrying a paper bag filled with cookies. "Mama, Miss Evelyn said I can bring some home." He stopped suddenly after noticing the tension again. Damien's expression softened instantly when he looked at the child. Elias noticed it immediately. Something dangerous twisted inside his chest. Because for the first time since meeting Damien Vale, he saw genuine tenderness in the alpha's eyes. Noah walked slowly toward Elias before looking curiously back at Damien. "Are you leaving?" Damien seemed unable to answer right away. Finally, he crouched slightly to Noah's level. "Do you want me to?" Noah considered the question with innocent seriousness only children possessed. "Mama gets sad after nightmares," he admitted softly. "But he smiles more when I hug him." Damien looked shattered all over again. Elias's throat tightened painfully as Noah reached for his hand. Small fingers wrapped around his own. Safe, warm, real. Everything Elias sacrificed his old life to protect stood beside him now. Damien rose slowly to his full height again, his silver eyes never leaving Elias. "I am not leaving Blackwater Bay," he said quietly. "Not this time." And for the first time in 2 years, Elias felt truly afraid again. The storm arrived over Blackwater Bay just after midnight, rattling the windows of Elias's small apartment above the bakery, while ocean waves crashed violently against the cliffs below town. Elias sat beside Noah's bed watching his son sleep peacefully beneath a blanket covered in tiny painted stars. Normally the sight calmed him. Tonight his chest would not stop tightening. Damien had been in Blackwater Bay for 3 days now. 3 days of silent tension stretching through every corner of Elias's life. Damien rented the largest cottage near the harbor and somehow always appeared nearby without crossing the boundaries Elias desperately tried to maintain. At the bakery, at the grocery store, near the docks when Noah wanted to feed seagulls after sunset. Never forcing conversation. never demanding forgiveness. Somehow that made everything worse. A soft knock startled Elias from his thoughts. Before he could react, Miss Evelyn pushed the apartment door open slightly. "Sweetheart," the older beta said gently, "you have a visitor." Elias already knew. His pulse quickened instantly as he stepped quietly into the hallway outside Noah's room. Damien stood near the apartment entrance, soaked lightly from rain, dark coat clinging to his broad shoulders while exhaustion shadowed his silver eyes. He looked terrible. "What happened?" Elias asked before he could stop himself. Damien held out a thin medical folder silently. "I went back to the clinic where Noah was born." Elias froze. Ice spread slowly through his chest. "Why?" Damien's jaw tightened painfully. "Because I needed to know what happened to you after you left." Elias immediately reached for the folder, but Damien spoke first. "You almost died." The words shattered the silence between them. Elias looked away instantly. "It does not matter anymore. It matters to me." Damien's voice cracked slightly for the first time Elias had ever heard. "You signed emergency consent forms alone." Elias said nothing, because it was true. He still remembered lying beneath harsh hospital lights while contractions tore through his body and terrified nurses rushed around him during the storm. No family. No Alpha. Nobody except strangers. Damien stepped closer carefully. "The doctor said your blood pressure crashed during labor." Elias folded his arms tightly across himself. "I survived." "Barely." Elias closed his eyes. He hated this conversation. Hated hearing concern in Damien's voice now after years of silence. Damien lowered his gaze toward the folder still clutched in his hand. "You listed one emergency instruction." Elias's breath caught instantly. He remembered writing it while crying quietly in the hospital bed because someone had asked what should happen if complications became severe. Damien looked physically shaken as he repeated the words softly. "In case of emergency, save the child first." Silence swallowed the apartment completely. Rain tapped softly against the windows while somewhere nearby Noah shifted in his sleep. Damien looked at Elias like his heart was breaking in real time. "You were willing to die alone protecting our son." Elias finally met his eyes again, exhausted tears burning painfully behind his own. "I already lost everything else that night in Manhattan." Damien inhaled sharply like the sentence physically wounded him. For several long seconds, neither of them spoke. Then quietly, almost desperately, Damien whispered, "Tell me how to fix this." Elias stared at him beneath the dim apartment light and answered with devastating honesty. "You cannot." Winter arrived quietly in Blackwater Bay. Snow covered the harbor docks in soft white layers, while warm yellow lights glowed through bakery windows each evening like small pieces of safety against the cold Atlantic storms. Nearly 4 months had passed since Damien first walked into Seabreeze Bakery and discovered the existence of his son. Nothing had become easy after that. But slowly, painfully, things had begun to change. Damien stayed in Blackwater Bay. Welcome to BL Storytender. Let the story begin. The Alpha CEO met an Omega by chance, then froze when a child looked exactly like him. Ethan Blackwood had built his life on precision, control, and distance, the kind of man who measured success in quarterly reports and skyscraper views, not in fleeting emotions or unfinished memories. So when he stepped into a small corner cafe on a quiet Manhattan street one chilly morning, he expected nothing more than a strong cup of black coffee and a few uninterrupted minutes before his next meeting. But the moment his eyes landed on the man behind the counter, something in his chest tightened in a way he couldn't explain, because Noah Carter wasn't just another barista with tired eyes and a calm voice. There was something achingly familiar about the way he moved, the way he avoided eye contact just a second too long, as if he recognized Ethan but refused to acknowledge it. And before Ethan could question that feeling, a small voice broke the tension. A child no older than 4 ran from behind the counter and wrapped his arms around Noah's waist, laughing softly, and that's when Ethan saw him clearly, the boy's silver-gray eyes, the exact shade as his own, the same sharp line of his jaw, the same quiet intensity in such a small face, and in that moment Ethan froze, the world around him fading into a distant blur as one impossible thought took hold. This child looked exactly like him. Not similar, not coincidentally alike, but undeniably, unmistakably the same, and his instincts, the ones he had ignored for years, surged to the surface with a quiet, undeniable force. Noah stiffened, his hand instinctively resting on the boy's shoulder as if shielding him, and Ethan took a slow step forward, his voice lower than usual, steady but edged with something deeper, asking the simplest question that carried the weight of everything. How old is he? And Noah hesitated just long enough to confirm Ethan's growing suspicion before answering softly, 4, and that single word sent a ripple through Ethan's mind. Aligning timelines he hadn't revisited in years, memories of a single night 5 years ago at a corporate gala, a rare moment when he had allowed himself to step outside his controlled world, when he had met someone who saw him not as a CEO but as a man, a quiet Omega who had shared a conversation under city lights, a moment of vulnerability neither of them had planned nor fully understood, a moment Ethan had dismissed the next morning as a mistake, something fleeting and inconsequential, and yet now, standing in this cafe, looking at that child, he realized nothing about that night had been insignificant. Noah's voice broke through again, carefully neutral, asking for his order as if nothing had changed, but everything had changed. Ethan could feel it, the truth sitting just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. And as the boy looked up at him again, curious and unafraid, Ethan felt something shift deep inside him, something he had never accounted for in any plan, and for the first time in years, Ethan Blackwood didn't know what to do next. Ethan did not leave the cafe that morning the way he had planned. Instead, he remained standing near the counter longer than necessary, his usual sense of urgency replaced by a quiet, unshakable focus on the child who now sat at a small table coloring with careful concentration. Every movement deliberate, every expression hauntingly familiar, and Ethan found himself watching not as a stranger but as someone drawn in by a connection he could not yet prove but could no longer ignore. Noah noticed it too, the way Ethan's gaze lingered, the way the silence between them grew heavier with each passing second, and finally Noah spoke. His voice calm but guarded, asking if there was anything else he needed, but Ethan did not answer right away. Instead he stepped closer, lowering himself slightly so that he was no longer towering over the child. His voice softer now, asking the boy what he was drawing, and Lucas looked up with an open, curious expression, holding up the paper proudly and saying, it was a picture of his family, just him and his dad, and that single word landed with quiet weight, because Ethan felt something shift again, something deeper this time, and he asked, carefully, who his dad was, but Lucas only smiled and said his mom told him he would understand when he was older, and Noah immediately intervened, gently but firmly redirecting the conversation, his hand resting protectively on Lucas's shoulder as he suggested that Lucas finish his drawing in the back room. And the boy obeyed without question, leaving the two of them alone in a silence that was no longer neutral but charged with everything neither of them had said. Ethan straightened, his composure returning but not his distance, and he spoke with quiet certainty, telling Noah that the timing did not add up to coincidence, that he remembered the night, that he remembered him, even if he had tried not to. Welcome to BL Story Tender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The Encounter. Noah West sat alone at the far corner of a dimly lit bar, the ice in his glass clinking softly with every slight movement. His tired eyes stared into the amber liquid, his mind far away from the bustling noise of the city around him. The soft hum of chatter and clinking glasses faded into the background as he swirled his drink, seeking solace in the familiar warmth. It had been a long week, the kind where life seemed to drain every ounce of energy from him, leaving him to drift aimlessly through the motions. His heart felt heavy, burdened with unanswered questions and unspoken fears. How did he end up here, in this quiet corner, nursing his drink while the world continued to move on without him? The answer seemed too simple yet too complex to grasp. He had left behind everything he once knew, his past, his family, his dreams, all sacrificed in the name of survival. And now, here he was, in a city that felt both like home and like a foreign place. Noah's fingers tightened around his glass as the door to the bar opened with a soft creak. The chill from outside briefly swept through the room, sending a shiver down his spine. He barely glanced up, too lost in his thoughts to care. But then his gaze flickered to the entrance. He couldn't help it. The man who walked in was impossible to ignore. Dominic Cross, the mafia alpha who seemed to dominate every room he entered. His presence was magnetic, a force that commanded attention without a single word. Tall, broad-shouldered, and exuding an air of authority, Dominic was the kind of man who didn't need to speak to make his presence known. His piercing gray eyes scanned the room with an intensity that sent a jolt of recognition through Noah's chest. There was something about him, something that Noah couldn't quite place, but that made his pulse quicken all the same. Dominic moved through the bar with the quiet confidence of a man who had nothing to prove. His dark suit, perfectly tailored, only accentuated his commanding presence. He passed by several tables, exchanging polite nods, but it was clear that he was not here for casual conversation. He was here for something or someone. As he drew closer to Noah's table, the air between them seemed to thicken, charged with an unseen force. Noah's breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding for reasons he couldn't understand. And then, without warning, Dominic stopped right in front of him. His deep voice, low and commanding, sliced through the silence. "From now on, you're my fiancé," he said, his words hanging in the air like an ultimatum. Noah's eyes widened, the drink in his hand suddenly feeling heavier. He blinked, his mind racing to comprehend what had just been said. "Excuse me?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Dominic's gaze never wavered, and Noah could see the determination in his eyes. There was no room for argument, no space for hesitation. This was not a question. It was a statement. "You heard me," Dominic replied, his tone unwavering. "You're mine now." Noah's chest tightened as his mind struggled to make sense of the situation. What was this? A mistake? A joke? But the look in Dominic's eyes told him it was neither. It was real. And in that moment, Noah realized that his life, everything he had known, was about to change in ways he couldn't yet understand. Noah's mind raced as Dominic's words settled in the air between them, heavy and unyielding. He couldn't bring himself to fully grasp what had just happened. The world around him seemed to blur, the murmurs of the bar and the clink of glasses turning into a dull hum. Dominic stood there, unshaken, a towering figure of authority, while Noah sat frozen, trying to collect his thoughts. His heart pounded in his chest, the sound of it deafening in his ears. Was this some kind of twisted joke? Was he being mocked? But there was nothing in Dominic's eyes that suggested amusement. They were cold, calculating, but with a hint of something else, something Noah couldn't place. "You're my fiancé now, Noah," Dominic repeated, the words almost a command. Noah swallowed, his throat dry. What do you mean?" His voice cracked, betraying the fear that was creeping up inside him. Dominic's gaze softened just the slightest bit, but there was no mistaking the authority in his posture. "I mean exactly what I said," he replied. "From now on, your life is mine." Noah shook his head, his mind spinning. He had never met this man before, never crossed paths in any meaningful way. Why him? Why now? His thoughts were interrupted when Dominic slid into the seat across from him without asking, his movements smooth and deliberate. "You're not the first person I've claimed," Dominic continued, his voice low but firm. "And you won't be the last. But you will learn to trust me, whether you want to or not." The weight of his words was suffocating. Noah felt like he was trapped in a maze with no way out. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. His brain was scrambling for something, anything, to make sense of the situation. But the truth was, there was no making sense of it. Nothing about this situation made sense. He had always thought his life was ordinary until now. "Why?" Noah finally managed to ask, his voice barely above a whisper. Dominic studied him for a long moment, his gaze unwavering. "Because I need you," he said simply. "And you need me, even if you don't realize it yet." Noah stared at him, unsure of how to react. He felt like he was being pulled in two different directions at once. On one hand, there was the fear of being tied to someone so dangerous, so utterly in control. On the other, There was a part of him that couldn't ignore the strange pull he felt toward Dominic, the magnetic force that seemed to draw him in despite the danger. I'm not like that," Noah stammered, his mind still foggy. "I don't want this." Dominic leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "You'll learn to want it. You'll learn to need me. I'll make sure of that." His voice held a note of finality, and Noah felt the shiver of fear creep up his spine once more. He didn't know if it was the man's words or the sheer presence of him, but Noah felt like he had just signed an invisible contract with a man he didn't trust. "You don't have a choice, Noah," Dominic continued, his voice softening ever so slightly. "This is just the way it has to be. And believe me, once you accept it, your life will be better." Noah wanted to argue, wanted to scream, but his voice failed him. He just sat there, staring at the man who had just turned his world upside down. Dominic was a man of few words, but when he spoke, it was as though the world itself shifted to accommodate him. And Noah, for all his defiance, knew that somehow he would have to come to terms with this new reality, whether he wanted to or not. The days that followed felt like a blur to Noah. He couldn't escape the looming presence of Dominic, who was now a constant in his life, whether he liked it or not. Dominic had made it clear that there was no way out, no running from this twisted reality. Each time Noah tried to push back, to assert some form of control over his own life, Dominic's gaze would fall on him. Unyielding, steady, and utterly unshakable. The Mafia Alpha was not someone you could simply ignore or escape. Noah had learned that the hard way. He found himself in places he never thought he'd be. Sitting across from Dominic at lavish dinners, attending meetings that felt more like power plays than any semblance of normal life. Dominic was always at the center, the focal point of everything. And Noah, despite himself, was starting to get used to the fact that his life was now tangled in Dominic's. Noah hadn't agreed to any of this, but somehow he was being pulled deeper into Dominic's world every day. One evening, after another tense dinner where Dominic's cold eyes never left him, Noah was walking back to his apartment, his mind racing. His thoughts were a whirlwind. Questions he couldn't answer, fears he couldn't voice. His phone buzzed in his pocket, pulling him out of his spiral. He looked down, his breath catching when he saw Dominic's name on the screen. "Meet me at the office." Asterisk asterisk, that was all the message said. Noah felt a knot form in his stomach. He had no choice but to go. He had no choice about anything anymore. The office was just a few blocks away, but it might as well have been miles. As he walked, the evening air felt heavier, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him with every step. He reached the towering building where Dominic's office was located, the sleek glass and steel reflecting the city lights. Noah hesitated for a moment before entering. It was quiet in the lobby, the kind of silence that made him feel small. He took the elevator up to the top floor, the doors sliding open with a soft chime. Dominic's office was at the very end of the hall, a vast, intimidating space. As Noah approached, the door opened before he could knock. There was Dominic, standing tall by the window, looking out over the city like he owned it all. "Come in," he said, his voice smooth, but there was a coldness to it that sent a chill down Noah's spine. Noah stepped inside, the door closing softly behind him. The room smelled of expensive leather and wood polish, the faint scent of Dominic's cologne lingering in the air. "Sit down," Dominic instructed, motioning to a chair across from him. Noah did as he was told, feeling the weight of the moment. He wasn't sure what Dominic wanted, but he knew better than to ask. Dominic's silence was often more telling than his words. "I've been thinking," Dominic began, his back still to Noah as he stared out at the city lights. "About you, about us." Noah's heart skipped a beat. The words hung in the air like a threat, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. "You're mine," Dominic said, his voice steady. "And I'm not the type of man who lets things slip away. You'll learn to trust me, Noah. You'll learn to need me." Noah wanted to argue, to scream, but the words stuck in his throat. He didn't want this, didn't want any of it. But Dominic wasn't asking. Dominic wasn't giving him a choice. The reality of it all crashed down on him. He was trapped. Dominic had made it clear that this was his world, and Noah was just a part of it. No matter how much he fought, no matter how much he resisted, he was already too far in. And Dominic knew it. Chapter 2. The Agreement. Noah sat on the edge of the leather chair, his fingers nervously tapping against the armrest. The air in Dominic's office was thick with tension, the weight of Dominic's presence pressing down on him like a storm about to break. He couldn't escape it. Not the office, not the man, not the life that was slowly suffocating him. His heart raced as Dominic turned to face him, his expression unreadable. For a moment, Dominic said nothing, simply watching Noah with those cold, piercing eyes that seemed to see right through him. The silence between them stretched, heavy and uncomfortable, like an invisible wall Noah couldn't climb. "You still don't understand, do you?" Dominic finally spoke, his voice calm, almost soothing. But there was a hardness to it that Noah couldn't ignore. Noah looked up at him, trying to gather his thoughts. He was lost, unsure of what was happening, unsure of what was expected of him. "I don't understand what?" he asked quietly, his voice barely audible. Dominic leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. "You're mine now, Noah. Your life, your decisions, they all belong to me. You don't get to make the rules anymore." The words hit Noah like a punch to the gut. He had known it on some level. He had felt it in the way Dominic controlled every situation, every encounter. But hearing it out loud, so final, so absolute, made it real in a way that nothing else had. "I didn't ask for this," Noah said, his voice trembling slightly. "I didn't want this." Dominic's eyes softened, but only for a moment. Then, just as quickly, they turned cold again. "It doesn't matter what you wanted. What matters is that this is the way it is now." He walked around the desk, his movements deliberate, as though he was in complete control of everything. Noah swallowed hard, trying to steady his nerves. "So what now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dominic's gaze never left him as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleek black folder. He placed it on the desk between them, the sound of it landing with a heavy thud. "Now," Dominic said. "You sign this." Noah's heart skipped a beat as he glanced down at the folder. He didn't need to ask what was inside. He knew. It was a contract that would bind him to Dominic, to this life, to whatever twisted future the Mafia Alpha had in mind for him. Noah's hands shook as he reached for the folder, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the paper. He didn't want to do this, didn't want to be tied to Dominic in this way, but the reality was inescapable. He was already trapped. "If you don't sign, there will be consequences," Dominic continued, his voice low, the words laced with an unspoken threat. "You'll regret it if you don't, Noah." The fear in Noah's chest tightened, his breath coming faster now. What was he supposed to do? Was there even a choice? He looked at the contract, the weight of it crushing him. But as his gaze lifted to Dominic's face, he saw something that made him hesitate. There was no mercy in Dominic's eyes, no kindness, only the cold, hard truth of a man used to getting what he wanted. Noah could feel the pull of that truth, like gravity dragging him down, making him feel smaller, more insignificant with every passing second. His fingers hovered over the paper, but the decision seemed so much bigger than just signing a contract. It felt like the beginning of something that would change everything. And deep down, Noah knew it was too late to turn back now. Noah's hand hovered over the contract, the paper cold beneath his fingertips. His mind raced, and his heart beat faster with each passing second. What was he doing? What choice did he have? Dominic stood silently, watching him, his presence looming in the room like an inevitable storm. There was no turning back now, was there? Noah thought about his life before all this, the quiet moments, the small comforts, the ordinary life he had once dreamed of. But that life felt so distant now, as if it had belonged to someone else. This was his reality now, a reality where Dominic Cross controlled every aspect of his existence. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he knew he had to do. His hand, almost unwilling, finally moved, signing his name at the bottom of the page. The ink was dark, final, and it felt like it sealed his fate in a way that no words could. As soon as the pen left the paper, Noah felt a strange mixture of relief and dread wash over him. It was done. He was bound to Dominic now, tied to this world of power, control, and danger. Dominic didn't say anything immediately. He simply stared at Noah, his expression unreadable. Noah couldn't look away, though the weight of the moment pressed down on him, suffocating him. Finally, Dominic spoke, his voice smooth, but carrying an edge of something else, something deeper. "You've made the right choice," he said, his words like a soft command. Noah wanted to argue, wanted to tell Dominic that he hadn't had a choice at all, but something in the way Dominic looked at him silenced him. There was no use in resisting. Dominic had already claimed him, and that was a truth Noah had to face, whether he liked it or not. "From now on," Dominic continued, his voice cool, "you belong to me, and I take care of what belongs to me." Noah swallowed hard, feeling a lump form in his throat. There was something unsettling about the way Dominic spoke, like he was talking about a possession, something he could own and control. But Noah had signed the contract, and now there was no going back. He was Dominic's, and Dominic was determined to remind him of that at every turn. Over the next few days, Noah's world began to shift in ways he hadn't imagined. Dominic's influence seemed to seep into every part of his life. He was always there, watching, guiding, or rather, controlling. Noah found himself following Dominic's orders without question, pulled by some invisible force he couldn't explain. It wasn't just the contract. There was something else. Something in Dominic's presence that made Noah feel both trapped and strangely protected. He wasn't sure which of those feelings scared him more. Despite himself, Noah began to notice the small things. Dominic's subtle gestures, the way he made sure Noah had everything he needed, even if it meant making him feel like he didn't have a say in any of it. There was an undeniable pull between them, something more than just the contract, more than just the power dynamic. And that terrified Noah, because he wasn't sure if he was falling into Dominic's world willingly, or if he was being dragged into it by something far stronger than himself. The days blurred together as Noah adjusted to the reality of his new life. The world he had known, the life he had once lived with simple freedom, now felt like a distant memory. Every step he took seemed to be measured, controlled by Dominic, who remained a constant presence in his life. Even when they were not physically together, Noah felt the weight of his decisions bearing down on him, like a shadow that never left. It was in the small things, how Dominic would check in, how he would subtly take control of Noah's routine, guiding his every move without making it seem too obvious. Noah started to question how much of this was his own doing and how much was Dominic's manipulation. It wasn't just the constant reminders of his new life with Dominic. It was the subtle ways Dominic tested him, pushed him. Dominic didn't need to raise his voice or use force. His power was quiet, almost gentle, and yet it was overwhelming. Noah found himself submitting without even realizing it at times. It was as if his own will was slipping away, replaced by the unspoken agreement that this was now how things were. And in moments when Noah felt like he could push back, Dominic would simply look at him with those piercing gray eyes, and all resistance would crumble away. One evening, as Noah returned to the apartment after a long day, he found Dominic sitting on the couch, waiting for him. The dim light from the city filtered through the window, casting shadows on the walls. Dominic didn't look up from his phone as Noah entered, but the air between them shifted. There was a tension that hadn't been there before, something unspoken but palpable. Noah closed the door softly behind him, not sure what to say. The silence stretched on, thick and heavy. Finally, Dominic looked up, his eyes assessing Noah in a way that made him feel like he was being evaluated, judged. "You've been distant," Dominic said, his voice low and steady. "Is there something you want to tell me?" Noah hesitated, feeling the weight of the question settle on his shoulders. There were so many things he wanted to say, so many things he wanted to scream, but he knew better than to open that door. Dominic had already made it clear that resistance wasn't an option. Instead, Noah simply shook his head, trying to appear calm, trying to hide the turmoil inside. "I'm just tired," Noah finally muttered, looking away. "It's been a long day." Dominic studied him for a moment, and then, to Noah's surprise, he stood up and walked over to him. "You're not tired, Noah. You're running from something?" he said softly, his voice so calm it almost made Noah feel like he was in a dream. Noah's breath caught in his throat. He didn't know how to respond. He wasn't sure if Dominic was right or if he was just reading into things. But for the first time since this all started, Noah wondered if he was truly ready to face what he had gotten himself into. Was he running from the reality of his life with Dominic, or was he running from himself? Before he could think too much, Dominic placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him in the moment. "We need to trust each other, Noah. All of this will work if you stop fighting it." Noah swallowed hard, his chest tightening. He wasn't sure what was scarier, the idea of accepting this new life or the thought of losing himself completely to it. He had signed the contract. He had agreed to Dominic's terms, but did that mean he had to give up everything he was? Would there be anything left of Noah when Dominic was done with him? Chapter 3. The Choice. The days had started to blend into each other, each one more suffocating than the last. Noah couldn't escape the reality of what his life had become, and yet, every time he tried to make sense of it, he felt more lost. Dominic's presence in his life was a constant, like a shadow that followed him wherever he went. The once peaceful moments Noah had in the apartment were now filled with tension, as though every space was haunted by Dominic's unspoken expectations. Noah couldn't ignore the quiet control Dominic had over everything. The subtle way he would show up unannounced. The way his voice would echo in Noah's mind even when he wasn't around. It wasn't just the physical presence. It was the way Dominic had made himself a fixture in Noah's thoughts. The way every decision Noah made was somehow tied to him. Noah had learned to go through the motions. He attended the events Dominic told him to, wore the clothes Dominic had chosen for him, and even began to see the world through Dominic's lens, though he hated every moment of it. Every time Dominic asked for something, Noah would find himself fulfilling it before he even realized what had happened. He wasn't sure if it was the power Dominic exuded or something else, something more insidious, that made it impossible for him to say no. One evening, as Noah prepared to leave the apartment for another event Dominic had arranged, he stood in front of the mirror, his reflection staring back at him. He barely recognized himself anymore. The man in the mirror was a version of him, yes, but it wasn't the person he remembered. It was someone who had accepted his fate, someone who had allowed himself to be pulled into Dominic's world. He wasn't sure when the shift had happened, but there was no denying it now. He hadn't signed up for this life. He hadn't asked for it, and yet here he was. It felt like every piece of him was being chipped away, little by little until nothing was left. He was a pawn in Dominic's world, and he didn't know how to break free. "Are you ready?" Dominic's voice cut through his thoughts, calm and measured as always. Noah turned to face him, his heart beating faster. "Yes," he replied, his voice sounding foreign to his own ears. He hated how submissive it sounded, how easily he had slipped into the role that Dominic had carved out for him. Dominic studied him for a moment, his eyes flicking over Noah as if evaluating him. Then, without another word, he turned and walked toward the door. Noah followed as he always did. The night felt colder, the weight of the decision he had made pressing down on him more than ever. But as they stepped out into the night, Noah realized something. He could feel it now, this gnawing sensation deep inside him. It wasn't just fear. It was something else, something that had been slowly building. Was it guilt? Regret? Or was it just the reality of being trapped in this life? Noah wasn't sure yet. But one thing was clear, he was at a crossroads now. The path ahead seemed both inevitable and uncertain, and Noah knew that whatever decision he made next would be the one that defined everything. Would he continue to let Dominic control him, or would he finally make the choice to fight for himself? Noah's mind was a storm as he sat in the back of the sleek black car, staring out at the city lights blurring past. The cold air outside had nothing on the chill that had settled in his chest. Dominic sat next to him, his presence overwhelming even in silence. Noah could feel the weight of his decisions pressing against him, suffocating him with each mile they drove. The city, bustling and alive, seemed so far away from the reality he had found himself in. A reality where every choice he made felt like it had already been decided for him. He could feel the shift within himself. A kind of quiet resistance, a tug deep inside him that said this wasn't the life he wanted. But every time he looked at Dominic, his strength, his power, he questioned if there was even a way out. The contract he had signed was a chain, invisible but unbreakable. And no matter how hard he tried to push against it, he couldn't seem to escape. Dominic leaned closer, his voice breaking through Noah's thoughts. "You're quiet tonight," he observed, his tone casual. But there was an edge to it that Noah couldn't ignore. "Something on your mind?" Noah met Dominic's gaze briefly before looking away, unable to hold his stare. "I'm fine," he said, his voice betraying him with its hesitation. Dominic's lips twitched upward in something that might have been a smile. "You know, you don't have to pretend with me." His hand rested casually on Noah's knee, the weight of it somehow heavier than it should have been. Noah flinched at the touch but said nothing. The car slowed as they approached their destination. One of Dominic's many properties, a fortress of glass and steel. The driver stopped in front, and before Noah could even step out, Dominic was already opening the door, pulling him into a world where his choices no longer mattered. As they entered the building, Noah's heart pounded in his chest. The lights were dim, the air thick with luxury. Dominic led him down a long hallway, and Noah couldn't help but feel that each step he took was taking him further into Dominic's world, and further away from the life he once knew. "Come," Dominic said, his voice low. "You're mine now, Noah, and it's time you realized what that means." Noah didn't respond. What was there left to say? His silence seemed to answer everything. He was already here, and there was no turning back. Noah stood by the window, staring out at the city below, the lights flickering like distant stars. The silence in the room felt heavy, pressing down on him in a way that had become all too familiar. Dominic's presence was felt in every corner of the space, even though he wasn't there at that moment. Noah had signed the contract, and there was no denying the reality that had come with it. He had entered Dominic's world, a world of power, control, and rules he couldn't break. But as time passed, Noah started to understand something he hadn't before. He wasn't just a pawn in Dominic's game. He was a part of something bigger. Dominic's cold exterior had begun to crack, revealing glimpses of something deeper, something more human. Noah had spent weeks resisting, fighting the pull Dominic had over him. But now, as he stood in the quiet of the room, he realized that his feelings were changing. Not all at once, not in an overwhelming flood, but little by little. Dominic had shown him parts of himself Noah hadn't expected. Care, protection, a desire to keep him safe, even if it was in his own way. The life Noah had once dreamed of, the life of freedom and choice, felt so distant now. But he wasn't completely lost. Not yet. Dominic's footsteps echoed in the hallway, breaking Noah from his thoughts. When the door opened, Dominic walked in, his usual confident stride betraying a hint of something softer. He looked at Noah, his gaze searching, but there was no more harshness in his eyes. "You've been quiet lately," Dominic said, his voice calm, but Noah could hear the underlying concern. "Are you sure you're all right?" Noah turned to face him, his heart beating faster than he expected. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel the need to lie. "I'm not sure," Noah admitted, his voice steady. "But I'm learning." Dominic didn't move, didn't press him further. Instead, he walked over to Noah, standing just a few feet away. "You don't have to have it all figured out," Dominic said softly. "I won't force you to, Noah. I'm here. We'll take this one step at a time." It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the life Noah had envisioned. But as he looked into Dominic's eyes, he realized something. He wasn't completely trapped. There was still room for him to make his own choices. And with that thought, Noah finally allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for him to carve out his place in this new life. It wouldn't be easy, and it wouldn't be without its challenges, but for the first time, Noah felt like he had a choice. and that was enough. Welcome to BL Storytender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The Sentence That Destroyed Everything. The ballroom of the Vale Grand Hotel glowed beneath crystal chandeliers worth more than most people earned in a lifetime. But Elias Carter felt cold standing near the marble balcony doors with one trembling hand resting protectively over his swollen stomach. 8 months pregnant, exhausted, and hidden beneath layers of elegant black fabric tailored carefully to disguise the curve of his body, he looked like every other graceful Omega invited to the annual Vale Foundation Gala. That was the point. Damien Vale hated weakness being displayed in public, especially weakness connected to him. Around him, the wealthiest families in Manhattan laughed over champagne and whispered beneath clouds of expensive perfume and dominant alpha pheromones. But Elias barely heard any of it anymore. His back ached terribly. The baby had been restless all evening, tiny kicks pressing against his ribs as if sensing the tension suffocating his chest. He should have gone home hours ago. Dr. Harrison had warned him repeatedly that stress was dangerous this late into the pregnancy. But Damien had insisted he attend tonight beside him. Smile. Stay beautiful. Stay quiet. Elias had learned those rules long ago. He adjusted the silver ring on his finger and searched the crowded ballroom for Damien. The alpha stood across the room near a group of investors, devastatingly handsome in a charcoal suit that fit his tall frame like armor. Damien always looked untouchable under soft golden lights. Cold silver eyes, dark hair brushed perfectly back. The kind of face magazines called ruthless elegance. Elias once thought those eyes looked gentler when they landed on him. He knew better now. A sudden sharp kick made Elias inhale softly. "Easy, little one," he whispered under his breath, pressing his palm lower against his stomach. "Just a little longer." He turned slightly toward the balcony for air when Damien's voice drifted through the crowd. Calm, smooth, detached. "You should settle down eventually," one investor joked with a laugh. "You have people wondering when Mr. Damien Vale will finally choose a real partner." Several men chuckled politely. Elias froze without meaning to. He should walk away. He knew he should. Then Damien answered. "Please." A low, amused laugh escaped him. "Elias is just a plaything. Nothing more." The world stopped. Not dramatically. Not loudly. It simply stopped existing around him. Elias stood perfectly still while laughter rose around Damien like smoke. His fingers tightened instinctively over his stomach as something inside him cracked with terrifying silence. Plaything. The father of his child had called him a plaything. After 2 years together. After every lonely night waiting in an empty penthouse. After every appointment Damien missed. After every promise spoken against his skin in quiet darkness when nobody else could hear them. The baby shifted suddenly, almost painfully, and Elias swallowed hard against the sickness climbing his throat. Damien continued speaking casually. He understands the arrangement. He enjoys the lifestyle. Nothing complicated about it. Arrangement. Elias stared at the man he loved and realized he had never truly known him at all. Not once. Not really. He did not cry. That was the frightening part. No tears came. Only a strange numbness spreading slowly through his body until even the music sounded distant. His Omega instincts, usually soft and warm around Damien, curled inward painfully like something wounded. Nobody noticed Elias backing away from the ballroom. Nobody noticed the way his hands shook as he slipped the silver ring from his finger. He walked past waiters carrying trays of champagne and stopped beside one long enough to drop the ring silently into a sparkling glass. The tiny sound disappeared beneath laughter and music. Elias looked toward Damien one final time. The alpha never turned around, never searched for him, never felt the moment everything shattered. Outside, rain poured heavily across the streets of Manhattan, soaking Elias almost instantly as he stepped into the cold night alone. His breathing became uneven from the strain of carrying the baby, but he kept walking anyway. One hand protected his stomach while the other clutched the small envelope hidden inside his coat pocket. The ultrasound photograph Damien had never bothered to look at. Thunder rolled above the city as Elias disappeared into the rain without a single word goodbye. Elias did not stop walking until the lights of the Vale Grand Hotel disappeared behind sheets of rain and traffic. His shoes were soaked through. Water clung heavily to the dark curls stuck against his forehead while cold wind cut through his coat. But none of it compared to the hollow ache spreading inside his chest. The city looked different now. Sharper. Crueler. Manhattan had once felt magical beside Damien Vale. Tonight it felt enormous enough to swallow him whole. Another painful cramp tightened low in his stomach, forcing Elias to pause beneath the flickering awning of a closed pharmacy. He inhaled slowly through trembling lips and rested both hands over the baby. "Not yet," he whispered weakly. "Please, little one, not yet." The baby shifted again beneath his palm, smaller movements this time, and Elias forced himself to breathe carefully the way Dr. Harrison had taught him. Stress contractions. Too much stress could trigger labor early. He could not let that happen here. Not alone. A yellow taxi slowed beside the curb, splashing rainwater across the sidewalk. The driver rolled down the window halfway. "You okay, buddy?" Elias nodded automatically even though he clearly was not. "Bus station," he said quietly. The driver frowned at the sight of his pale face but unlocked the doors anyway. Elias climbed inside carefully, suppressing another wave of pain as the warmth of the car wrapped around him. He kept one hand over his stomach the entire ride. His phone buzzed twice in his coat pocket before going silent. "Damien." Elias stared at the screen without opening the messages. A strange laugh almost escaped him. Damien finally noticed he was gone. He turned the phone completely off. 20 minutes later, the Port Authority bus terminal glowed ahead through rain and steam rising from the streets. Elias stepped out slowly and paid the driver with shaking fingers. Inside the station, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, while travelers hurried through crowded halls carrying luggage and coffee cups. Nobody looked twice at him. That should have comforted him. Instead, it made him feel invisible. He lowered himself carefully onto a bench near the departure gates and opened the envelope hidden inside his coat. The ultrasound photograph stared back at him beneath harsh white light. Tiny hands. Tiny heartbeat. Their son. Damien had never even seen this picture. Elias remembered standing outside Damien's office 3 weeks ago with hopeful excitement tightening inside his chest while assistants rushed around preparing for another business meeting. He had waited nearly 2 hours just for 5 minutes alone with the man he loved. Damien never came out. Later that night, he sent a short text apologizing because he had forgotten. Forgotten. Elias swallowed hard and slid the photograph back into the envelope before tears could finally form. Above him, a departure board flashed routes leaving New York throughout the night. Boston, Philadelphia, Portland, Savannah. His eyes stopped on a small coastal town in Maine. Blackwater Bay. Departure in 40 minutes. Far enough away that Damien would never think to search there immediately. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere his child could breathe without growing up hidden inside luxury and loneliness. Elias stood slowly and purchased a one-way ticket using the small savings account Damien never knew existed. By the time he boarded the overnight bus, exhaustion dragged heavily at every part of him. The vehicle smelled faintly of coffee and wet jackets. He settled carefully into the back corner seat and leaned his head against the cold window while rain streaked across the glass outside. For the first time in months, Damien Vale could not reach him. Somewhere in Manhattan, the Alpha was probably furious already. Confused. Offended. Elias closed his eyes tightly as another contraction twisted painfully through his body. His wedding ring was gone. His home was gone. The future he imagined was gone too. Only the baby remained. His son shifted softly beneath his ribs, as if reminding him he was still there. Elias rested a trembling hand over the movement and whispered into the darkness. "I will protect you, even if I have to disappear forever." Meanwhile, 40 floors above Manhattan, Damien Vale stepped into his silent penthouse and immediately knew something was wrong. Damien Vale stood motionless inside the dark penthouse while rain struck the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. Silence wrapped around the enormous apartment so completely that it felt unnatural. Elias always left small traces of life behind him. Music playing softly from another room. The scent of vanilla tea drifting through the kitchen. Half-finished sketches forgotten on the dining table. Tonight there was nothing. Damien loosened his tie slowly, irritation tightening his jaw as he scanned the empty living room. "Elias," he called flatly. No answer came. He checked the bedroom next. Empty. The bathroom lights were off. Closet doors stood partially open, and that was when Damien noticed it. Elias's winter coats were gone. So were the sketchbooks stacked beside the fireplace. Damien frowned harder. This was dramatic even for an Omega. He pulled his phone from his pocket and checked the unanswered messages. "Where are you? Come home. We need to talk." Still nothing. His irritation sharpened. Elias had never ignored him before. Not once in 2 years. Damien tossed his keys onto the marble counter and moved deeper into the apartment. The farther he walked, the stranger the silence became. Then he saw the phone resting neatly on the kitchen island beside a glass of untouched water. Elias had left without his phone. Damien stared at it for several long seconds before picking it up. Dead battery. Careless. Unlike Elias. Something cold settled uneasily beneath Damien's ribs. He moved toward the bedroom again, slower this time. One side of the closet had been emptied carefully. Not in anger. Not rushed. Elias had planned this. Damien suddenly remembered the look on Elias's face at the gala. Pale. Quiet. Distant. Had he been upset about something? Damien exhaled sharply in annoyance with himself. Of course Elias was upset. Omegas were emotional by nature, especially lately. Damien rubbed a hand across his tired face. He should not have spoken so casually in front of investors. But Elias understood how business worked. People expected Damien Vale to appear unattached, uncontrolled. Relationships complicated negotiations. Elias knew that better than anyone. So why did this feel wrong? A faint sound interrupted his thoughts. Wind rattling the slightly open balcony door. Damien crossed the room and noticed something white trapped beneath the edge of a chair near the curtains. Paper. He bent down and picked it up carefully. Torn edges. Medical print. His eyes narrowed. It was half of an ultrasound image. Damien stared at the grainy black and white photograph without understanding at first. Then his heartbeat stopped completely. Ultrasound. The word echoed violently through his mind. His fingers tightened around the paper. No, impossible. Damien looked around the bedroom again, as if the walls themselves might explain what he was seeing. He opened drawers rapidly now. Closet shelves. Bathroom cabinets. And suddenly everything he ignored for months became visible all at once. Prescription vitamins hidden behind skincare bottles. Medical receipts folded inside books. Stretch mark cream beneath the sink. Damien's breathing grew uneven. "What the hell?" he whispered. His mind replayed memories with brutal clarity now. Elias refusing wine at dinner. Oversized sweaters. Exhaustion. The way he sometimes pressed a protective hand over his stomach when he thought nobody was looking. Damien felt physically ill. He grabbed the edge of the dresser as realization crashed into him with terrifying force. Elias had been pregnant. Pregnant this entire time. And he had left tonight. Alone. 8 months along at least, judging from the size of the image and the medications. Damien's pulse roared violently in his ears. He reached for his phone immediately and called Elias again, even though the abandoned device sat uselessly beside him. Voicemail. Again. 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 Nothing. For the first time in years, genuine panic clawed its way into Damien Vale's chest. Outside, thunder rolled across Manhattan, while rain poured endlessly through the city streets. Somewhere out there, Elias was alone carrying Damien's child. And Damien suddenly realized he had absolutely no idea where the Omega would go. Chapter 2. The Alpha who arrived too late. Elias woke to the violent sound of thunder and a crushing pain tearing through his lower stomach. For one disoriented moment, he forgot where he was. The dim interior lights of the overnight bus flickered softly, while exhausted passengers slept around him beneath jackets and travel blankets. Rain streaked endlessly across the dark windows outside. Another contraction hit harder this time, forcing a broken breath from his lips. Elias gripped the edge of the seat tightly and curled forward instinctively, panic flooding his chest. "No," he whispered shakily. "Please no." He checked the glowing clock near the front of the bus. 4:37 in the morning. Blackwater Bay was still almost 2 hours away. The baby shifted painfully beneath his ribs as another wave of pressure spread through his abdomen. Too soon. Dr. Harrison had warned him the stress could trigger premature labor, but Elias kept praying his body would hold on just a little longer. Across the aisle, an older beta woman opened her eyes slowly and immediately noticed the terror on his face. Her expression changed at once. "Honey," she said gently, sitting upright, "how far along are you?" Elias struggled to answer through another contraction. 8 months. The woman inhaled sharply. "Oh, sweetheart." She moved beside him carefully. "My name is Martha. Listen to me. Are you traveling alone?" Elias nodded weakly. The concern in her eyes deepened immediately, but she did not ask questions. "Okay, breathe slowly for me." Elias tried. He truly tried. But fear was beginning to consume him now. He had planned everything carefully. A quiet town. A small apartment near the ocean. Enough savings to survive until the baby arrived. None of this was supposed to happen on a bus in the middle of a storm. His body trembled violently as another contraction hit. Martha cursed softly under her breath and hurried toward the front of the bus to speak with the driver. 20 minutes later, the bus pulled into a small emergency clinic outside a coastal town Elias had never heard of. Rain hammered the roof while paramedics rushed him through automatic doors beneath harsh fluorescent lights. The world blurred after that. Nurses speaking quickly. Questions about allergies. A blood pressure cuff tightening painfully around his arm. "The baby's heart rate is unstable," someone said nearby. Elias's pulse spiked in terror instantly. "No," he gasped. "Please, please help him." A young doctor with exhausted eyes squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. "We are trying. But you need to stay calm for your son." Son. Even hearing the word made Elias want to cry. Hours passed in fragments of pain and fear. Morning sunlight slowly replaced darkness beyond the clinic windows, while waves crashed faintly somewhere beyond the storm outside. Elias clung desperately to consciousness through every contraction, every frightening monitor sound, every whispered medical conversation he was never supposed to overhear. At one point, he genuinely thought he might die there alone. And strangely enough, his last thought was not about himself. It was Damien. Not because Elias wanted him anymore, but because Damien would never know their son existed. The realization hurt more than labor itself. Then finally, just after noon, a sharp cry pierced the room. Tiny, fragile, alive. Elias broke instantly. Tears spilled freely down his face for the first time since leaving Manhattan as a nurse carefully placed a small bundled infant against his chest. The baby's silver-gray eyes blinked open briefly beneath soft dark curls damp from birth. Damien's eyes. Elias stared at his son in stunned silence while his entire world shifted forever. "Hello," he whispered brokenly. The baby curled instinctively against him, impossibly warm and small. "Hello, my sweet boy." Martha appeared quietly near the doorway sometime later carrying coffee and dry clothes. She smiled softly at the sight before asking, "Does he have a name yet?" Elias looked down at the sleeping infant against his chest and answered without hesitation. "Noah." He swallowed painfully afterward. "Noah Carter. Not Vale. Never Vale." Damien Vale had not slept in 3 days. The entire top floor of Vale Corporation felt frozen beneath the pressure of his deteriorating mood. Assistants avoided eye contact. Meetings ended early. Even senior executives spoke cautiously around him now. The cold, controlled alpha who once dominated every room effortlessly was beginning to crack in ways nobody understood. Damien sat alone inside his office overlooking Manhattan while untouched coffee cooled beside stacks of abandoned paperwork. His tie hung loose around his neck. Dark circles shadowed his silver eyes. Across from him, Nathan Reed, his oldest friend and legal advisor, watched silently for several moments before speaking carefully. You have canceled 12 meetings this week. Damien barely looked up from the ultrasound photograph resting in his hand. The paper was wrinkled now from being unfolded too many times. Reschedule them. Nathan exhaled quietly. Damien. I said reschedule them. The dangerous edge in Damien's voice would have terrified most people. Nathan only leaned back in his chair instead. You are searching hospitals personally now. That is not normal behavior for you. Damien's jaw tightened instantly, because Nathan was right. It was not normal. Damien had spent the last 72 hours tearing apart every possibility like a man losing oxygen. Private investigators, security footage, bank activity, bus terminals, airports, nothing. Elias had vanished completely. He was pregnant, Damien said finally, the words sounding unfamiliar even to himself. Nathan's expression softened slightly. I know. Damien laughed once under his breath, but there was no humor in it. No, you do not understand. He looked down at the sonogram again. I did not know. The admission tasted poisonous. Damien remembered every moment differently now. Every exhausted smile Elias forced at dinner. Every time he disappeared into the bathroom feeling sick. Every cancelled event. Every oversized sweater Damien never questioned because he was too distracted by business deals and investor calls. God. Elias had carried their child beside him for months while Damien remained blind enough to miss all of it. A sharp knock interrupted the silence before one of Damien's assistants stepped nervously inside. Sir, she said cautiously. We received another call from St. Catherine Medical Center. Damien stood instantly. And no records under Mr. Carter's name. Hope vanished just as quickly as it appeared. Damien sat down again slowly while frustration rolled violently beneath his skin. His alpha instincts had become increasingly unstable since Elias disappeared. Short temper, sleeplessness, restlessness that never eased. Felt wrong not knowing where his Omega was. Worse, knowing Elias might be frightened somewhere carrying his child alone. Nathan studied him carefully before asking the question nobody else dared to ask. What exactly happened that night? Damien's silence lasted too long. Then quietly, almost reluctantly, he answered. He heard me talking to investors. Nathan frowned slightly. Talking about what? Damien stared blankly toward the rain-covered windows. I said he was just a plaything. Even speaking the sentence aloud now felt monstrous somehow. Nathan closed his eyes briefly like he physically regretted hearing it. Jesus Christ, Damien. Damien's chest tightened painfully. I did not mean it. That does not matter. The words landed harder than expected. Damien rubbed both hands across his face slowly while exhaustion clawed deeper into him. No, it did not matter what he meant. Elias had believed him. That was the problem. Somewhere far away from Manhattan, Elias was probably convinced Damien never loved him at all. The thought unsettled Damien more than he wanted to admit. His phone vibrated suddenly against the desk. One of the investigators. Damien answered immediately. Tell me you found something. Static crackled briefly before the man replied. We traced a bus ticket purchased under the name Elias Carter. It departed New York the night he disappeared. Damien's heartbeat accelerated instantly. Destination. Pause followed. Coastal Maine. For the first time in days, something dangerous and desperate ignited behind Damien Vale's silver eyes. Elias was alive. 2 years later, Blackwater Bay smelled like salt air, fresh bread, and rain-soaked cedarwood after a storm. The tiny coastal town sat quietly against the rocky shoreline of Maine, hidden far away from Manhattan skyscrapers and the ruthless world Damien Vale once controlled effortlessly. Elias preferred it that way. Peace had become precious to him. Noah, slow down, Elias called gently while carrying a tray of warm cinnamon rolls toward the bakery counter. Morning sunlight spilled through the windows of Seabreeze Bakery, painting golden patterns across polished wooden floors while customers chatted softly over coffee. Near the front display case, A small boy with dark curls laughed brightly as he chased a paper airplane between tables. "I am fast like the seagulls," Noah announced proudly. An elderly customer chuckled warmly. "You definitely got energy, kid." Elias smiled despite his exhaustion. Noah was the center of his entire world now. At nearly 2 years old, the little boy possessed endless curiosity, stubborn determination, and silver-gray eyes that looked painfully familiar every single day. Damien's eyes. Some mornings it still hurt. Other mornings Elias convinced himself he no longer cared. He had become skilled at surviving somewhere between those two feelings. Life in Blackwater Bay was not easy. Elias worked 6 days a week at the bakery while painting custom seaside portraits late at night after Noah fell asleep. Money remained tight constantly, sleep even tighter, but Noah laughed often. He was healthy, safe, loved. That mattered more than anything else. The bell above the bakery door rang softly. Elias glanced up automatically before freezing completely. A tall man stepped inside wearing a charcoal overcoat dusted lightly with rain. The entire room seemed smaller the moment he entered. Cold silver eyes scanned the bakery absently while he removed dark leather gloves with controlled movements Elias remembered too well. Damien Vale. The tray nearly slipped from Elias's hands. For one horrifying second, he genuinely forgot how to breathe. Damien looked exactly the same, maybe sharper somehow, older around the eyes, more exhausted than Elias remembered, but unmistakably Damien. Panic exploded through Elias instantly. No. He was not supposed to be here. Blackwater Bay was too small, too hidden. Damien should never have found this place. Elias turned away quickly before those silver eyes could land on him, but fate moved faster. Noah's paper airplane slid directly across the floor toward Damien's polished shoes. The little boy hurried after it immediately. "Mr. Wait," Noah said breathlessly. Damien bent automatically and picked up the paper airplane before the child collided with him. "Careful," Damien murmured distractedly. Then Noah looked up. Everything stopped. The paper airplane slipped slowly from Damien's fingers. Silver eyes met identical silver eyes. Damien stared at the child before him with visible confusion at first. Then shock. Real, unmistakable shock. Noah blinked curiously beneath dark curls identical to Elias's while clutching the edge of Damien's coat sleeve. "Thank you," he said politely. Damien looked physically unable to speak. The bakery sounds faded beneath the roaring in Elias's ears as terror climbed rapidly into his chest. Noah tilted his head slightly. "You look sad." Damien swallowed hard, his expression unreadable now. "What is your name?" Noah smiled brightly without hesitation. "Noah Carter." Damien's face changed instantly at the surname. Color drained subtly from his features while his eyes lifted slowly toward the counter. Toward Elias. Their gazes locked across the bakery after 2 years apart. Elias felt frozen in place. Damien looked at him like a man seeing a ghost standing in sunlight. No anger appeared in his eyes. No coldness either. Only devastating realization. Noah looked between them curiously before tugging Damien's sleeve again. "Mama cries at night sometimes," he said innocently. "Did you make him sad?" The entire bakery fell silent around them. Damien stared at the little boy with a shattered expression Elias had never seen before in his life. Then Noah smiled softly and added the sentence that completely destroyed whatever remained of Damien Vale's composure. "Mister, you have my eyes." Chapter 3. The family he has not earned yet. Elias stood frozen behind the bakery counter while every buried emotion he had spent 2 years trying to survive came crashing violently back into him. Damien Vale was here, in Blackwater Bay, looking at Noah like the world beneath his feet had shattered completely. Customers sensed the tension immediately. Quiet conversations faded. Coffee cups paused halfway to lips. Even little Noah looked confused now, glancing between the two adults with wide silver eyes. Damien finally spoke first, though his voice sounded rougher than Elias remembered. "Elias." Hearing his name after so long hurt far more than Elias expected. He forced himself to move before panic could fully consume him. "Noah," he said gently, stepping around the counter. "Go help Miss Evelyn in the kitchen for a minute." Noah hesitated. "But Mama, please." Something in Elias's expression must have convinced him because the child nodded obediently before hurrying toward the back of the bakery. The moment he disappeared, silence fell heavily between them. Damien stared at Elias like he could not look away, like he was trying desperately to memorize every detail all over again. Elias hated that his own heart still reacted to those silver eyes. "You found us," Elias said quietly. Damien swallowed once before answering. "I have been looking for 2 years." Elias almost laughed at the absurdity of it. 2 years. 2 years too late. "You should leave." Damien's expression tightened instantly. "Elias?" "No." Elias folded his arms protectively across his chest even though Noah was no longer there. "You do not get to walk in here and act like this suddenly matters to you." Pain flickered visibly across Damien's face. "He is my son." Elias's eyes burned immediately. "Now he is." The words landed sharply enough to silence Damien completely. Elias looked away first because he could not survive staring at him much longer. Damien still smelled the same. Cedar wood, winter air, power. It brought back memories Elias had spent nights trying to bury while rocking Noah to sleep in their tiny apartment above the bakery. "I did not know," Damien said quietly behind him. "If I had known." Elias turned instantly, anger finally breaking through years of exhaustion. "You called me a plaything." The bakery fell silent again. Damien's jaw tightened painfully. "Elias, no. You do not get to rewrite that night." Elias's voice trembled despite his efforts to stay calm. "I heard every word." Damien looked genuinely wrecked now, but Elias forced himself not to care. He remembered too clearly what came after Manhattan. The premature labor. The hospital bills he could barely afford. Working through fevers because Noah needed formula and winter clothes. Crying silently at 3 in the morning while holding a newborn who had Damien's eyes and Damien's scent. Damien stepped closer carefully. "I searched everywhere for you." Elias laughed softly this time, but it sounded hollow. "That does not erase what happened." Before Damien could answer, the bakery kitchen door opened again, and Noah ran back out carrying a paper bag filled with cookies. "Mama, Miss Evelyn said I can bring some home." He stopped suddenly after noticing the tension again. Damien's expression softened instantly when he looked at the child. Elias noticed it immediately. Something dangerous twisted inside his chest. Because for the first time since meeting Damien Vale, he saw genuine tenderness in the alpha's eyes. Noah walked slowly toward Elias before looking curiously back at Damien. "Are you leaving?" Damien seemed unable to answer right away. Finally, he crouched slightly to Noah's level. "Do you want me to?" Noah considered the question with innocent seriousness only children possessed. "Mama gets sad after nightmares," he admitted softly. "But he smiles more when I hug him." Damien looked shattered all over again. Elias's throat tightened painfully as Noah reached for his hand. Small fingers wrapped around his own. Safe, warm, real. Everything Elias sacrificed his old life to protect stood beside him now. Damien rose slowly to his full height again, his silver eyes never leaving Elias. "I am not leaving Blackwater Bay," he said quietly. "Not this time." And for the first time in 2 years, Elias felt truly afraid again. The storm arrived over Blackwater Bay just after midnight, rattling the windows of Elias's small apartment above the bakery, while ocean waves crashed violently against the cliffs below town. Elias sat beside Noah's bed watching his son sleep peacefully beneath a blanket covered in tiny painted stars. Normally the sight calmed him. Tonight his chest would not stop tightening. Damien had been in Blackwater Bay for 3 days now. 3 days of silent tension stretching through every corner of Elias's life. Damien rented the largest cottage near the harbor and somehow always appeared nearby without crossing the boundaries Elias desperately tried to maintain. At the bakery, at the grocery store, near the docks when Noah wanted to feed seagulls after sunset. Never forcing conversation. never demanding forgiveness. Somehow that made everything worse. A soft knock startled Elias from his thoughts. Before he could react, Miss Evelyn pushed the apartment door open slightly. "Sweetheart," the older beta said gently, "you have a visitor." Elias already knew. His pulse quickened instantly as he stepped quietly into the hallway outside Noah's room. Damien stood near the apartment entrance, soaked lightly from rain, dark coat clinging to his broad shoulders while exhaustion shadowed his silver eyes. He looked terrible. "What happened?" Elias asked before he could stop himself. Damien held out a thin medical folder silently. "I went back to the clinic where Noah was born." Elias froze. Ice spread slowly through his chest. "Why?" Damien's jaw tightened painfully. "Because I needed to know what happened to you after you left." Elias immediately reached for the folder, but Damien spoke first. "You almost died." The words shattered the silence between them. Elias looked away instantly. "It does not matter anymore. It matters to me." Damien's voice cracked slightly for the first time Elias had ever heard. "You signed emergency consent forms alone." Elias said nothing, because it was true. He still remembered lying beneath harsh hospital lights while contractions tore through his body and terrified nurses rushed around him during the storm. No family, no Alpha, nobody except strangers. Damien stepped closer carefully. "The doctor said your blood pressure crashed during labor." Elias folded his arms tightly across himself. "I survived." "Barely." Elias closed his eyes. He hated this conversation. Hated hearing concern in Damien's voice now after years of silence. Damien lowered his gaze toward the folder still clutched in his hand. "You listed one emergency instruction." Elias's breath caught instantly. He remembered writing it while crying quietly in the hospital bed because someone had asked what should happen if complications became severe. Damien looked physically shaken as he repeated the words softly. "In case of emergency, save the child first." Silence swallowed the apartment completely. Rain tapped softly against the windows while somewhere nearby Noah shifted in his sleep. Damien looked at Elias like his heart was breaking in real time. "You were willing to die alone protecting our son." Elias finally met his eyes again, exhausted tears burning painfully behind his own. "I already lost everything else that night in Manhattan." Damien inhaled sharply like the sentence physically wounded him. For several long seconds, neither of them spoke. Then quietly, almost desperately, Damien whispered, "Tell me how to fix this." Elias stared at him beneath the dim apartment light and answered with devastating honesty. "You cannot." Winter arrived quietly in Blackwater Bay. Snow covered the harbor docks in soft white layers, while warm yellow lights glowed through bakery windows each evening like small pieces of safety against the cold Atlantic storms. Nearly 4 months had passed since Damien first walked into Seabreeze Bakery and discovered the existence of his son. Nothing had become easy after that, but slowly, painfully, things had begun to change. Damien stayed in Blackwater Bay exactly as he promised. He bought no luxury estate, made no attempt to force Elias back to Manhattan. Instead, he learned how to exist quietly beside them. Some mornings Noah sat on Damien's shoulders while feeding seagulls near the pier before daycare. Other nights Damien helped clean flour from bakery tables after closing while Elias pretended not to notice how naturally the Alpha fit into their small life. The greatest surprise of all was Noah himself. The little boy adored Damien without hesitation. Children loved honestly, fearlessly. Noah never cared about past mistakes or broken hearts. He only knew that the tall man with silver eyes always listened carefully to his stories and never forgot bedtime promises. Elias struggled with that reality more than anything, because despite every painful memory, Damien never stopped trying. One snowy evening just before Christmas, Elias returned upstairs after closing the bakery and paused in the apartment doorway at the unexpected sight before him. Noah had fallen asleep sideways across Damien's chest on the old couch, tiny fingers still tangled in the front of Damien's sweater, while a holiday movie played quietly in the background. Damien looked exhausted beneath the dim golden lamp beside the window, but peaceful too. For once, the The cold, ruthless alpha from Manhattan was nowhere to be seen. Only Noah's father remained. Elias stood silently for several seconds before Damien noticed him. Their eyes met across the quiet apartment. Damien carefully adjusted the blanket around Noah without waking him. "He waited for you," Damien said softly. Elias nodded once and moved closer instinctively. Snow drifted gently beyond the windows while warm cinnamon from the bakery downstairs lingered faintly through the apartment. Felt dangerously domestic, like healing. Damien looked down at Noah for a moment before speaking again. "The board approved my resignation yesterday." Elias blinked in surprise. "You resigned from Vale Corporation?" Damien nodded calmly. "Nathan is taking over as Chief Executive Officer." Elias stared at him in disbelief. Vale Corporation had been Damien's entire life for more than a decade. "Why would you give that up?" Damien looked at him then with an honesty Elias had once begged for in vain. "Because I already lost the person I loved once while choosing that company first." Silence settled gently between them. Elias felt his chest tighten painfully. Damien stood slowly afterward, careful not to wake Noah, then crossed the room toward him. "I know I cannot erase what happened," Damien said quietly, "and I know I do not deserve another chance simply because I regret hurting you." Elias lowered his gaze briefly. Damien continued anyway. "But every day I spend here with you and Noah feels more real than every year I spent in Manhattan." His voice softened further. "I am done pretending those years mattered more." Elias looked at the man standing before him and finally realized something important. Damien had changed. Not suddenly, not magically, but slowly through guilt, loss, fatherhood, and love he nearly destroyed with his own hands. The healing between them still hurt sometimes. Maybe it always would. But it was real. Noah stirred sleepily then, opening silver-gray eyes halfway before mumbling, "Mama!" Elias immediately moved beside the couch and brushed soft curls away from his son's forehead. "I am here." Noah smiled lazily before reaching one tiny hand toward Damien too. "Stay tonight," he whispered sleepily. Damien froze instantly. Elias felt his heart stumble quietly inside his chest. For a long moment nobody moved. Then Elias looked toward the falling snow outside the windows before finally speaking the words Damien had waited years to hear. "Okay," he said softly. "You can stay." Relief broke across Damien's face so openly that Elias nearly looked away. Instead he watched as Damien carefully settled back onto the couch beside Noah, while winter snow continued falling peacefully beyond the harbor town that had once saved Elias's life. Later that night, after Noah fell fully asleep between them beneath warm blankets and golden light, Elias rested quietly against the couch while Damien's fingers brushed his hand gently for the first time in years. No dramatic promises followed. No perfect ending. Just the soft sound of ocean waves beneath winter wind and the fragile beginning of a family finally learning how to heal together. Welcome to BL Storytender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The Wrong Text. Ethan Cole had learned how to survive in silence long before the world decided to ignore him, and tonight was no different as he stood in the dim glow of a flickering kitchen light, carefully measuring the last scoop of baby formula into a bottle that felt far too light in his trembling hands. His small apartment carrying the faint chill of a winter night that seeped through thin walls and worn windows, while behind him, a soft, restless whimper came from the crib where his son stirred, sensing the tension in the air as if even at such a young age he understood that something was not right, that something was missing, and Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he looked down at his phone. The cracked screen illuminating his pale fingers as he typed slowly, carefully, choosing each word like it carried weight, because for him, words were everything. They were his only voice, his only way to reach a world that rarely listened, and the message he typed was simple, almost painfully so, asking for help, asking for money just to buy enough formula to get through the next few days, because he had already sold what little he owned, already worked every hour his body could endure, already pushed himself beyond exhaustion, and yet it was still not enough, never enough, and he hesitated, his thumb hovering over the send button as doubt crept in, as pride fought against desperation. But then his son cried again, a small, fragile sound that shattered whatever resistance he had left. And he pressed send, not knowing that the number he had entered was wrong, not knowing that the message was no longer traveling toward the small local contact he had intended, but instead was crossing invisible lines into a world far beyond his reach, a world of glass towers and silent power, where Adrian Blake stood alone in an office that overlooked the sprawling city, the reflection of endless lights stretching across the floor to ceiling windows as he reviewed documents with the kind of precision that had built an empire, his presence calm, controlled, untouched by the chaos of ordinary lives, until his private phone vibrated against the polished surface of his desk. A subtle interruption that should have meant nothing, and yet something about it felt different enough that he glanced down. His eyes narrowing slightly as he read the message, the words simple, almost clumsy, but carrying a quiet urgency that did not belong in his world. And for a moment he said nothing, did nothing, simply stared at the screen as if trying to understand why a stranger's request had unsettled something deep within him. Something instinctive and unfamiliar. A faint echo of recognition that had no clear source, and he found himself reading it again, slower this time, noticing the careful phrasing, the absence of unnecessary words, the strange honesty that slipped through each line, and without fully deciding to, without allowing himself time to question it, he typed a response, his fingers moving with the same efficiency he used in every decision, yet carrying a weight he could not explain. Asking who this was and why they had his number, and miles away, Ethan felt his phone buzz in his hand. His heart tightening as fear replaced hope, because the reply was not from someone who knew him, not from someone who would understand, and as he read the message, his chest tightened with a quiet panic, realizing his mistake too late, realizing that whatever fragile chance he had just reached for had slipped into something unknown, something far more dangerous than silence. While in his crib, his son shifted again, his small hand curling into the blanket as if holding onto something unseen, and for a brief moment, as the city continued to move around them both, neither Ethan nor Adrian realized that a single misplaced message had just connected two lives that were never meant to cross, setting into motion something neither of them could control, something that would not stop until the truth, buried and forgotten, began to surface. Ethan did not reply right away, his fingers frozen above the screen as the weight of the mistake pressed down on him, heavier than the cold air in the room, heavier than the hunger he had been trying to ignore for days, because this was not just a wrong number. This was someone powerful, someone sharp enough to question him in a single sentence, and he could feel it even through the words, while behind him his son let out a soft cry that quickly turned into a restless whine, the kind that meant the bottle would not be enough, the kind that meant time was already running out, and Ethan swallowed hard before typing again. Slower this time, more careful, apologizing first, explaining that he had meant to send the message to someone else, that he did not mean to disturb him, that he would not contact him again, but even as he wrote it, his eyes drifted toward the nearly empty can of formula sitting on the counter, its label faded from use, and his chest tightened with a quiet desperation that made his hands tremble just enough to blur the words on the screen, and for a brief moment, he hesitated again, caught between pride and necessity, before adding one final line, not asking directly this time, but not fully hiding the truth either, that his child needed help, that he would repay anything given, even if it took time, and then he sent it, unable to take it back, unable to undo what had already begun. While miles away Adrian Blake stood in silence, the city, stretching endlessly beneath him as the second message appeared, and this time he did not read it quickly, did not dismiss it as easily as he should have, because there was something different now, something more grounded, more real, and as his eyes moved across the words, he noticed the shift in tone, the apology, the restraint, the absence of manipulation that he had seen countless times before, and instead there was something else, something quieter, something that did not try to impress him or provoke him, and that alone made it stand out, made it impossible to ignore, and he found himself stepping away from the window, the faint reflection of his own expression unfamiliar to him as he read it again, slower, more deliberate, as if searching for something hidden beneath the surface, while his phone remained steady in his hand, waiting, and for a moment he considered ending it there, blocking the number, returning to the structured world that made sense, the world where everything had value and everything had a reason, but instead he did something unexpected, something he could not fully justify. He typed a simple question, asking how much was needed, the words precise, controlled, yet carrying an undercurrent he did not recognize, and when Ethan saw the reply, his breath caught as if the air had been pulled from the room, his eyes scanning the message once, then again, disbelief settling slowly into something fragile and dangerous, because this was not rejection. This was not dismissal. This was a door opening where none should exist, and his first instinct was to refuse, to protect himself from whatever this was. But the sound of his son crying again broke through that instinct with brutal clarity, and he turned, moving quickly to the crib, lifting the small child into his arms, feeling the warmth, the weight, the quiet dependence that grounded him in reality, and he closed his eyes for a brief second before reaching back for the phone, typing the amount, carefully, making sure it was not too much, making sure it did not sound like a demand, just enough to get through the next few days, and when he sent it, his heart pounded with a mix of fear and something dangerously close to hope, while Adrian watched the number appear on his screen, a small amount by his standards, almost insignificant, and yet it carried a weight that felt disproportionate because it was real, because it was not exaggerated, not inflated, and without hesitation this time. He transferred the money, his movements efficient, automatic, but his mind far from it, because as soon as it was done, as soon as the confirmation appeared, he realized something that unsettled him far more than the message itself. He was no longer indifferent, and in a world he controlled with absolute precision, that was the one thing he could not afford. Yet he did not stop, did not pull back, because somewhere beneath the logic, beneath the discipline, something had already begun to take hold, something quiet, persistent, and impossible to ignore. Ethan stared at the confirmation on his screen for a long moment, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just happened, because the money had arrived almost instantly, faster than anything in his life ever had, and for a second he simply stood there in the quiet kitchen, holding his son close as if grounding himself in something real, something he could trust, while the soft warmth of the child against his chest steadied his breathing. And only then did he move, setting the phone down, carefully as if it might disappear if he looked away, reaching for the bottle he had just prepared, and feeding his son slowly, watching the small, instinctive movements, the way tiny fingers curled and relaxed, the way the child's breathing gradually evened out, and for the first time that night, the tension in Ethan's shoulders eased just slightly, replaced by a fragile sense of relief that felt unfamiliar, almost dangerous, because it came from someone he did not know, someone he should not rely on and yet could not ignore. And when the feeding was done, he placed his son gently back into the crib, pulling the thin blanket up with careful hands, lingering for a moment longer than necessary as if memorizing the peaceful expression, before turning back to the phone, knowing he had to respond, knowing silence now would feel like something else entirely, something ungrateful, something wrong, and so he typed a message, simple, sincere, thanking him, promising again that he would repay the money, that this was only temporary, that he would not ask again, each word measured, each sentence carrying the weight of his pride and his circumstances, and when he sent it, he expected nothing more, expected the connection to end as quickly as it had begun. But Adrian Blake did not put his phone down after sending the transfer, did not return to his documents or the quiet order of his office. Instead he remained where he was, the city lights shifting subtly as time passed, his attention fixed on the screen as if waiting for something he could not name, and when the message arrived, he read it once, then again, noticing the same pattern, the same restraint, the absence of excess that set it apart from anything he usually encountered, and something about it held his focus longer than it should have, longer than logic allowed, and he found himself wondering not just who Ethan was, but what kind of life produced this kind of message, this kind of careful distance, and, without consciously deciding to, he opened another application, entering the number with practiced precision, his movements quiet, efficient, as he traced the digital footprint left behind, expecting little, perhaps a name, a location, something minimal, but what he found was almost nothing, a near absence of data that felt deliberate rather than accidental, and that alone shifted something in his perception, because in his world, everyone left a trace, everyone could be found, and yet this person existed on the edge of that system, just enough to survive, not enough to be seen, and it made him pause, made him reconsider the situation with a level of attention he rarely gave to anything outside his direct control. While in the small apartment, Ethan sat on the edge of his bed, his phone resting in his hands, staring at the screen even after the conversation had gone quiet, his thoughts unsettled in a way he could not easily explain, because this was not supposed to happen, people. Like Adrian Blake did not respond to people like him, did not step into lives like his, even briefly, and yet it had happened, and now the silence that followed felt heavier than before, filled with questions he could not answer, with possibilities he did not want to consider, and as he finally set the phone aside and leaned back against the wall, exhaustion catching up with him all at once, he closed his eyes, telling himself that this was nothing more than a mistake, a single moment that would not repeat, that would not change anything, but somewhere deep down, beneath the logic and the caution, there was a quiet awareness that something had already shifted, something subtle but irreversible, and far across the city, Adrian stood in the dim light of his office, the number still open on his screen, his expression unreadable as he made a decision that was both simple and significant. He would find out who Ethan Cole really was, not out of obligation, not out of charity, but because the absence of answers had become something he could not ignore. Chapter 2. The Child That Should Not Exist. Adrian Blake did not believe in coincidences, not the kind that disrupted patterns, not the kind that lingered in his thoughts long after they should have faded, and yet the number remained on his screen the next morning, untouched but not forgotten, a quiet anomaly in a life built on precision, and as the early light of the city filtered through the glass walls of his office, he made a decision with the same calm certainty he applied to everything else. He would see for himself, not through data, not through reports, but directly, because something about the absence surrounding Ethan Cole demanded verification, demanded presence, and within the hour, his car moved through streets far removed from the polished districts he usually occupied, passing older buildings, quieter blocks, places where time seemed to move differently, slower, heavier, until it stopped in front of a modest apartment complex that showed its age in every detail, the kind of place most people overlooked without a second thought, and Adrian stepped out without hesitation, his presence drawing subtle glances even in a place like this, not because people recognized him, but because power, when it existed at that level, did not need introduction. It simply altered the space around it, and as he entered the building, the faint scent of worn wood and distant cooking lingered in the air, unfamiliar, grounding in a way he did not expect, and when he reached the door connected to the number he had traced, he paused for only a fraction of a second before knocking, the sound quiet but firm, carrying intent rather than force, and inside Ethan froze, his body going still as the knock echoed through the small apartment, because no one came here without reason. No one sought him out unless something was wrong, and his first instinct was to stay silent, to disappear the way he always had. But then the knock came again, steady, patient, and something in it felt different, not aggressive, not rushed, and slowly, cautiously, Ethan moved toward the door, his heart beating faster with each step, his hand hesitating just above the handle before he finally opened it, and for a moment, neither of them spoke, neither of them moved, because the contrast between them was immediate, undeniable. Adrian standing tall, composed, his presence controlled and unwavering, while Ethan stood smaller, guarded, his expression tightening as recognition settled in, because he did not need a name, did not need confirmation. The man in front of him was the same one behind the messages, and the silence stretched just long enough to become something else, something heavier, before Adrian's gaze shifted slightly, not away from Ethan, but past him, drawn by a small movement inside the apartment, and that was when he saw the child, standing unsteadily near the edge of the room, small hands gripping the side of a chair for balance, wide eyes watching everything with quiet curiosity, and something in Adrian changed in that instant, subtle but undeniable, because the child did not just exist, the child did not just belong to the space. There was something else, something that did not align with what he expected, something that pulled at a part of him he had long since buried beneath discipline and logic, and without realizing it, he stepped forward slightly, his attention no longer divided, his focus narrowing completely on the small figure, while Ethan reacted immediately, shifting his position. Just enough to block the view, protective instinct overriding everything else, his body tense, his eyes sharp despite the fear beneath them, and Adrian noticed that too. Noticed the way Ethan placed himself between him and the child without hesitation, without calculation, and for the first time since this began, something close to uncertainty crossed his mind, because this was no longer just a message, no longer just a mistake. This was something real, something present, and as the silence settled again, heavier now, Adrian spoke, his voice calm, controlled, but carrying a question that reached far deeper than the words themselves. asking simply who the child was, and in that moment, Ethan understood with absolute clarity that whatever fragile distance he had tried to maintain was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous, something that had already begun to unravel the life he had fought so hard to hold together. Ethan did not answer right away, his silence stretching between them as the question lingered in the air, heavy and unavoidable, because there was no safe way to respond, no version of the truth that would not open a door he had spent so long trying to keep closed, and his fingers curled slightly at his sides as he held his ground. His body still positioned between Adrian and the child, who now shifted again, small steps uncertain but curious, drawn toward the unfamiliar presence at the door. And that single movement made everything worse because Adrian saw it clearly, saw the way the child moved, the way his gaze sharpened with quiet awareness that did not match his age, and something inside him reacted before logic could intervene. A subtle tension in his posture, a flicker of instinct that he did not welcome but could not suppress. And when Ethan finally moved, it was not to answer, not to explain, but to close the distance, stepping forward just enough to narrow the space, his expression tightening as he shook his head slightly. A silent refusal that was clear despite the absence of words, and Adrian's eyes returned to him, studying him now with a different intensity, one that carried suspicion beneath its calm surface, because silence in his world was rarely innocence, it was usually concealment, and he had built his entire life on recognizing what others tried to hide, and yet there was something different here, something that did not fit the usual patterns, and that only made it more unsettling, and so he asked again. This time more direct, more precise, not raising his voice but narrowing the question until it left no room to deflect, asking if the child was his, and the impact of those words was immediate, visible in the way Ethan's breath caught, in the way his eyes flickered with something that could not be fully hidden, and that reaction alone was enough to shift the atmosphere completely, because Adrian noticed it, catalogued it, and drew a conclusion faster than he realized. A conclusion that did not sit well but aligned too easily with what he was seeing, and for a brief moment, his expression hardened, not with anger, but with something colder, something sharper, the kind of judgment he rarely voiced but often carried, and when he spoke again, there was a subtle edge beneath the control, suggesting that he did not appreciate being misled, that he did not respond well to situations built on half-truths, and Ethan understood that. Shift immediately, felt it in the space between them like a pressure that made it harder to breathe, because this was the outcome he had feared, not exposure but misunderstanding, the kind that turned help into accusation, and instinct took over before thought could catch up. His hand reaching back toward the child without looking, a protective motion that pulled the small figure closer, while his other hand lifted slightly, shaking again, not in fear alone, but in urgency, trying to communicate something, anything that would stop this from escalating further. But without a voice, without words, it came out incomplete, fragmented, and Adrian watched it all with growing tension. Because what he saw did not match what he expected, did not match the image he had formed even minutes ago, and that contradiction made everything worse, not better, and so instead of stepping back, instead of ending it, he stepped forward, closing the distance just enough to make his presence impossible to ignore, his voice lower now, controlled but firm, stating that if this situation involved him in any way, he would not accept silence as an answer, and that was the moment everything broke, because Ethan's restraint snapped under the weight of it. Not into anger, not into confrontation, but into action, sudden and decisive, as he pulled the child fully into his arms and moved past Adrian without another second of hesitation, choosing escape over explanation, because it was the only option left that felt safe, the only way to protect what mattered, and Adrian turned immediately, his reaction just as quick, not reaching out, not stopping him, but watching with sharp focus as Ethan hurried down the hallway, the child clinging to him, the door left open behind them, and for the first time since this began, Adrian felt something he could not categorize, not anger, not certainty, but something closer to disruption, because nothing about the situation was simple anymore, nothing aligned cleanly with logic, and as he stood there in the quiet aftermath, he realized that whatever this was, it was no longer something he could walk away from. Ethan did not stop until the cold air outside hit his face, sharp and immediate, cutting through the haze of panic that had taken over the moment he moved past Adrian. His arms tightening instinctively around his son as he stepped out onto the quiet street. His breath uneven as he forced himself to keep walking, not looking back, not allowing himself to hesitate, because hesitation meant risk, and risk was something he could not afford. Not anymore. Not with everything already hanging by a thread, and the child shifted in his arms, small fingers gripping the fabric of his shirt as if sensing the urgency. The unspoken tension that pulsed through Ethan's body, and for a few steps, it was just movement, just distance, just the need to get away. But then something else broke through, something less immediate but far more unsettling. A quiet realization that running had not solved anything, that it had only delayed something inevitable. Something that had already begun the moment that first message was sent, and he slowed slightly, his steps losing their sharp edge as exhaustion crept in. Not just physical but mental, emotional. The kind that built up over time until it became impossible to ignore, and he stopped near the edge of the block, the faint hum of distant traffic filling the silence as he adjusted his hold on the child. His thoughts spiraling in a way he could not fully control, because the look on Adrian's face, the shift in his tone, the question he had asked, it all lingered in a way that refused to fade, and for the first time, doubt crept in where certainty had once held, not about what he needed to do, but about whether he could keep doing it alone, while behind him, inside the building he had just left, Adrian remained exactly where he was for several seconds after Ethan disappeared from view. The open door still framing the empty hallway, the quiet settling into something that felt heavier than it should, because this was not how situations like this ended, not in his world, not with unanswered questions and incomplete information. And yet that was exactly what he had been left with, and it did not sit well, not with his instincts, not with the part of him that had reacted so strongly the moment he saw the child, and slowly, deliberately, he stepped forward, closing the door behind him before moving back into the hallway. His pace measured but purposeful as he retraced the path Ethan had taken, not rushing, not calling out, but following with the kind of focus that left little room for distraction, and when he stepped outside, the cooler air met him with the same quiet intensity. His gaze scanning the street until it found them, not far, just ahead, Ethan standing still now, the earlier urgency replaced by something more uncertain, and for a brief moment, Adrian did not move, simply observing, taking in the scene with a clarity that sharpened every detail, the way Ethan held the child, the way the child leaned into him, the way both of them seemed to exist slightly outside the rhythm of everything around them. And then, without hesitation, he approached, closing the distance steadily until he stood within reach again. His presence unmistakable, impossible to ignore, and this time, when Ethan turned, there was no immediate movement to run, no sudden retreat, just a tense stillness that spoke louder than any words could, and Adrian noticed that too, noticed the shift, the difference, and when he spoke, his voice was quieter than before, still controlled, but stripped of the earlier edge, carrying instead a weight that felt more deliberate, more focused, as he said that running would not change the situation, that avoiding the question would not make it disappear, and for a moment, it seemed like Ethan might still refuse, might still hold onto the silence that had protected him for so long. But then the child moved again, small hand brushing lightly against Adrian's sleeve as if drawn by something instinctive, something unfiltered, and the contact, brief as it was, sent a subtle but undeniable reaction. Through Adrian, a shift that went beyond thought, beyond logic, something deeper, something that settled into his awareness with a quiet certainty he could not ignore, and his gaze dropped to the child fully now, studying him not with suspicion, but with something far more dangerous, recognition without proof, and when he looked back up at Ethan, there was no accusation this time, no immediate judgment, just a single statement, calm but absolute, that whatever the truth was, he would uncover it, because something about this child did not align with coincidence, and he did not believe in coincidence at all. Chapter 3. The Night He Forgot. The air between them did not move after Adrian's words settled, as if even the city itself had paused to listen, and Ethan felt it in the way his chest tightened, in the way his grip on his son shifted just slightly, not out of fear alone, but out of something deeper, something closer to inevitability, because there was no easy way out of this anymore, no clean escape that would leave everything untouched, and for a long moment, he simply stood there, his eyes fixed on Adrian as if searching for something, a weakness, a hesitation, anything that would give him a reason to keep running. But there was none, only that steady, unyielding presence that refused to be ignored, and slowly, reluctantly, Ethan lowered his gaze. his shoulders dropping just enough to signal that the fight he had prepared for was no longer the one he needed to have, and instead of turning away, instead of retreating again, he shifted his son more securely in his arms and reached for his phone. His movements, deliberate despite the slight tremor that had returned to his hands, and Adrian watched closely. His attention narrowing as Ethan began to type, the silence stretching once more but no longer empty, now filled with anticipation. And when the message was finished, Ethan turned the screen toward him, the words simple, fragmented, but carrying a weight that made them impossible to dismiss, explaining that he did not know who Adrian was to them, that he did not know how to explain what had happened, because he himself did not fully understand it, only that it had been one night, one moment that had not been planned, not repeated, and not remembered clearly, and Adrian read every word without interruption. His expression unchanged on the surface, but something beneath it shifting, aligning pieces that had not fit before, because the lack of clarity, the incomplete memory, it matched something buried deep enough that he had not considered it relevant until now. And for the first time since this began, a fragment of his own past surfaced uninvited, not as a full memory, but as a sensation, a blurred impression of a night that had not followed his usual control. A night where details had been lost, dismissed, or simply never recorded, and he did not react immediately, did not question Ethan further, because the connection forming was not yet solid, not yet provable, but it was enough to disrupt his certainty, enough to create a space where doubt could exist, and Ethan saw that pause, saw the shift even if it was subtle, and continued typing faster now, as if once the barrier had been broken, the rest could not be held back, explaining that he had not known who the other person was, that he had left before anything could be said, that by the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late to go back, too late to fix anything, and Adrian's gaze sharpened slightly at that, not in anger but in focus, because the timeline was forming now, the gaps beginning to close, and he asked one more question, quiet but precise, about the child's age, and Ethan hesitated only briefly before answering. The number written out carefully, leaving no room for misunderstanding, and when Adrian read it, the last piece settled into place with a clarity that left little room for denial, because it aligned too well, too exactly with the night that lingered at the edge of his memory, and for a moment, neither of them spoke, the silence heavier now than before, filled not with uncertainty, but with the weight of a truth that was no longer abstract, no longer distant, and Adrian looked at the child again, really looked this time, not as a possibility, not as a question, but as something far more concrete, something that carried implications he could not ignore, and when he finally spoke, his voice was steady, controlled as always, but there was something new beneath it, something that had not been there before, not suspicion, not judgment, but recognition, quiet and undeniable, as he stated that if what Ethan was saying was true, then this was no longer just Ethan's burden to carry, and the moment those words settled, Ethan understood that the line he had tried to protect had already been crossed, that the past he could not fully explain had found its way back into the present, and that whatever came next would not be something he could face alone, whether he wanted to or not. Ethan did not respond to Adrian's statement right away, because the words lingered in a way that felt heavier than anything that had come before, not as a threat, not even as a promise, but as something far more complicated, something that carried the weight of change, and he could feel it settling into the fragile balance of his life, pressing against every decision he had made up until this point, and for a moment, he simply held his son closer, grounding himself in the steady warmth, the small, quiet presence that had been his only constant, while his thoughts moved quickly, searching for a way to hold onto that stability, to keep everything from shifting beyond his control. And when he finally looked back at Adrian, there was no relief in his expression, no gratitude, only a guarded tension that spoke clearly despite his silence, because whatever Adrian had realized, whatever conclusion he had reached, it did not erase the reality Ethan had lived. It did not undo the months of uncertainty, the isolation, the quiet struggle to survive without help, and that truth remained between them, unspoken but undeniable, and Adrian understood that immediately, not through words, but through the way Ethan's posture remained defensive, the way his gaze did not soften, and for the first time since recognizing the connection, he did not push forward, did not demand more, because something about the situation required a different approach, one that did not rely on pressure or control, And so instead, he stepped back slightly, creating space where before there had been none. His voice calm as he said that this would not be resolved here, not on a sidewalk, not in a moment driven by tension, and that there were things that needed to be confirmed, properly, not assumed, and Ethan caught the meaning behind that instantly, the implication clear even without explanation, and his grip tightened almost imperceptibly around his son. Because confirmation meant involvement, meant systems, meant a level of exposure he had spent so long avoiding, and instinct told him to refuse, to walk away before it went any further. But something else held him in place, something quieter, something rooted not in trust, but in the realization that the situation had already moved beyond his control, and that refusing now might not protect anything at all, and the silence stretched again, but this time it was different, less volatile, more weighted with decision rather than reaction. And when Ethan finally moved, it was not to leave, not immediately, but to reach for his phone once more, his fingers slower now, more deliberate, as he typed a short response, not an acceptance, not fully, but not a rejection either, simply stating that he would consider what Adrian had said, that he needed time, and when he turned the screen, Adrian read it without interruption, his expression unchanged, but the slight shift in his stance suggested that he had expected resistance, had anticipated a more immediate refusal, and this pause, this hesitation, was enough to alter his approach, because it meant there was still a possibility, still a path forward that did not involve force or intrusion, and he nodded once, a small, controlled motion that carried more weight than it seemed, before stating that he would be in contact again, that this would not be left unresolved, and as he turned to leave, his attention lingered for just a fraction of a second longer on the child. Not with doubt this time, not with suspicion, but with a quiet certainty that had settled into place whether he welcomed it or not, and Ethan watched him go, standing there long after the distance between them had widened, his mind racing with everything that had just shifted, everything that could no longer be undone, because deep down, beneath the fear and the uncertainty, he already knew that this was not over, that whatever connection had been formed, whether by mistake or by something far more deliberate, had already begun to change everything. Ethan did not sleep that night, not truly, because every time he closed his eyes, the memory of Adrian's expression returned with quiet persistence, not as a threat, but as a certainty that refused to fade, and by morning, the fragile sense of control he had been holding onto felt thinner than ever, stretched by the reality that something irreversible had already begun. And yet, when the soft sound of his son stirring filled the small apartment, everything else fell away for a moment, replaced by the simple routine that had defined his life, preparing the bottle, checking the small details that mattered, grounding himself in what he could still manage, what he could still protect, and it was in that quiet, ordinary moment that his phone lit up again, the screen displaying a message that did not surprise him, not anymore, because part of him had been waiting for it, expecting it, and when he opened it, Adrian's words were direct, controlled, stating that arrangements had been made, that the necessary tests would be handled discreetly, that everything would remain private, and that Ethan would not be alone in this process. And for a long moment, Ethan simply stared at the message, the weight of it settling slowly, because this was no longer a possibility, no longer a distant threat, it was happening, and despite everything, despite the fear and the resistance, he did not refuse, because somewhere beneath it all, he understood that the truth had already begun to surface, and avoiding it would not change what it was, and the days that followed moved with a quiet efficiency that contrasted sharply with the chaos Ethan had expected. The process handled with care, with discretion, with a level of attention that felt unfamiliar but not unwelcome, and Adrian remained present but not overwhelming. His approach measured, controlled, allowing space where it was needed, and when the results finally came, there was no dramatic reveal, no sudden shock, just confirmation, clear and undeniable, that the child was his, and in that moment, something shifted completely, not in a way that erased the past, not in a way that simplified anything, but in a way that made the path forward impossible to ignore, and Adrian accepted it without hesitation, not as an obligation, not as a burden, but as something that required action, something that required responsibility. And when he spoke to Ethan again, his words were calm but firm, stating that the child would have everything he needed, that Ethan would not have to struggle alone anymore, that support would be consistent, not temporary, and Ethan listened, his emotions complex, layered with relief, with caution, with something that had not yet fully formed, because trust was not something that appeared overnight, not after everything he had lived through, and yet as time passed, as Adrian's presence remained steady, not intrusive, not controlling, but consistent in a way that proved itself through action. Rather than words, the tension between them began to shift, slowly, almost imperceptibly, into something more balanced, something that allowed space for understanding. And one evening, as the light softened through the window and his son rested peacefully nearby, Ethan found himself watching Adrian without the same guarded distance, noticing the quiet way he observed, the controlled manner that had once felt overwhelming now tempered by something steadier, something more human. And in that moment, he realized that the mistake that had begun all of this, the single message sent to the wrong number, had not destroyed his life as he had feared, but had instead altered its direction in a way he could not have predicted. And while nothing about their situation was simple, nothing about their past was fully resolved, there was now a path forward, one that did not rely on silence or distance, but on a shared responsibility that neither of them could deny. And as Adrian stood there, his attention briefly meeting Ethan's before shifting to the child with a quiet, steady focus, it became clear that this was no longer a coincidence, no longer an accident, but something real, something chosen. And for the first time since it all began, Ethan did not look away. Welcome to Story Tender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. The moment he froze. Ethan Cole had learned how to move without being seen, how to glide between polished tables and soft candlelight as if he were nothing more than a shadow dressed in black and white. The restaurant was one of the most expensive in the city, the kind of place where a single dinner could cost more than a month of rent, and every detail was controlled, from the temperature of the wine to the quiet hum of conversation that never rose above a murmur. Ethan balanced a tray of crystal glasses in his hand, his posture straight, his expression neutral, his presence deliberately forgettable. That was the job. That was what he had become. Just a waiter. The scent hit him first. It cut through the layers of perfume and expensive cologne like a memory that refused to stay buried. Soft, warm, and unmistakable. His steps faltered for the briefest second, just enough for the edge of the tray to tremble. He told himself it was nothing. Just another guest. Just another scent. But his instincts were already tightening, pulling him forward before his mind could catch up. Table 12. Private reservation. The host had whispered it earlier with a tone of quiet respect, the kind reserved for someone important. Ethan approached with his usual calm, his eyes lowered just enough to remain professional. And then he looked up. The world stopped. The tray slipped from his fingers before he even realized what was happening. Glass shattered against polished marble, the sound sharp and sudden, but it barely registered, because sitting there, framed by soft golden light, was Liam Carter. His Liam. Except not his anymore. Not for a long time. Liam looked different and yet exactly the same. His features were softer now, touched by something deeper, something heavier. But it was not his face that held Ethan in place. It was the curve of his body, the unmistakable, undeniable swell beneath the fabric of his shirt. Liam was pregnant. The realization did not come slowly. It struck all at once, a clean, precise truth that left no room for doubt. Ethan's breath caught, his chest tightening as every calculation aligned in his mind without permission. The timing, the last night they had seen each other, the way Liam had disappeared without a word afterward. It all collapsed into a single, unavoidable conclusion. The child Liam was carrying was his. Ethan could not move. Around him, the restaurant continued as if nothing had happened. Another waiter rushed to clean the broken glass. A manager's voice cut through the air, sharp with irritation, but distant. None of it mattered, because Liam lifted his head. Their eyes met. For a moment, something flickered there. A pause. A hesitation that felt like it might shatter everything open. But then it was gone. Liam's gaze passed over him as if he were nothing. As if he were just another stranger in a uniform. No recognition. No shock. No memory. Ethan felt something inside him go completely still. Not pain. Not anger. Just a cold, quiet emptiness that spread through his chest like ice. In that single glance, he understood something far more terrifying than the pregnancy, far more unsettling than the years they had lost. Liam did not remember him. To Liam, he was no one. And yet, the child growing inside him carried Ethan's blood, his scent, his existence. Ethan swallowed hard, forcing his body to move, to bend down, to gather the shattered pieces at his feet like it was the only thing anchoring him to reality. But his mind was already unraveling, already racing ahead. Because nothing about this was coincidence. Not Liam being here. Not the way he carried himself like someone protected, someone important. Not the fact that he could look straight at Ethan and see nothing at all. As Ethan straightened slowly, his fingers tightening around the empty tray, one thought pressed itself forward with quiet, undeniable certainty. This was not over. Not even close. The sound of breaking glass faded quickly, absorbed by the quiet efficiency of the staff, but the tension it left behind lingered in Ethan's chest like a weight he could not shake off. He forced himself to move, to step back as another waiter knelt to clean the mess, but his attention stayed locked on Liam. It was subtle at first. The way the host approached their table with a lowered voice. The way the manager himself appeared, offering a slight bow that he never gave to regular guests. This was not just another reservation. This was someone important. Ethan noticed the details he had trained himself to see. The table was not on the main floor but near the corridor that led to the private dining suites. The lighting there was softer, more controlled. Fewer eyes. More privacy. Liam was not alone either. A tall alpha sat across from him, dressed in a tailored suit that fit too perfectly to be anything but custom-made. His posture was relaxed, confident in a way that came from power, not arrogance. He spoke quietly, leaning slightly toward Liam as if the rest of the world did not matter. Ethan's jaw tightened just a fraction. He should not care. He had no right to care. But his instincts did not listen to reason. They reacted to presence, to proximity, to the unmistakable bond that still lingered somewhere beneath the surface. He watched as a staff member approached their table with a discreet nod and then gestured toward the hallway. The alpha beside Liam stood first, offering a hand with practiced ease. Liam hesitated for the smallest moment before accepting it. That hesitation did not look like discomfort. It looked like uncertainty. Ethan caught that detail immediately. The two of them were guided away from the main dining area, past the velvet rope that separated ordinary guests from those who required privacy. The door to one of the private rooms opened smoothly, and they disappeared inside without a single glance back. Ethan stood there longer than he should have. One of the other waiters brushed past him, muttering something under his breath about staying focused, but Ethan barely heard it. His mind was already turning, piecing things together whether he wanted it to or not. Liam was not supposed to be here, not like this, not protected, not accompanied by someone like that. This was not coincidence. He exhaled slowly, steadying his breathing, then turned toward the service station as if everything was normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. As he reached for a clean cloth, he noticed something else. The manager was watching him. Not with irritation this time, but with something sharper. Careful. Measuring. It lasted only a second before the man looked away. But it was enough. Ethan had worked here long enough to understand hierarchy. Managers did not study waiters like that. Not unless there was a reason. Not unless they knew something. Ethan lowered his gaze, keeping his movements controlled. But inside, a quiet realization settled in. Liam was not just a guest. And whatever situation had brought him here, it was bigger than a simple reunion. Much bigger. Ethan tightened his grip on the cloth in his hand, his thoughts narrowing into something colder, more focused. He could not walk into that private room. Not yet. Not like this. But he did not need to rush. He had learned patience the hard way. And if Liam was here, in this place, under this kind of protection, then there was only one truth left to face. This meeting had been arranged. And that meant someone wanted Liam exactly where he was. The corridor leading to the private dining rooms was quieter than the main floor. The air cooler, the lighting dimmed just enough to make everything feel distant from reality. Ethan moved with purpose now, a fresh tray balanced in his hand as if he had been assigned to serve inside. No one stopped him. No one questioned him. That alone told him everything he needed to know. Access here was controlled, but not for him. Not tonight. As he reached the door, he paused for a fraction of a second, steadying his breathing. Then he knocked once and stepped inside. The room was smaller than he expected, but every detail was precise. Soft lighting, a single table, no distractions. Liam sat on one side, his posture straight but not relaxed. The alpha from before stood near the window, his back partially turned, speaking in a low voice into a phone before ending the call without a word. Ethan kept his eyes lowered as he stepped forward, placing the tray down carefully. "Your drinks," he said, his voice even, controlled. Liam did not look at him immediately. That small delay felt heavier than anything else. When he finally did, his gaze lingered for a moment longer than before. Not recognition, not yet, but something. A faint crease formed between his brows, as if something did not quite settle in his mind. Ethan felt it too. A pull. Faint but undeniable. It was not just memory. It was instinct. The kind that did not disappear, no matter what was taken from the mind. The alpha beside Liam noticed the pause. His eyes shifted toward Ethan, sharp and assessing, as if measuring him in a way that went beyond a simple waiter. "That will be all," the alpha said. His voice was calm, but there was a quiet authority in it that expected obedience. Ethan nodded slightly, but he did not move right away. Not yet, because now that he was close, there was no room left for doubt. The scent was stronger here, unmasked by distance. Liam's natural scent, softened and altered by pregnancy, but still unmistakable. And beneath it, something else. Something new. Ethan's chest tightened as his senses aligned with brutal clarity. It was there, faint, but present. A second heartbeat carried in scent, not sound. A connection that should not have existed unless it belonged to him. His mind did not need to calculate anymore. It already knew. The child Liam carried was his. Not possibility, not assumption. Truth. Ethan exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening just slightly against the edge of the tray before he released it. He forced himself to step back, to turn as if he were leaving, but the moment had already shifted. Liam spoke. "Wait." The word was quiet, uncertain, but it stopped Ethan instantly. He turned back, meeting Liam's eyes fully this time. There was confusion there now, a deeper kind. Not recognition, but something close enough to make the air between them feel heavier. "Have we met before?" Liam asked. The question was simple, too simple for what it carried. Ethan held his gaze for a moment longer than he should have. Every instinct in him pushed forward, demanding truth, demanding clarity. But he held it back. Not here. Not like this. Not with that alpha watching every movement. So he shook his head once, controlled, distant. "No, sir," he replied. The lie settled between them immediately, quiet but solid. Liam's expression did not change much, but the crease in his brow remained, as if something inside him refused to accept that answer completely. The alpha's gaze sharpened, lingering on Ethan for a second longer before dismissing him entirely. "You may go," he said. This time, Ethan did not hesitate. He stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him with steady hands. But the moment it shut, his composure cracked just enough for the truth to surface fully. The child was his. And Liam was already starting to feel it, even without remembering why. Chapter 2. The Man Behind the Uniform. The door closed behind Ethan with a quiet click, but the sound seemed to echo far longer in his mind than it should have. He stood still for a moment in the hallway, the cool air pressing against his skin as if trying to pull him back into control. It almost worked. Almost. But the moment replayed again and again. Liam's voice. That single question. "Have we met before?" Ethan exhaled slowly, dragging a hand across his jaw before forcing himself to move. Standing still would only draw attention. And attention was the last thing he needed right now. He returned to the main floor with measured steps, blending back into the rhythm of the restaurant as if nothing had happened. Orders were called. Glasses were refilled. Conversations flowed in low, controlled tones. Everything was exactly as it should be, except it was not. Because now Ethan was aware of every detail in a way he had not been before. The manager avoided him. Not openly, not enough for anyone else to notice, but it was there. Subtle shifts. A glance that lingered too long before quickly looking away. Instructions delivered through another staff member instead of directly. That was not normal. Not for someone in Ethan's position. Not for a waiter who was supposed to be invisible. Ethan noticed something else too. The alpha who had accompanied Liam had not come back out. That meant the meeting inside was not brief. It was deliberate, planned, important. Ethan moved to the service station, picking up another tray as if he were simply continuing his shift, but his mind was already working through the pieces. This place was not just a restaurant. Not at this level. Not with private rooms like that. Not with guests like them. Deals happened here. Arrangements. Conversations that were not meant to be overheard. And somehow Liam had been brought into it. A voice cut through his thoughts. "You!" Ethan turned slightly. One of the senior staff stood nearby, watching him with an expression that was too careful to be casual. "You are assigned to the north section now," the man said, his tone controlled. Ethan nodded once. Understood. The change did not make sense. That section was further from the private rooms. Further from Liam. It was not a coincidence. It was a redirection. Someone wanted him away from that hallway. Ethan accepted it without argument, but the realization settled deeper in his chest. They were watching him, or at least someone was making sure he did not get too close again. He moved to the new section, setting down a glass of water for a guest without missing a step, but his focus remained divided. Every sound from the hallway, every shift in movement from the staff, he tracked it all without looking like he was paying attention. That was something he had learned long before this job. How to observe without being noticed. How to exist in plain sight while remaining unreadable. It had kept him alive before. It was keeping him here now. Minutes passed, then more. Long enough for the rhythm of the restaurant to settle again. And then, finally, the door opened. Ethan did not turn immediately. That would have been too obvious. Instead, he adjusted a napkin, his movements steady, his expression neutral. But he watched through the reflection in the polished glass beside him. Liam stepped out first. His posture was composed, but there was a slight tension in his shoulders that had not been there before. The alpha followed close behind, his presence as controlled as ever, but his gaze shifted once across the room. Not randomly, directly toward Ethan. It lasted only a second. But it was enough. Ethan felt it. That look was not curiosity. It was recognition of something deeper. Not who he was. Not yet. But enough to mark him as someone who did not fully belong in this role. Ethan lowered his gaze immediately, playing his part without hesitation. But inside, something had already shifted. This was no longer just about Liam. And it was no longer just about the child. There were layers here. Control. Surveillance, intention, and somehow, without meaning to, Ethan had stepped back into the center of it. He tightened his grip on the tray in his hand, his thoughts narrowing into something sharp and focused. Because one thing was already clear. He was not just a waiter in this story, and whoever that alpha was had already started to notice. The shift in the room did not disappear after that glance. It lingered, quiet but persistent, like something just beneath the surface waiting to be understood. Ethan kept his focus on the table in front of him, refilling a glass with steady hands, but his awareness stretched far beyond that simple task. He could feel it. The tension had followed them out of the private room. Liam paused near the entrance to the main dining area, his fingers brushing lightly against the edge of the chair beside him as if grounding himself. The alpha at his side spoke again, low and controlled. But Liam did not immediately respond. That hesitation returned. Not fear. Not resistance. Something else. Something uncertain. Ethan noticed it immediately. He noticed everything about Liam now in a way that felt almost instinctive. The way his shoulders held a subtle strain, as if carrying something unseen. The way his gaze drifted for just a second too long before refocusing. And then, it happened again. Liam looked at him. This time there was no interruption, no distraction, just a direct, steady gaze that held for longer than it should have. Ethan felt it land like a quiet impact. Not recognition, but not nothing either. Liam's expression shifted slightly, his brows drawing together again in that same faint crease. His lips parted as if he were about to say something, but no words came. The Alpha noticed it this time. His attention sharpened instantly, his posture adjusting in a way that was almost imperceptible to anyone else in the room. But Ethan saw it. He saw the subtle way the man stepped half a pace closer, not touching Liam, but positioning himself just enough to interrupt whatever was about to happen. "Is something wrong?" the Alpha asked. His tone was smooth, neutral, but there was an edge beneath it now. Controlled, observing. Liam blinked once, as if pulled back from somewhere deeper than the room itself. He shook his head lightly. "No, I just thought." He stopped himself. The sentence did not finish. Ethan held his breath without meaning to, because for a moment, just a brief, fragile moment, it felt like Liam was about to remember. But he did not. Liam's gaze shifted away, the connection breaking as cleanly as it had formed. "It is nothing," he said quietly. The Alpha studied him for a second longer before nodding once. "We should leave." There was no argument, no hesitation this time. Liam followed, his steps measured, his expression composed again, but the tension had not fully disappeared. Ethan watched them move toward the exit, his grip tightening slightly around the tray in his hand. Something inside him resisted letting that moment go, because it had not been empty, it had not been imagined. Liam had felt something, even without memory, even without understanding why. That meant the connection was still there, and that changed everything. As the door opened and the cool night air slipped briefly into the restaurant, Ethan caught one last detail. Liam's hand moved again, this time resting lightly against his stomach. The gesture was small, almost unconscious, but it was enough. Ethan's chest tightened as a quiet certainty settled deeper inside him. Liam might not remember him, but his body did, the child did, and whatever had been taken from his mind had not erased everything. The door closed behind them, and the space they left behind felt colder somehow. Ethan stood there for a second longer than he should have before forcing himself to move again. The rhythm of the restaurant continued, unchanged on the surface. But for Ethan, nothing was the same anymore, because now he knew. Liam was not just someone from his past. He was someone still connected to him in ways that could not be undone. And more importantly, someone was standing between them, not by accident, not by chance, but by design. Ethan lowered his gaze, his expression returning to neutral as he stepped forward to clear another table. But his thoughts had already shifted into something sharper, more focused. This was no longer about waiting for answers. It was about finding them, because whatever had been done to Liam had been done for a reason, and Ethan intended to uncover it, no matter what it cost. The rest of the night passed in a blur of controlled motion and quiet observation, but Ethan did not miss a single detail. He finished his shift without error, without drawing attention, and without letting the storm inside him show on his face. That alone took more effort than anything else. By the time he stepped out into the cool night air behind the restaurant, the city felt different, sharper, louder, more real. He loosened the collar of his uniform slightly, inhaling deeply as if the outside air could clear the weight that had settled in his chest. It did not. Liam's face lingered in his mind, not as a memory, but as something unfinished, something wrong. Ethan had spent years learning how to separate instinct from assumption, how to question what felt obvious. And right now, everything about Liam's condition felt wrong. It was not just the lack of recognition. It was the gaps around it. The way Liam almost remembered, then did not. The way his reactions came half a second too late, like something inside him was being filtered before it reached the surface. Ethan leaned against the brick wall for a moment, closing his eyes briefly as he replayed every second of the encounter. The hesitation, the question, the confusion. Those were not the signs of someone who had simply moved on. Those were the signs of something missing, or worse, something removed. He exhaled slowly, pushing himself upright again. There had to be a reason. No one lost that kind of connection completely. Not in their world. Not when bonds ran deeper than memory, deeper than logic. And Liam had felt something. That much was clear. Which meant whatever had been done to him had not been perfect. Ethan's thoughts sharpened around that realization. Imperfect meant vulnerable. Vulnerable meant traceable. And traceable meant it could be undone. But not without understanding what had been done in the first place. Ethan reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone, his thumb hovering over the screen for a moment before he made a decision. There was only one way to confirm it. He scrolled through a list of contacts that had not been touched in a long time, names that belonged to a life he had buried along with everything else. For a second, he hesitated. Calling anyone from that world meant stepping back into it. It meant being seen again. But the image of Liam, standing there with that empty recognition, settled the hesitation quickly. Ethan tapped the screen. The call connected after only a few rings. "I need information," Ethan said quietly, his voice low but steady. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a voice that sounded both surprised and cautious. "You disappeared," the voice replied. "And now you are calling me for information?" Ethan did not react to that. "I need to know if there have been cases," he continued, his tone unchanged, "of memory interference, not natural, not trauma, something controlled." Silence followed, longer this time. Then, finally, "That is not something people ask about casually," the voice said. "Who is involved?" Ethan's grip tightened slightly around the phone. He glanced back toward the restaurant, though he knew Liam was long gone. "Someone who should remember me," he said, "but does not." Another pause. Then a quiet exhale. "If what you are describing is real," the voice said slowly, "then it is not simple. Memory like that does not just disappear. It has to be altered, suppressed, or rewritten." Ethan's jaw tightened. Can it be reversed? This time, the answer did not come immediately. When it did, it was quieter, more careful. "Sometimes," the voice replied. "But if someone powerful enough did it, then you are not just dealing with memory. You are dealing with control." The line went silent again after that, but Ethan did not need anything more. The pieces were already falling into place. Liam had not forgotten him. Liam had been made to forget. And the alpha who stood beside him was no longer just a coincidence. Ethan lowered the phone slowly, his expression hardening as the last layer of uncertainty disappeared. This was not an accident. This was not time or distance or choice. This was something done with intention. And if someone had taken Liam's memories, then Ethan was going to take them back. Chapter 3. The Man Who Owns the Truth. Ethan did not sleep that night. He lay on the narrow bed in his apartment, staring at the ceiling as the city lights filtered through the blinds in thin, shifting lines. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the same moment. Liam's gaze, that flicker of something almost familiar, and then nothing. It was not just absence. It was interference. By the time the first light of morning touched the edge of the room, Ethan was already moving. He had made his decision hours ago. Waiting was no longer an option. If someone had taken Liam's memories, then that someone had a system, and systems always left patterns. Ethan arrived at the restaurant earlier than his shift required. The building was quieter at this hour, the polished exterior hiding the layers beneath it. He entered through the staff door, nodding once to the early crew, his expression neutral, his movements routine. But his attention was sharper now, tuned to details he had ignored before. Security cameras, access points, the timing of deliveries. This place was not just a restaurant. It was a controlled environment. And that meant whoever had brought Liam here trusted it. Or owned it. Ethan moved toward the service hallway, but before he could reach it, a voice stopped him. "You are early." He turned. The manager stood a few feet away, his posture straight, his eyes steady in a way that no longer felt casual. Ethan gave a small nod. "I had time." The man studied him for a second longer, then stepped closer. "You were not assigned to that section last night," he said. It was not a question. Ethan met his gaze without hesitation. "I followed instructions." Another pause. Then the manager's expression shifted, just slightly. Not softer, not friendlier, just certain. "Do not go near the private rooms again," he said quietly. Ethan did not respond right away, because now it was clear. This was not about a mistake. This was about control, and control always had a source. "Understood," Ethan replied finally, his tone even. The manager held his gaze for a moment longer, then turned and walked away without another word. Ethan watched him go, his thoughts narrowing into something colder. That was confirmation. The private rooms were connected, protected, and whatever had happened to Liam was tied to that space. But the manager was not the one making decisions. He was enforcing them, which meant the real authority was somewhere above him. Ethan exhaled slowly, adjusting his sleeves as if nothing had changed. But inside, the direction was already set. He did not need to force his way in. He just needed to follow the pattern. And the pattern had already revealed itself once. The Alpha, the man who had stood beside Liam, the one who had watched him, the one who had interrupted that moment before it could become something more. That was not coincidence. That was intervention. Ethan moved through the morning preparations, his actions precise, his attention divided. He listened without appearing to listen. Conversations between staff, small mentions of reservations, names that were spoken with care. And then he heard it. Not directly, not announced, just a passing comment between two senior staff members. "The guest from last night is returning," one of them said quietly. "Same room." Ethan did not react, not outwardly, but something inside him settled into place with absolute clarity. This was not over. It was continuing. And this time he would be ready, because now he knew where to look. Not at Liam, not yet, but at the man standing beside him. The one who controlled access, the one who watched too closely, the one who had made sure Liam never remembered. Ethan picked up a tray, his movements calm, his expression unchanged, but his focus locked onto a single, undeniable truth. If he wanted answers, he would have to go through him. And this time, he would not stay in the background. The day moved slower than it should have, each minute stretching under the weight of anticipation. But Ethan never lost focus. By the time evening settled in and the restaurant began to fill again, everything was already in motion. The reservation had been confirmed. Same private room, same guest. Ethan adjusted his uniform in the reflection of the polished glass, his expression calm, controlled, but his eyes sharper than they had been in years. He was done reacting. Tonight, he would observe with purpose. When Liam arrived, it was different this time. Not rushed, not uncertain. He walked in with quiet composure, guided once again by the same Alpha. The man's presence had not changed. Still precise, still controlled. But now that Ethan was looking for it, the details stood out more clearly. The way staff stepped aside before being asked. The way the manager personally greeted him with a lowered voice. This was not influence. This was authority. Ethan followed at a distance, his movements seamless as he carried a tray toward the hallway. No one stopped him again. Not this time, because no one expected him to be watching like this. As they entered the private room, Ethan slowed just enough to catch a final detail before the door closed. Liam's hand rested briefly against his stomach again, his fingers pressing lightly as if responding to something only he could feel. It was instinct, unfiltered, and it meant the connection was still there, stronger than anything done to his memory. Ethan stepped past the door, but instead of leaving, He paused at the service panel built discreetly into the wall. Most staff ignored it. It was used for silent communication between kitchen and service. But Ethan knew better. He had known about it long before he ever wore this uniform. With a controlled motion, he pressed his hand against the panel, activating the thin audio feed that carried voices from inside the room. It was faint, filtered, but enough. He listened. First, only low conversation. Controlled, measured. Then, Liam's voice, quieter than before. "You said it would not affect me like this." A pause. The Alpha responded, his tone calm, almost reassuring. "It is temporary. Your body is adjusting. That is all." Ethan's breath slowed, his focus sharpening as every word settled into place. Liam spoke again, softer now. "Then why do I feel like something is missing?" Silence followed, longer this time. Then the Alpha's voice returned, colder beneath the surface. "Because you are not meant to remember everything." Ethan felt it then. Not just confirmation, not just suspicion. Truth. Clear and undeniable. This man was not just protecting Liam. He was controlling him. And whatever had been taken deliberately. Ethan stepped back from the panel slowly, his expression unchanged. But something inside him had shifted completely. The uncertainty was gone. The doubt was gone. In its place was something far more dangerous. Clarity. Because now he knew exactly who stood between him and Liam. And more importantly, he knew this was never going to be resolved quietly. Whoever that Alpha was, had built this situation with intention. But intention could be broken. And Ethan had already decided. He was going to break it. The moment the door to the private room opened, Ethan did not wait this time. He stepped forward before the staff could redirect him, before the manager could intervene. His movements calm but absolute. The Alpha inside looked up instantly, his expression sharpening as recognition flickered across his face. Not of identity but of intent. Ethan did not stop. He walked straight into the room, closing the distance until there was no space left for avoidance. Liam turned at the sound, his eyes landing on Ethan with that same confusion, that same unfinished recognition. But this time it did not fade. It lingered. Ethan held his gaze, steady and unyielding, ignoring everything else in the room. "That child," he said, his voice low but clear, "is mine." The words did not echo loudly, but they landed with enough force to change the air completely. The Alpha stepped forward immediately, his presence cutting in like a barrier. "You are out of line," he said, his tone controlled but edged with warning. Ethan did not look at him. Not yet, because Liam had not looked away. Something had shifted in his expression, something deeper than confusion now. His hand moved instinctively to his stomach again, his breath catching slightly as if his body recognized the truth before his mind could accept it. I do not," Liam started, but the words faltered. His gaze locked onto Ethan's, searching, pulling at something buried. Ethan took one step closer, slow enough not to startle, but deliberate enough to break through the distance that had been forced between them. "You do," he said quietly. "You just cannot remember why." The Alpha moved again, faster this time, placing himself fully between them. "Enough," he said, his voice colder now. "You will leave." Ethan finally turned his eyes to him, and for the first time, there was no trace of the invisible waiter left. "You altered his memory," Ethan said. Not a question, a statement. The silence that followed was brief, but it was all the confirmation needed. The Alpha did not deny it. Instead, he exhaled slowly, his posture straightening as if the pretense was no longer necessary. "He was not safe with you," he said. "His future required stability, control." Ethan's expression did not change, but something sharper settled behind his eyes. Control is not the same as choice. Liam's breath came uneven now, his fingers tightening against his shirt as if something inside him was pushing back. His gaze shifted between them, the confusion turning into something more urgent. "Stop," he said quietly, his voice strained. "Something is wrong." The Alpha's attention snapped back to him immediately. "You are fine," he said, stepping closer, his tone softening in a practiced way. "It is just stress." But Liam shook his head, his eyes still locked on Ethan. "No, it is not." His breathing hitched again, sharper this time, and then it happened. Not all at once. Not clean. But enough. Flash. A memory breaking through the surface. Liam staggered slightly, his hand pressing harder against his stomach as if anchoring himself. His eyes widened, not in fear, but in realization. "Ethan," he whispered. The name landed softly, but it changed everything. The Alpha froze for the first time, his control slipping just enough to show it. Ethan did not move. He did not need to, because the moment had already shifted beyond anyone's control. Liam looked at him fully now, recognition clear, undeniable, even if incomplete. Tears gathered in his eyes, not from pain, but from something returning, something that had been taken. "You," he said, his voice breaking slightly. "You were there before." Ethan nodded once, steady, grounded. "I still am." The room fell silent after that, but it was no longer empty. The control that had held everything in place had cracked, and through it, something real had begun to surface. The Alpha straightened slowly, his expression hardening again as he realized what had been lost. But it was already too late. Liam's memory had not fully returned, but it had started. And that was enough, because now the truth existed again. Not hidden, not erased. Ethan stepped back finally, not as retreat, but as certainty. He did not need to fight here. Not anymore. He had already won the only battle that mattered. As he turned toward the door, Liam's voice followed him, softer now, but clear. "Do not disappear again." Ethan paused for a fraction of a second, then answered without turning back. "I will not." And this time it was the truth. Welcome to BL Story Tender. Please hit subscribe. Thank you very much. Let the story begin. Chapter 1. A Marriage Built on Hate. I still remember the way the air felt that day, cold and sharp against my skin, as if the world itself was warning me that